CPI at 8:30 a.m., guys, but there's also a lot of other things to talk about. We'll take a look here at the SPY here, S&P 500 to start. Right now, kind of consolidating near our low of days yesterday. We'll take a look at this NASDAQ as well. NASDAQ's actually gapping up. You're seeing here, even with some weakness, which we'll get to in a second, there's still a lot of strength in some of these tech plays, specifically semiconductors actually doing quite well. Those SaaS, as we'll get to in a minute, maybe not so hot today. Here is USO. USO gapping up, though, retreating from these highs a little bit here as we continue to have some renewed tensions here in the U.S. and Iran, with President Trump calling the U.S. the guardian of the Strait of Hormuz, a sentiment and belief that Iran certainly does not agree with. As I mentioned earlier, we do have CPI data here. So CPI month over month and year over year on a core and non-core basis is coming out at 8:30 a.m. Really the only big economic number of the day, but not the only big thing to be aware of for today. At 10 a.m., you get Fed Chair Kevin Warsh's first ever semi-annual testimony. This is going to be for the House Financial Services Committee. 11:15 a.m. We're going to get President Trump meeting with the Prime Minister of Iraq. Then you're going to get Fed speak pretty much all afternoon, starting around 12:40, ending around 3 p.m. Let's talk about IBM, because this is really the elephant in the room here. This thing down, I think it was like 23% as of right now, sharply moving to the downside on poorly received preliminary Q2 earnings. And this is one of those cases where you fully understand why the market is reacting the way it is, because these results, as the CEO himself recognized, not quarter here. Speaking of actual formal earnings, though, not just preliminary earnings like what we have with IBM, you've got JP Morgan reporting results. Citigroup actually just shared earnings here at 8 a.m., so we'll go over these for you. $24.77 billion in revenue, beating estimates. Q2 EPS coming here at $3.15 per share. Q2 investment banking revenue here at $1.55 billion, or sorry, $1.55 billion. If I see anything else here compared to estimates, I will keep you guys posted. But again, it looks like they beat on revenue, looks like they beat on EPS. Not seeing any obvious misses here as I just scroll through this report. Total cost of credit actually a little bit weak, but either way, tons of earnings in focus, lots of tech in focus, actually a lot of smaller companies making deals as well. So with that, good morning, Sharif. Happy Tuesday on this very exciting day for the
Good morning, Adara. Yeah, lots to talk about today. Apple catching a downgrade 1% here in the pre-market. Talk about that. Then we also have Google under investigation by yet another European nation, this time from Switzerland. DRAM recovering here as SK Hynix did well overnight in the Korean session, up 3.25. And as Adara mentioned, IBM all sorts of weak. The banks mixed signals here. You've got JPM down 2 1/3, but you've also got Goldman Sachs on the back of investment income. They're up 2%. BAC down 1 1/5. Wells Fargo and Citi both down. Then you've got CleanSpark with a great deal here, up double digits, over 13%. Baidu, a bit of a different look, catching a bit of a downgrade here, 4.5. And then FCell, one of my holdings here, continues to do okay at a 50 EMA. Right now on the daily, it is up 7 and change. CMG opening their first restaurant in Mexico. That is, of course, Chipotle Mexican Grill. Then AAOI and NBIS, both with catalyst, both green.
Yeah, again, these deals here certainly worth discussing later. I want to talk, though, about what the market did last night. As Sharif mentioned, this overnight session in focus. So let's talk about the top 10 symbols that were traded in Blue Ocean. Micron here, the top symbol traded. This is by notional volume. That's how they're kind of measuring this. Then second place, you've got SOXL. That's the three-time semiconductor bull ETF. SanDisk, another memory name here in third. Fourth place, you've got the NASDAQ here, ETF, QQQ. EWY, so South Korea ETF in fifth place. And sixth place, our third memory name on the list so far, that is going to be the Round Hill Memory ETF, or DRAM. Then you've got the South Korea leverage ETF here, KORU. NVIDIA coming in at eighth, TQQQ, so the levered NASDAQ ETF here is going to be ninth place. And in the 10th spot, MUU. So a lot of levered ETFs and a lot of memory and semiconductor plays, once again, were in focus during the Blue Ocean session. But you know who's always in focus here? Sean and Neil to kick us off with the trading. Good morning, guys. Happy Tuesday. So much to get into today.
Yeah, good morning. There's a lot. We came in today thinking, okay, well, Warsh, CPI, that's where things start. And then the bank earnings. And that's what's going to be the big deal.
I was not expecting this.
Overnight, SK Hynix was obviously with a bit of a recovery. Went 150 to 165 Blue Ocean, a straight shot off of $150 and 0 cents. It was flat off the even dollar and then went 10% almost in a straight shot to the upside. And despite all of that, the story is IBM dragging down IGV. This is a shot in the that's a shot at the bow at all of the software names right now, because they basically came out and said it. CapEx spending is going to data center and memory to a degree that they did not expect, and that's the reason for the prelim. And if you're doing this and you're coming out with that letter, like, you're doing it because you're giving them the shock now. So, come a week from now, it's supposed to have softened the blow. So 22% down, back to like basically where the bounce happened in May. Like, this stock ate 50% from May, and it's right back down into it, dragging the IGV as well, down about 4 points. They're catching strays left and right of them. Like Microsoft, they're catching strays just because of this report. So it's like the chips are back in the back in the driver's seat, and the software taking a big, big hit this morning. Wow, didn't know that this was where we're going to be looking this morning.
No, I mean, it's not. I mean, and there's also, like you were mentioning, there's a couple different names. Palantir getting hit hard too on the downside here. CRM getting hit. Like, there's a lot of names that were starting to battle back over the last couple of days, and there it goes right now today. And it's just on the back of this IBM. I think IBM eventually finds that base. I mean, that 220 looks pretty good for IBM, so we can definitely have a look there as well. But yeah, Palantir down 5%. Really think we like this name at this level. Microsoft, I mean, there's a few different, anything that's in that IGV that's a software name getting hit today, right? So Microsoft again down 3%, like nothing that they did wrong, but potential warning. And that's what we were saying about yesterday. We had that poll up about the Mag 7, and it was kind of like, what are you guys worried about? I'm just worried that earnings may not be there. And if they're not, then, names like Microsoft and then IBM out of nowhere. I mean, we weren't expecting that from IBM. So, you can look at a name QBTS. I mean, there's a couple different, quantum names here. I mean, IBM was known as a quantum play, right? And so you're seeing some of these names starting to pull back down a little bit as well. IonQ, maybe something to be thought about buying on dips here. I don't know. We'll see. Is IBM now just coming out and sort of telling us what we all don't want to hear right now? Neil mentioned the CapEx. All right, so the other name, Apple, I think it was a little bit of was Apple a downgrade or something today? Downside a little bit after closing at all-time highs yesterday, in and around that 317 mark, down into 314 there today. Goes Apple, something to look at there. I like the NVIDIA possibility for a long, if we're gonna look long somewhere. I've written that down, but I wrote down 205. It looks like, we're coming into that pretty quickly there, maybe 204.50, a little bit of a better level there for NVIDIA, but that name was sort of rocking this morning, and now that's pulling back. So you got a little bit of a pullback happening. Look at the NASDAQ, the CPI is coming through today. So yeah, there's gonna be lots of obvious things to look at. I want to look at quickly the dollar, because with the NASDAQ doing the move that it's doing here, this is Bitcoin right now. BTC just was at 63, so it's trying to find its base as well. I mean, I think we've probably found one in and around between 60 to 65. Seems like that's going to be a good base there for the US dollar, and then, for Bitcoin. And then we go over into the US dollar, and we look here, 1 minute's maybe too much, but there's the move down right now in the US dollar. So helping out the NASDAQ, and then now we're starting to get bumped up just a little bit. Maybe we'll go into a 15-minute chart here. Okay, not a whole heck of a lot happening right now in the US dollar. So just trying to find out where we're thinking about with the market, because yesterday I had that big bias to the short side, and that printed since the beginning of the day with short the TQs and long a few other names that are long Apple off the open. Trying to find out where we're going to go with this today. IBM, though, I mean, yeah, that 220, I mean, that's just another level here that's come right into. And I saw some people in the chat buying some of these levels. I mean, this is the last time I bought IBM, when it was down here, and then we were lucky enough to get a bump higher and didn't take anything out. But here it comes right back in now into the bid. So IBM, if you like the name long-term, I think it's obviously worth buying today, down 23%, but there might be a little bit more of a washout over the next couple of days. Sometimes on news, you want to wait 3 days, So yeah, we'll wait to see what winds up happening, down 23% right now.
Yeah, I think one of the things to look at for IBM, and a couple of people tuning in, if you're just now tuning in, it was preliminary earnings for IBM, and the CEO letter was pretty pessimistic about where CapEx spending is not going, and it's not going to them. It's going to the chip names, it's going to memory, and that's the case. I think for that 220, because obviously we're gapped out here, we're trading at 225, so that'd be somewhere around here. But on a monthly, here for IBM, you can sort of see why 220 has been such a big deal. Like a couple of years ago, like one of the reasons that breakout was because of a prior high at 200 and you were breaking out a monthly. This was mid to the end of 2024. And then it literally wicked down into here and even the April lows. Like it's been holding that line the entirety of this breakout. So a loss of 220, there's a 50 period in here at like 200. So I guess you could always bounce there and wick the level because the prior highs have been down in the 200 range, but they haven't been tested in the last year and a half. That's the key. So if we lose 220, I think you've got a straight shot into the 200 level here for IBM. But hey, they're not the only thing out here that we are going to be watching. I know there's some small cap sit and spin already talking about this. Talk about the right name for a pharmaceutical. Shuttle Pharmaceuticals. Just in case you want to get people confused and think that it's something else. No, Shuttle Pharmaceuticals, SHPH, one of your big time runners this morning. Really good volume. I mean, obviously the volume is going to be through 73, 74% up here. Couldn't even find any news on this one on Shuttle Pharmaceuticals. But the last story was from June. So sometimes with these runners, and one of the reasons I bring it up is like it can be more about the infinitesimally small float. 600,000 shares float, 24% of it is short, but have been unable to find an actual catalyst. It doesn't mean that there isn't one. A lot of times you can maybe find things floating around on X or maybe on some people's Discords and that kind of nonsense, or Reddit. But for now, this one seems to be running on its own. So good luck, everybody. And NXTC is another one. You'll find that one on the free watch list. That's the thing. If it doesn't have a catalyst, we'll happily talk about it. But the ones that will be on the watch list, we'll try to throw them in with a catalyst so you have an idea of why a small capper might be moving. So something for absolutely everybody today, but lots for the bears. Adara, I saw your face when you looked at that IBM letter. Absolute craziness.
Part of it too is just that the CEO here, Arvind Srinivas, I think he's generally been pretty confident. He's come across as pretty confident. And I want to talk a little bit more about this in a second, but we know President Trump recently has heaped a whole bunch of praise, not just on IBM, the company, but specifically in the CEO. And he actually said, quote, "This quarter we faltered." So I actually appreciate the admission ahead of time. I kind of wonder maybe if when we actually get the report, people are like, oh, we already knew this was going to be bad. Maybe it bounces. I have no idea. But in the meantime, while we're here, we're going to talk about this obviously a couple times this morning, but let's get right into it. Talking about this IBM story here, Sharif.
Yeah, preliminary Q2 miss. That's kind of the headline here. But the bigger focal point here is, guys, that corporate buyers are kind of actively draining their software allocations to front-end CapEx for hardware. This is really what it comes down to here. Now, we can get into the nitty-gritty about their Z mainframes, and we'll do that in a second. But this is something that we need to keep a lookout, because it's what we're talking about here is a zero-sum budget chokehold, right? There's not enough money to go around for both at the moment. At least that's what corporations are telling us. At least that's what's being reflected here in IBM's preliminary Q2 results. So 37% distributed infrastructure kind of miss. Let's talk a little bit about that. We're hyper-focusing on the 7% collapse in their total infrastructure division. However, it's a tale of two stories here. Their legacy Z main the segment down, but their new distributed infrastructure subsegment actually grew 37% year over year, so silver linings. There is margin contraction. You'd expect that with a report like this. You're seeing customers pivoting hard towards what they're calling low margin third-party commodity hardwares. We're talking about servers, we're talking about storage, we're talking about memory, and they're skipping entirely IBM's high margin product here, which is essentially narrowing their gap gross margins by about 100 basis points, now down to 57.5%. And then cybersecurity also was a big focus here in the letter by Arvind Krishna. He said, look, industry-wide cybersecurity concerns are the primary variable, these are his words, that distracted the enterprise tech buyers during the quarter. He says this confirms that large-scale corporate IT departments are so severely bogged down handling active network vulnerabilities that they're basically putting off contract negotiations for new software as well as their legacy software. So those weren't realized in the quarter, and as a result, top line number comes low.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting here too to kind of see again. We'll talk about the other SaaS names in a minute, but I have a question, Sharif, and I'm going to pose this to the guys after too. We know, as I mentioned, President Trump recently, heaped a whole bunch of praise on IBM and specifically on CEO here, Arvind Krishna. Do you think there's a chance, knowing what he's done in the past, that he goes here on True Social or says out loud he's going to be on camera today and tries to get this thing back to the upside?
I don't know, Adair. Trying to predict what President Trump does is a bit of a tough game. I'll skip that question.
Fair point. I think, it is worth being aware of. This could also, potentially be something that does happen today. So always be careful, as always, as you said, with President Trump, hard to predict. I want to mention Oracle here quickly, too, because I just saw a catalyst on them. They're obviously to the downside here on that IBM story, which is the reason for a lot of this SaaS weakness. But Oracle introducing an AI native builder experience to create and run agentic applications in Oracle Fusion. So that's the deal here with ORCL. 15 minutes to go until CPI. Oracle, IBM, guys, thoughts?
Wow. So Oracle, obviously we've been looking at IBM primarily in software. I have the IGV actually on the list for the first time today because I think that's another way to be able to look at it. If IBM maybe doesn't look good for setups, I think you just go for the play over in software because it's a bit of a shot across the bow for all of them. But yeah, now looking at Oracle, ooh, goodness. It already did this, the flat bottom break.
Yep.
But I didn't pull it up yesterday, so I'm not gonna say that I saw this one happen. 133. You have another 52-week low coming in for Oracle. Breakfast this year, and it's eggs and spring rolls, according to Randy. But all we got right now is it's just more downward trend. This is a kind of day where, like I just did with IBM before, like you're pulling up something, you're going out to the monthly chart. That's where you have to go to get an actual look at what is happening here. This month is the break of the 50 period on a monthly for Oracle. It's a pretty significant flat bottom break. Now, you could make the argument that some of this is catching the strays of IBM. The month is only halfway over. There's still time for that to turn into a wick, and then next month it bounces and all that kind of rosy outlook. But the trend is your friend until the end, inevitably when it will bend. Personally, I feel a little bit better about IBM because I think what you get with them is you get a shot play for quantum and you're getting a bit of a discount, whereas Oracle, I don't know. They're still like the epicenter of if CapEx starts cutting, it's game over kind of deal. So, I get it, but this is one that I wouldn't want to be catching the falling knife on for Oracle. At least with IBM, you're getting something unique for, I think, an exponential growth play in the future, and you're getting it at a little bit of a discount. And it's got a pretty good level that it's trying to bounce off of. Whereas Oracle's pretty much broke that level yesterday without even noticing. I didn't even notice that it broke that downside to the 133. So yeah, not down that much today. It's only 2%, but you know what? If you're looking for software names or somewhat software names that caught bids, it's crazy how quickly, and crowd's not split adjusted, sorry about that. That's a bad print, by the way, 198. We're at 186 here. But crowd fell on sympathy, and so did PanW within a matter of, 30 minutes of the continued downside in IBM, these names were already headed back in. So it just goes to show the algos very, very quickly pick these guys back up. And I think you might find a little bit more relative strength if you look specifically in cybersecurity.
Yeah, we like cybersecurity, Palo Alto, all this kind of stuff. Yeah, this is another stock here, NXTC. I saw someone, Zion Lala there. Here, I was asking what you guys were looking at right here today. And there it is right there, Zion talking about it right here, in at 740 there. So nice little trade there for NXTC coming up as well. Someone else was mentioning what they were trading. Where was it here? Oh, Penny Clean Spark. So, and of course a bunch of trolls and not trolls. I guess these are just I'll have to delete all these guys there. But yeah, no, NXTC, here's another name going. 44 million shares right there today. $2 up to $9 right now for NXTC. What is NXTC? NXTC here. They are Next Cure. So it looks like they're going to find something here. We can, we'll find out the news about NXTC, but that one's going through $8. We've been here before, so watch out now as this name coming in right into a nice little level here of $8.50 or so. So good spot right now for NXTC. We'll see if we can get higher in through $14, but there we go. Upside on this name. So yeah, I like that kind of a play there. This is a day trading, so shout out to Luis there. Looking at the short right now, NXTC with a $10 stop. So we'll have to wait to see what's going on there. And there's the $10 mark. So yeah, that's a supply and resistance zone. That's the kind of stuff that I like to talk about when we're doing trading, trying to find out for where's the support, where's the resistance. So $10 right there on the pushback in for NXTC. Thanks, Luis, for that. A little bit of a look there for sure. Yeah, I don't know, man. What's up, Joe Ventura? Yeah, yesterday, we nailed the Q short yesterday, man. It was a really great trade right off the 10 o'clock or so. We have CPI coming out in 10 minutes. So we can definitely wait to see how that is reflected in the market. I would wait until, any sort of a major announcement economically before we make any moves. So for me, it's pretty simple. We wait on this. We wait on the Qs before we get that CPI number, right? So that's what we're going to be doing right now, just waiting around and then, checking out the banks. Relatively flat, I would think, on the XLF, maybe to the downside. Most of them, Goldman Sachs beat. So 0.65. We had JP Morgan with a little bit of a struggle bus here early, but that'll be right back upside. They beat everywhere. Oh, it's not zeros. That's wrong. Oh, there it is. Okay, down 3%. I was going to say it's down 2 point something. Goldman is the one that's leading the way. JP Morgan misses on fixed income.
Yeah.
So they beat on 5 of their core businesses, but then missed on fixed. And Goldman's up 2.5, while JP Morgan's down that much. And then the other name was Wells Fargo. That was starting to go to the downside as well. A little bit, not that. Okay, well, there it is, 2%. And then the other big name, it's all the banks all in one, right? Citigroup as well. They're down 2. So basically 3 of the 4 banks down 2+%, with Goldman Sachs holding us upside. Oh, I didn't look at BAC.
Wells was weak last time too.
Yeah. A lot of these banks are weak on earnings.
They buy it after.
2%, it looks like, again, there for BAC. Why is it taking forever to this load? Yeah, another 2% there for BAC. So most of the banks on the downside. Let's go find out what's on the call and options, puts. What's on that side, Joe? Let's go get some names.
Crazy. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of the options activity. Katina Man, yesterday you were asking for some bank action via options, but we're going to kick things off with a couple of names here today. At the top of the list, actually making the most and the top volume with open and trade contracts in the top 10 yesterday was BAC. So let's take a look at this $60 strike price, guys. 47,000 contracts still open at that $60 strike, with volume around 8,600 opened and closed. Now, as for the bid and the ask, you can see the liquidity there, guys. Only a $3 spread. But one thing that we want to keep our eyes out on, and what Ozan and I are always looking at, is the open interest. 47,000 contracts at that marker. Now, the delta relatively high, guys, $79. So not quite a one-to-one yet. For every $1 move in the underlying, you're going to see a $79 change within the options contract pricing. And don't forget, your Greeks are always fluctuating. Now, as for your gamma exposure, relatively high here as well, too, guys. $15 on the gamma side of things. And your at-the-money IV sitting relatively cool, around 40% there. But what I want us to focus on is this specific call contract now, right out of the gate, guys. And it's a little bit more difficult. If you're an options purchaser in times of sideways movement, it makes things significantly more difficult to find appreciation within the contract itself. That's why when you have sideways movement, the condor route and credit-based trades are ideal. Why? Because you're not going to lose too much to theta. You actually gain from theta. All right, guys? So here it is, a 32% drop from the open on that specific contract. Not a bank here, guys, but we're going to be looking at Micron and a potential floor. This was the most amount of open interest that I've seen through multiple expiration cycles. So at this $900 marker, guys, we're going to be sitting around 14,700 contracts. Still currently open there, with volume around 5,000 open and closed on yesterday's session. It's going to be expiring on the 17th. Now, as for the bid and the ask, you can see you're sitting on a $150 spread. It's pretty hefty, all right, guys. Now, your delta exposure is sitting around $34 and very to little gamma exposure, 3 cents there. But you're at the money IV sitting around 105%, we know within bearish territory, and when you are on the downside, you see upticks in implied volatility, all right? But that's your at the money implied volatility. Moving forward, we have another name reporting this morning. That's JP Morgan, Katina, man. We actually rejected this level here. Open interest, the largest amount, so a supply zone, and not having the ability to be absorbed in the pre-market. But let's see what happens after the bell rings. 9,000 contracts still currently open at that marker with volume around 5,500. Now for the bid in the ask, we're sitting on a $25 spread. And just by our delta, we can tell that we are slightly OTM on this name, a little bit more considering the report. Now at the money IV is still sitting relatively cool, and your gamma exposure is relatively light. But let's move forward over here, and we talk about sideways price action and what happens within your contract. But thankfully, the banks aren't overly volatile. And with this being said, you can see fluctuations within your options contracts from ranging from 50%, 30%, and even a little bit more at times, and they can still make those recoveries. You just need to see a little bit larger of a move. But as for this specific contract, I mean, 12% to the downside, that will change after the open. Your bid in the ask and your Greek metrics will change as well, considering it did slide. But you may be saved on a little bit of premium just due to the fact of the increase in implied volatility. Let's see what happens with these names after the open. Let's send it back to the desk.
Thanks, Joe. And you mentioned one of the banks that
lots of bank coverage, right?
A lot of bank coverage we like, but they're all to the downside. BAC, I think part of the problem. There's a lot of Goldman Sachs talk in the chat, which is rightfully so, because the comparisons are going to get made. And if you look at what was driving a lot of the growth, BC even had a beat. Trading profits were just, sales and trading revenue were just a big beat for everybody. But in comparison, Goldman took the cake. And so you're going to get that direct comparison, or like that's going to be better. And then Morgan, who we don't get till tomorrow because they just want to be different, I think they're probably going to be better as well. So I think the opportunity in some of the other banks would be to just wait it out and look for the dip. Like you have prior 52-week highs that you could fall into with even a small move, or if it gets deep, the 50-period moving average. Like these are all upward trending in a pretty safer-ish place to be. So that's one that does stand out because they were good. They're all good numbers, but let's be real. It's because of Goldman Sachs that everybody is going gaga. And they're only up 3%. It was just 20 billion versus 16 billion in revenue. It's like, yeah, like every now and then you look under the rug and you find an extra 4 billion just laying around, and congratulations to them. Only 3 points probably speaks more to just the way that this has already been moving in the last year and a half and how it's been playing out this year as well. And I would expect the same thing out of Morgan Stanley when we get their earnings. Like you got to put it into perspective. This is a bank that's gone 50% from March. So, when everyone's expecting good, like how much more are you going to get? You're just not going to get a 10% move out of them when the banks have already priced all this in. Right? They'll pass the stress test and raise the dividends, and Goldman raised their dividend again by another 10%. So you're just going to get more of the same. But they can still have a break of the all-time high can at least be coming out there. But that's why you got to get into these when they're dipping. The time to buy the banks is when everyone else is like, the banks don't look all that good. Well, they just print. Blicky Spears, good morning to you. Thank you for the super chat. Best of luck today to you. Best of luck to everybody. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks, Joe, for all that. And I was saying yesterday that I thought the XLF, and maybe today on some of these earnings might be a day to start picking up some XLF. I mean, as Neil said, some of these banks back there in March, April, well depressed. We'll see if we can get even more depressed there today. I mean, I don't think you buy it today, but you wait a couple of days. It's always a 3-day rule, right? I mean, if we like the JP Morgan number coming through, it's basing out right now. It's trying to give us, this 325 area. So we're looking for a break here of 327, right? Hold the base. Hit that. We do have CPI coming out right now at 8:30. So let's go back over to Adara.
Yeah, well, guys, we are now about 40 seconds away from those CPI prints. Those are the only numbers we're getting all day today. So let's get right into what we're expecting. CPI year over year here, forecast 3.8%, prior print 4.2%. CPI month over month, negative 0.1% is what we're expecting. Prior print 0.5%. So once again, guys, we actually are expecting a little bit of cooling off here for the non-core prints, both year over year and month over month. Core CPI year over year forecast 2.8%, prior print 2.9%. Core CPI month over month 0.2% versus 0.2% expected. So these core prints are more or less expected to be similar to what we saw last month. Now we know yesterday we had comments from some feds, I believe Feds Waller, saying that he's kind of really watching core carefully. So these core numbers are going to matter, and we're expecting them at any moment. Inflation here, 3.5%. So it's going to be well below the 3.8% expected. CPI month over month, negative 0.4% versus the forecast of negative 0.1%. Core CPI year over year, 2.6% versus 2.8% expected. And core CPI month over month, flat versus 0.2% expected. All of these prints cooler than expected and cooler than the prior print. S&P 500 trading sharply higher here in response. Guys, this is a great look here for how the market's reacting to this.
Yeah, I mean, oh, we're at 29. Okay, so the NASDAQ futures are 29.9, but the Q's now 1.4% shooting to the upside. So they're loving it. They like it a lot, and the money is absolutely flowing in. The first thing I got to check after we look at the futures is, the buyers don't want to buy IBM. But hey, they want to buy everything else. Sorry, I had to check. Have to look. You want to see if the weak names are getting a bounce too on this, and not really. So NVIDIA up around 208. I think if you were looking dip buys on any stocks, that's probably going to suck. I'm looking for things that might be lagging a little bit in chip space. Intel's up 4%. That's looking incredibly strong. One thing you got to remember, you never want to completely overreact to these types of numbers, right? Especially the 830 spike. That said, we were gapped up. We were holding some support that was prior resistance on the Qs. And they're shrugging off this. They're shrugging off this. I guess we'll call it software Mageddon or whatever we're calling this IBM move for a little bit of an upside. So, yeah, I mean it's a good start, but I don't want to be buying any tops here, getting completely out of whack. Silver now 3% up. Wow, just looked over there.
Yeah, lots of stuff going on here. Yeah, we've seen pullbacks before, and there's a big NASDAQ number as CPI going out there 2.6 versus 2.8. Core CPI year over year, CPI year over year, June 3.5 versus 3.8, so a little lower on what we're seeing right now. So that's a good shot to the upside there as we hopeful that, we'll have to wait. Warsh is coming today. A lot of talk here on what the Fed rates are going to do. Yesterday we were at 1/3, 2/3, and it's sort of what we are right here. Again, 63% chance of no rate hike. Right there, 36% chance of a rate hike with this cooler CPI here. I think that helps bring this number a little down. So I think that's why the market now starting to get going. We will adjust our look very, very soon to that play as well. And have a look over here. This is why we talked about the US dollar earlier. Whoopsie daisies. There goes the US dollar, like a huge move right there down for the USD here over a 15-minute chart. So yeah, pretty violently moving. There is the US dollar and is the NASDAQ. So there it goes, man. And look, just another lever there on the CPI. We'll have to wait to see what Warsh is up to, but yeah, good thing that's happening today as we get that discussion. So yeah, nice downside move here for the DXY as well. And yeah, really helping out that market. We've seen the pullback in the past. So there it goes, man. Nice move higher. Did that help some of the banks get back? Yeah, there it goes, man. We just talked about well, not really. There's not too much volume. Spread is still $1. But that's a nice little look. Breaking back above that 325 marker again there. So yeah, good. Save the day is CPI and whatnot there. So okay, you talked about Trump maybe tweeting things out. We'll have to wait to see what happens with JP Morgan and the rest of them here today and see if we do get a little bit of a pullback. You're talking about IBM possibly with President Trump. So they're getting a nice little bump now as well. Maybe that 220 was a base that we can look at here trying to go long. But yeah, there goes CPI. There goes Bitcoin as well to the upside. So, a lot of stuff happening right now. It's too bad because I had just put out, I'm just editing the final last words here on the sticky note. I did have, IBIT written down as a long, but now you're up 2%. So that should help it as well. We'll get some carry forward, see if we can hold this nice move higher there. Great number, it's 835 right here. And the futures are helping us get a little bit better. Yesterday we were down 1.5%. Today we're up 1.5%. Let's see if we can hold this bid.
We'll talk about Google right now, actually also holding a bid. A couple different stories with GeoOGL. Main one, of course, coming out of Switzerland with some concerns there we'll get into in a second. There was a story as well, pretty minor, that came out right before we got this CPI reading, which is basically just that they're going to be having some more Gemini Chrome availability here, I guess, in the UK, and then also rolling that out more in iOS. But let's talk about the Switzerland concerns.
Yeah, let's do that. What they're doing is they've decided to remove the Android setup screen that lets Swiss users choose their default search engine. That aggravated the Swiss regulator, and they're taking action. Just to give you some background information here, so Switzerland is obviously not part of the European Union, nor is it part of the European Economic Area. As such, it's not subject to their regulations, so they're going at this alone. So why am I telling you this? Because Google unilaterally decided back in 2021 that it was going to give Swiss residents and people living in Switzerland activating a new device this choice like they did with the other European nations. So it was on their own accord that they decided to do this, knowing full well that maybe the Swiss regulator doesn't have the legal teeth to be able to enforce this against them, okay? So that is something that we need to keep in mind here. But the Swiss regulator says very clearly that this move weaponizes default configuration bias against unmanaged retail consumer activating new hardware. So for example, your DuckDuckGo, your Microsoft Bing, right? You were able to choose those as either your default engine or Google or whatever you so chose. You don't have that choice anymore. So that's kind of what this whole thing comes down to. The structural outcome of this, though, we can read through, will have more implications than just on Google. Comes to mind immediately is Apple, right? Putting a direct target on their native Safari Google search default pact, right? We know that Google pays Apple about 20 billion US dollars per year to be the #1 search engine, and that puts that directly in the crosshairs, Adara.
Yeah, we also here, in addition to GeoOGL, just want to let you guys know, as we've mentioned a couple times, Sean mentioning most recently here, Kevin Warsh is testifying in front of the House for his first ever semi-annual monetary policy report to Congress as the new chair of the Federal Reserve. His prepared remarks were released at 8:30 a.m., basically at the same time here as CPI. Nothing massive here. I mean, nothing really out of the ordinary, but of course saying, as you would probably hope and expect, that the Fed has no tolerance for persistently high inflation. How are you guys feeling about GeoOGL here?
You know, it's still disappointing in Alphabet. Like I'm looking at the bumps that are across the board on the CPI print, and we showed you a bunch of charts. You could look at DRAM, which is going absolutely ham right now to the upside. Obviously, the Nasdaq's up a point plus. We showed silver and IBIT, which had massive bounces. Alphabet's back to yesterday's close and not really doing much with it. So I'd say a little bit of disappointment here for Alphabet. And it's not the end of the world. I think right now, like you're just sort of seeing the Mag 7, each of them doing their own little bit of a thing. And technically, Google's in a bit of a pullback. I think part of it, you could make the argument that NVIDIA and Meta got cheap, relatively cheap compared to the other mags, and maybe that's where a little bit more buying has wanted to go lately. You saw the NVIDIA breakout as well. So I think that could be it. Maybe this story matters a lot. I tend to not be as concerned when European regulators come at the big boys because I know it's just a sign that they're doing some things right for them to maintain their dominance. But at the end of the day, this feels like it's relatively weak, at least in the temporary turn. And that money seems to want to be going in Mag 7 land. Well, I excluded Apple. That was a great one yesterday. But NVIDIA, a little bit stronger here. I think the same thing can be said of Meta as well. But yeah, obviously the CPI print rose a lot of ships. But if you didn't get green on that, you got to be at least a little bit concerned for the day, at least.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about this earlier. Like, well, first of all, Bitcoin's still 63.5, still trying to go. I was just looking at that right there. But no, I want Google to kind of get a little lower, to be honest with you. I mean, this is a name that I'm trying to buy more of. But it's right at the levels that where we had most recently bought. I think it was 348 was the most recent price. So that's basically as good as right here. Would like to get a little bit more. So if there is some sort of negativity around surviving Google, then I think they're just a huge, I think like Waymo is apparently, in the self-automated driving sector, like ahead of anything that Tesla has right now. We've seen sort of the Waymos driving around your local neighborhoods there, San Francisco, Austin, so on and so forth. But I like Google, and I think we want to get a little more in the account. So today, I'm not sure. Flattish on the day, considering what we've seen here in the market. And of course, as discussed, here comes the market pulling right back. So no surprise there. So another name that we like there, Google for sure. I just want to buy more of it. So at the end of the day, I think, if you're diversified, it's great, but I don't mind being over weighted on Google. Good one. Their VMAR, low float, Q2 pre-market surge. Yeah, I don't know anything about this VMAR stock, but we can definitely have a look at what the price action is looking like here. Vision Marine Tech. Yeah, on the daily, looks like we just had either a split or something. This is what it looks like here on eSignal. So I'm not exactly sure what's going on with the VMAR rate here, why it even looks like this right now on eSignal. So maybe it's a different kind of a stock, but there it is, VMAR. Yeah, we just had from 20 cents split up to 340. So we went like, I don't know, 15 to 1 or so there. And now we've come back in. So a little bit, that's probably a split. This is probably a reverse split as well. So a stock that's really worth nothing here, trying to go. And I guess that's why the reverse split there from 1 cent up to $5. And then again, so that's why we have that low float issue, because they kept on taking shares back and, pricing it much higher. So to stay above that dollar. So this is a very, very dangerous name, man. I mean, this chart looks like this, but it's not really. I just showed you how it looks like on eSignal there. A stock that's really been beat up for a very, very long time. Marine Tech here. Just watch out, I guess. I mean, this is a daily chart. If you're going to look here, what's been doing this morning, I don't know, man. You're underneath VWAP. To me, this looks like a short, but thanks for bringing it up. It's only done, it's done 20 million, which is quite large. But VMAR to the downside, it looks like here, pretty good off of VWAP. So let's wait to see what happens if we can break through. But pretty aggressive and wild stock yesterday. It was $2 at 3 o'clock, $1.30 at 4 o'clock. So yeah, this looks like a pretty good level here to short $2 VMAR. So if you're in that one, just be careful about the $2 mark. Like you just lost right there at the close. Quite a lot right there. $2 down to 130, so you lose 50% just like that. So be careful with VMAR, it looks like. But yeah, another good one there that's reverse split a bunch of times.
Yeah, thanks for. Oh, they reported yesterday. It looks like there's no catalyst for it today. It looks like it's just a day 2 play. That's why you see the volume spike. But you have to really be careful about those habitual line steppers. But you know what is at a line? Sharif, NXTC. It's on your radar because it's over VWAP, in my guess, but it is barely hanging on. I saw Luis in the chat. They were looking short on that one, and it is back into the volume-weighted average price. So a small capper on the watch list that is teetering. I ask you a question, Sharif. I've seen you short a couple times. I know it does happen. We already have at least 2 or 3 small cappers that are looking like they want to fade. Are there any shorts on your horizon? I know Luis says yes.
Yeah, well, Luis is he's the expert in that, so we'll leave that to him. But guys, NXTC, does look like it is having a lot of trouble with $10. There are no closing prints on the 5-minute chart above that 10, despite the fact that it was easily able to spike into 12. But look how seldomly it was able to spend any time above that. Still up 277%. We're looking at the volume weighted average price at around 7 3/4. It's a good look. Let's see if it holds up. But you know what I'm looking at, Neil? LHAI. Look at this one rip, and here comes 150. We are stair-stepping up, and we're also holding structure. 130 was an obvious area of resistance on the breakout. It is now being used as support. I'm speaking about LHAI, up 43% at that critical level, Adair, of 150.
Let's talk about a larger name here that's certainly holding up quite well. That's AAOI. Nice catalyst here. Expansion over in Texas, one of their facilities.
Applied Optoelectronics announced they've begun construction on 2 adjacent manufacturing facilities in Pearland, Texas. That's going to add about 400,000 square feet to their production capacity. It's designed to support increased production of the 800G and 1.6T optical transceivers. There's also critical components that are going to be manufactured there that are used in AI data centers and that move massive amounts of data on high-speed fiber optic networks. So very much involved in the AI stack is AAOI.
Another AI-related story here is for CleanSpark, CLSK, the pretty massive data center lease over the next 20 years, valued at $6.6 billion.
Exactly, 20-year lease, as Adara mentioned. Sandersville, Georgia, data center expected to generate about $6.6 billion in contract revenue over the initial term. The agreement includes 2 5-year extension options that could increase the total contracted revenue to about $11.6 billion. That expands their long-term cash availability markedly, so something to look out there for on their next earnings report. Let's see what the operating income as well as free cash flow are. Customers are going to deploy what they're calling production-grade infrastructure, which is going to support a broad range of computing workloads. It's not just going to be for AI. As we know, this company, Adara, they used to mine Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies, so very much experienced in these large GPU clusters in a data center figure.
CLSK, AOI. Are you watching either of these tickers today, Neil?
I think CleanSpark needs to be at least watched. It's up 19 points, so maybe you don't want to be chasing it, but if you actually look under the hood for this bad boy, if they make expectations at their next earnings, they're going to be under a 20 PE. It's got like a 40-something% short float as well. Like, you put those two things together, there's a there, for lack of a better term. And much like one of the things we'll always talk about for gappers, at least you'll hear almost everyone around here talk about for gappers, is look where we're at. We're back above the volume weighted average price. We're trending pretty well here. You're holding on to key 14 level. That said, the support hasn't been at VWAP. Right, like the support for the stock was at some prior local highs. Like the most recent on the gap down was right here at about $14, and that's pretty much where it's holding. So, in my opinion, like it could lose VWAP or have deep wicks underneath VWAP and still get a chance to go. But over 40% short float and a chance that the next report can make them reasonably priced. I mean, come on, like what else can you look for? I think this one looks like a good dip buy in here today. We're still actually getting a pretty decent hold. We always say, like, don't chase the market exuberance on an 830 number, or don't freak out if at 830 we have a number and we go down too heavily. So you made an initial top, but we're catching a bit of a bid on the way back in here. What you don't want to see usually is if we get to 915, 920, and the entire breakout is given back by the market. But for now, it's still putting in a bit of a lower high. It's only been 15 minutes, I get that, but we've seen it before where you don't get many green candles after the big spike up. For now, they're trying to hold some higher lows here in the market.
Yeah, it should be I feel like this should be a good day now that we're starting to get to the upside. You guys were asking yesterday or this morning about the TQs, because yesterday we had shorted them. And I'm thinking almost something similar right here, $76. I mean, we've now seen that top. We could easily come back in. I mean, we mentioned that on that CPI print, up 1.5%, now pulling back into the downside. So definitely the TQs here look like they may want to operate downside right here for the moment anyways. Yeah, for me, it's going back to the same kind of names here, the Apples of this world. Really strong name, but that's come back in now immediately. That's actually getting lower than where we were now prior to CPI. So that's not a great little look there for Apple. And then just going over like SPCX, this is another name that we've really traded a lot, since its IPO, obviously. And nice comeback, man. I mean, yesterday it got as low as 137 was the low there, 136.80. We actually have this print in our account yesterday. But yeah, nice move higher there off of 135, right? I mean, 135 was the posted print there for SPCX. And then we went back and tested it. We've traveled almost down $90, right? I mean, it was 225 at its high, SpaceX, now down to 135. So, well discussed and hit to the low side there, SpaceX. We'll have to have a look here. I did pay for shorts on this name as well, SKHY. Definitely rocking today as IBM comes out and says, hey, man, a lot of people putting money towards, guess what, memory and the data center build out and, making sure that CapEx is set aside for that and not as much for IBM and, their software and some of their services provided. So you're seeing IBM to the downside and SK Hynix to the upside, up 9%. So here we go, man. Day 3, SK Hynix above its highest point. So we're going to have to wait to see. Now, remember, SK, this is because this is from yesterday. So SKHYV is the symbol that we had. I'm going to have to call it up here on e-signal just to give you a shout, because we don't have that look here from our system. But this is what I was saying, that yesterday's high there of 162, we came out at 170, so we still have a ways to go to get back up to here. Looking at maybe a short in this area between 171 to 172 right here to see if we could get some trading going on there. We've only spent maybe, an hour or two above 172. So if we can get up there on a big move, maybe a short. But for me, I wrote down SK Hynix as a long today. So we're going to be looking and for those longs. I wrote down here, this is before the move higher. We were chilling around 160, 161. I'm looking between 155 to 156, somewhere in here for a long. That was sort of that bouncing spot there that we couldn't get through. Eventually we closed near those lows. And then today it's like, hello, up another 8%. So I like SK Hynix around this 155 to 156 area. So SKHY today on the look, as is SpaceX. So both these names on recent IPOs upside, but I feel like the fade is here at 170 if we can get that. And then I do like the long 155 to 156 on SK Hynix. So yeah, man, this is what we're doing over here. We're happy. I saw Raheem's in the back there getting ready to rock and roll. So you just let me know there. I think my earpiece is working, Andre, and we can go back when that is all scheduled up one more time. Wow, IBIT really starting to scream higher right now. Bitcoin 63, like it was at 63,000 before this number. And now you can see it's starting to go back there to the upside again. So that's something to look at. And then the dollar still wavering just a little bit now, trying to pull back. But yeah, so far so good here. Go to a 1 minute chart, and then we'll go back over to the desk immediately. So even though the market has decided to come back in a little bit, the dollar not super strong. We're looking for a stronger dollar to make sure that if this move continues or not here in the NASDAQ. So, all right, I think we're ready to go. So let's go back to the desk. Raheem with Adara.
Very excited to welcome back, not just to the show, but to the city of Toronto, Raheem Alani from OCI. He went on a trip to another province in Canada that I know you're very excited to talk about here with regards to the market and some stuff we're going to want to know.
Yeah, no, it was a good time. I do travel a lot, but this not too often do I get to stay in Canada and still come back with some business intel for our audience.
Awesome. Well, let's get right into the Calgary Stampede. I believe you alluded to this last time off camera, maybe not on camera.
Right.
But let's just talk about what all kind of went on there. What kind of meetings did you go to? What was the general vibe that was happening there?
Yeah, no, I remember I mentioned a couple weeks ago that I was going to Stampede, and I invited some of the audience if they wanted to come out and meet me somewhere, and I'll buy them a drink. But yeah, no, Stampede was a good time. I was there just for a couple of days, just around some of the business that's happening in the province of Alberta. Like a lot of places, there's interaction around AI, there's interaction around oil and gas, and that happens in multiple parts in the United States. But in Alberta, it's all happening kind of one time because they have access to so much oil, nat gas, plus land. And so now there is AI investment and tech investment also happening in the province. So it's a lot of things that are happening all at one time and multiple interlays of governments and business all happening. So it was a really interesting time to be at Stampede.
I'm just going to ask you directly here about Meta, because I'm sure, maybe some viewers are putting the connection together here. Yeah. Alberta, Calgary, Alberta, Meta. Do you want to get into this deal a little bit more? Because this was pretty massive when Meta made this announcement last week.
Yeah, so we were actually there on the day of, and they made the big announcement. So $15 billion, Alberta is going to be home to a new data center for Meta. It's going to be north of a place called Sturgeon Lake. And the key players were all at one of the events that we were at. And it was really interesting to hear some of the stats that Premier Smith talked about, Invest Alberta talked about, was the fact that they could do a closed loop water system, the fact that they have access to so much natural gas already there. So they're going to be able to process that in advance of the data center being set up. That's going to bring costs down for people that live there. That's going to be great. But the nat gas will actually feed that data center for everything that it needs, and land. It's the size of 6 refineries, I believe they said, and I think 12 or 15 football stadiums. Don't quote me on that. But the fact that you have that much room, access to that much land, and the power sources that you need makes it really interesting. And I think there's going to be a lot more of that data center activity happening in the province of Alberta.
Yeah, certainly, I think something to watch out for. Now, obviously, some of the players here in this Meta deal, they were going to be at this Stampede. What other businesses or governments representatives, rather, can you kind of tell us were at this event that you were able to see or interact with?
On two sides, it was really interesting. On the one side, we were at a roundtable with tech companies, and when I've gone to Stampede in the past, I've never seen tech companies sitting in the same room. And it was actually interesting because it was an Indian roundtable, so you see a bunch of people from India all wearing cowboy hats. And it was something I don't think I'd ever look back and said, I'm going to see that one day. So no, never thought I'd see that. But we're in a room of tech executives and the High Commissioner of India, and you heard them all talking about the number of people that they were hiring in the province of Alberta because of the fact tax friendly. And I'm not going to shtick for Alberta, but it was such a place that people wanted to do business, and these companies are hiring massive amounts of people. So Alberta, I mean, whether you're looking at data center, whether you're looking at picks and shovels, whether you're looking at real estate, one gentleman was there from real estate saying how low the vacancy rates he's seeing. So there's that one element that you can look at from a business point of view if you're looking at Alberta, those sorts of things on the investment side. On the other side of the coin, government to government, we were with our friends from the United States. The province of Ontario, which I never, again, thought would be at Stampede, they were there in large numbers. The Premier was there, a number of ministers were there. And that was all about, there's an announcement coming about an Ontario-Alberta possible connectivity on pipeline. And that'll be interesting for a number of reasons, because once you get to Ontario, you get Canada's largest market, easier access to the US, easier access to the Atlantic as well. So that was really interesting to see that Ontario made that push. And then thirdly was, of course, the Americans that were there. They did a big event as well with the American Chamber, and Premier Smith and the ambassadors were all there, and just showing that connectivity that Canada and US have, and US is the biggest market for Canada. So it was interesting to see all these different pockets of people intersecting.
So I guess as well here, this is a little bit speculative perhaps. So the Stampede, to my understanding, happens once a year. So you're going to have like roughly 365 days till this happens again. I guess up until that point, what should investors, people who are just watching and curious, look out for kind of signs of stuff happening here in Alberta with tech and business, et cetera, but also just kind of in general in Canada, as we kind of see again like lots of these different governments and tech companies coming. What is there, do you think, to kind of look forward to? What announcements to be aware of as this Canadian investment heats up?
Sure, I think firstly is as we see every day with what's happening in the Middle East and in the Strait, is it going to be $75 oil? Is it going to be $85 oil? Is it going to be $120 oil? Are we going to get back into the 60s? So just taking that as a lens, if you have an opinion on which way that's going to go and when that's going to go, then you look at other jurisdictions. The United States obviously has a lot of access to oil. Canada has a lot of access to oil. So you look at some of the Canadian names that might be facilitating either the east-west that may come, or then the north-south action that's already there, or is Alberta also looking at the BC angle and going out west? So if you want to get into kind of the longer-term play, there's the picks and shovels. There's people that are going to be building pipelines and doing all of those things. There's the oil and gas, just on the immediacy of it. If you think oil and gas is going to change based on what's happening in the Strait, you look at Canada as a safe haven, and you're seeing some of these oil and gas names that are, again, we've talked about before, 20, 30, 40% that you're getting on mid to large caps that you don't typically get. And then if you want to go kind of take that outside lens that a lot of the states are particularly taking, Texas, Louisiana, different places that are supplementing their oil and gas with the right-sized AI opportunities, data center opportunities. Alberta is looking to be a home for data centers here in Canada, and slightly more competitive than probably the other provinces on a variety of factors. So those are the lenses that you might want to look at.
Thank you so much for going over that, and thank you for recapping what sounds like a very exciting trip to Calgary for the Stampede. Once again, here is our friend Rahim Alani over at OCI.
Always a pleasure to have Rahim. And when he talks about energy and picks and shovels and like where you can go, I think a lot of our viewers, if you're looking at maybe like a US stock for that, you might think about a VLO, Valero. I only mention them because, hey, you're at the highs. We're at all-time high. And 300 in play. So look, if that's where you're looking, there are plenty of things that are going to be outstripping the actual move that we see up. So despite the fact that I think, to the surprise of some of the estimates here, the CPI prints were a little bit light, USO has been going up. But you don't want to completely ignore that. Energy has been going higher, and we're actually still bouncing. So that theme hasn't really changed despite the exuberance we're seeing so far this morning. You're still seeing the theme play out that energy is back into the upside. Yellow is a great way to play it, and thanks to Raheem for coming in. We're going to have some upgrades and downgrades. I don't know if the analysts would have been fast enough for some of the software names, assuming we'll see some bank
maybe not
upgrades. But I think tomorrow we're going to see the software downgrades because there's no chance they could have been that quick.
Maybe intraday, who knows?
Yeah, maybe intraday, that's a good point. Joey?
Happen.
Very valid point, guys. We're going to see some intraday actions probably during the middle of the session. We'll get those banks and we'll get some software updates. But we're going to kick things with some downgrades here today. Surprisingly so, IBM. I tried to look at the more positive side of things with IBM, guys. But we're going to take a look at Circle going from a neutral weight to an underweight here in a $50 price target. That's down from $85, guys, by Mizuho. Down 2.25% here today. And Apple also getting the downgrade, going from a sector weight to an underweight and a $250 price target by KeyBank. Progressive also getting the downgrade, guys. You're down 0.5%, a little bit more, going from an overweight to neutral weight with a $250 price target. JP Morgan, a name that reported this morning. Avalon Bay Communities down 1/4. Overweight to equal weight, guys, with a $205 price target. That's actually up from $203, all right? Moving forward, surprisingly so, IBM, a name that is down substantially, getting a price target increase here by Oppenheimer to $350. That's up from $320. Micron also getting the nod, guys, with an overweight rating and a price target increase to $1,750 by KeyBank. And then we have TKO Holdings. I don't think this is because of Conor McGregor, but going from a neutral to a buy with a $210 price target. We're up a little bit here, more than 0.4%, guys. Seaport Global giving the nod. And then Fuel Cell up 7% here this morning with a $27 price target. That is up from $22 from UBS. Let's send it back to Neil and Sean.
Well, that IBM upgrade got nuked for Oppenheimer.
Yeah, that was funny that came and then that happened. I wonder.
That's unfortunate.
When that came through.
That's unfortunate.
Yes.
But, I mean, what are you supposed to do? Fuel Cell with an upgrade, and that could be a turnaround stock. Like, that's actually been down almost, what are we down here? I want to say it did get cut in half. It got cut exactly in half from the highs, and it has been, there's your rounded bottom. It's exactly the kind of stock that if you hold this 20, break this 2140, you have a room to rally and a lot of room to be able to go. Already up 10%, but like you got to keep that in mind. As I said, within a week and a half, the stock was basically cut in half. So the 10%, you got to put that in perspective. $2 on this thing isn't the same thing as 10% in other places. So it's going to be a bit of a mover here in FCell, but I'm going to put this one on a side burner. If it had better, the reason it can't make a top of the list is our vol's not very good. Like, it's not doing a ton of pre-market volume here for FCell, but it should be on some radars. Yeah, that's terribly unfortunate for that Oppenheimer upgrade.
I got to ask Joe here because TKO is getting knocked out right now. Like 215 down to 180. It hasn't really caught a bid in the last couple weeks, and you're right back into a level again. And yeah, with like one of the worst UFC cards I've ever seen last weekend there. Yeah, you're gonna have to wait for this 181. I mean, this looks pretty much like that flat bottom break. Like this looks like we are going to break through these April lows again for TKO. And the thing about that is if you do break through there, then you have 175, which I don't think will hold either. And then you're back down into these areas. So again, I don't really know what's completely wrong with this. WWE having problems selling tickets. Like I said, UFC didn't. That was the largest gate in their history on Saturday. But you know, it's one of those names you got to do a little bit more research on because they caught an upgrade. So yeah. TKO today, downside, but an interesting level there to look at. And I just always, you know, Netflix, WWE's on Netflix. Netflix did have, you know, has been getting part of the fight game as well. Not WFC proper. That's Paramount, but you know, this is what Netflix was doing yesterday as well. $75 down to 73. So not a great day for Netflix. We'll see again today down another 1%. And this is looking also, like a potential break zone here for Netflix, breaking underneath that $70 mark. So you're just at 73 today. We'll wait to see what happens again at 70 for NFLX. Looking not so great right there. Yeah, I should say, I don't know if I guess it was the results of the card, right? I mean, the second fight there, Paddy Pimblett was less than a minute, and then so the two main events were less than 1 minute. So, yeah, I don't know. It was just bad. Connor here,
he's hurt.
Blew out his knee. He's having surgery or something. So he went for one of these kicks early there and blew his knee out. So, but anyways, yeah. So that's it. The end of that. So yeah, TKO downside there. Let's have a quick check on IBM, see if that's battling back at all. We are going to go through our rundown very soon. So IBM is on there, so we don't necessarily need to cover this. I just wanted to see what it was doing. Still having a problem with view up there at 230. So, all right, yeah, good coverage there. Thanks, Raheem, for coming through. And let's go back over. Yeah, France versus Spain today. So
big.
Another one, man. The top 4 teams made it to the final 4. Should be great games over the next couple of days. We'll see who can hold fort coming at 3 p.m. But you're with us till then. Let's go back over to the desk.
All right, let's look at the futures, guys. 749 and a fifth is where we closed out yesterday. We got a nice big price spike up on the SPY when we got the CPI numbers retracing a little bit lower. Now we're looking at 755. That's the area that we rejected on Friday as a resistance level. We'll look to that same area today as a resistance level 1. For whatever reason, we've kind of moseyed on up. With some higher lows here. We're no longer looking at 740 as support. In fact, we're looking at 747.5, which acted as a previous area of resistance as well. That's going to be support level number 1, Adara.
Let's take a look here at the Trader TV Live watch list. This gives you a list of all of the expected economic data and earnings releases. CPI came out at 8:30, and you would know if you got the Trader TV Live watch list because it has it on there. It's got any names that are reporting. That Kevin Warsh testimony here for the House at 10 a.m., that's on there. So every piece of information you need, at least that we know of, going into the day to help you tackle that session with just a little bit more ease and confidence. Let's talk about IBM because this company is not confident in their Q2 results. Preliminary Q2 earnings, bit of a bust roof.
It is, Adara. It was not a good look at all. A 7% collapse in their total infrastructure division. That is basically their legacy Z mainframes, if that makes a difference to anybody. There was a silver lining to that part there. There was a surge in their new distributed infrastructure subsegment, which grew at 37% year over year. That's about a $500 million unfilled order backlog for that specific division. But it is also, this report did disclose contracting margins. And that is a bit of a problem here with their GAAP gross profit narrowing by 100 basis points down to 57.7%. He's saying customers pivoted towards a lower margin third-party commodity hardwares. We're talking about servers, storage, and memory. And they skipped entirely IBM's high-margin proprietary transaction processing software. So the SaaS-mageddon, whatever you want to call it, software-mageddon, we're still seeing hints of that trickle out, Adara. And we also saw the CEO really directly cite, large-scale spending by corporate customers on cybersecurity, so much so that they've had to contract their spending in other divisions, one of those divisions, of course, being his. And he did say that there was also basically just front-loading capital expenditures, Adara, that everybody's spending up a storm, and they don't have enough money to go out for software and SaaS, and that's where they're making cuts.
Yeah, not a great look here for these SaaS names. IBM, of course, leading the charge to the downside. Are you guys watching IBM, and what's the play today?
The play right now is to try to fade.
We're on now.
That being said, the market's doing a good job of pulling back in. Now, IBM, for everyone that's in the chat, I know we've got a lot of questions. Why is Palantir down? Why is ServiceNow down? Why is whatever, insert software name here? Understand that this was a shot across the bow at all of the software names because of the reason why the infrastructure was down 7%. They basically came out and told you that their clients are just spending elsewhere, and that's memory, and it's not them, and you're putting a hurt on just on the revenues, but the margins are also starting to contract for them. So it's not a good look. Obviously, you do this so that hopefully it's not so bad at the report. We already went over that it's at a good level. Me personally, this is a level that's kind of already been bought before. So Like I'm not stink bidding a level that we already just got, but I do still like the monthly chart on IBM. For today, I was looking at the IGV 9050 level, just basically right back into like a prior low from mid last week, right here on the 9th. Right about 90.5, where things got the jump start. So on any pushes up, I want to be looking fades in and around that level, because I feel as if we might get like a little bit of a software bounce because the market's looking strong. But that's one place that I want to be looking short. Where I wouldn't have been thinking this yesterday. 24 hours ago wouldn't have even been a thought. No question about it. But it is now. So if we get strong enough, I just realized don't always trade this, but I shouldn't assume we have locates. We do. There we go. So I want to be looking to fade the IGV today, but I want to see it bounce. Like if we're not getting a chance to play, it's at VWAP right now, so even a slight bounce at the open, you don't want to get run over. I think there can be some relief rally in here, but I'd rather play it with the IGV.
Yeah, I was going to say like IBM, what a great long there at 20. So we'll have to wait to see if 220 comes back into play right there. I mean, that was, well bought up for sure, right into these levels. So I feel like we will get smacked right off the open. But if we take VWAP right now, then at least we know there's some kind of strength as we're trying to bring this name back so that, the volume weighted average price, if we can get above that, then, you're above all of this nonsense and we can hopefully retrace back up to the upside. But yeah, a little bit of a shot there at some of the software names. I mean, for me, it was looking at Palantir. I actually have Palantir written down here on the note as well today. Now, everything's changed a little bit because I did write everything down before we even got into this number. But Palantir there, 122. It's coming in right now. So that name hasn't moved that much. We'll see if this can get going there. I was going to say it's getting hit here on IBM early earnings miss, but they're operating at a high level. Their profit margins growing. They're sitting on $2 billion in cash. I mean, Palantir is operating fine. It's just getting hit today. And remember, these guys are protecting the software. It's a little bit of a different story here on the large language model side of things for PLTR. So I'm not super concerned for this story for them, but I do think it's giving you a buying opportunity for PLTR. So down 5%. We had a nice little recovery day a little yesterday. We didn't finish near the highs, I don't think, or did we? Yeah, close enough to it. There on Palantir with a nice little rebound there at the end of the day into the after hours. But yeah, the whole that got hit there right into close, and then that's a nice battle back to close at the highs of the day. So normally, like whenever that kind of stuff happens there for a stock, I like the long the very next day because you have strength there in the last half hour, good imbalances, everything sort of helped this name get higher, and then of course we see what happens here today. So I think Palantir is a bid. We just got to wait for it. So right now it looks like it's 122.50 or so. Let's see what happens there off the open, but I like Palantir better than IBM for a trade today.
Time to talk about oil, something that Trump was talking a lot about yesterday, specifically on Truth Social. USO is still near highs. We know the guardian of the Strait of Hormuz, the position the U.S. is taking, not too well received by Iran and leading to a lot of questions and concerns from analysts and onlookers.
You're absolutely right, Adara, but let's look at some of the technicals. Last week, we spoke about that $80 level on Brent crude, and my position to you guys was at the time that that's where the majority of the short positions, because that's what we were, basically, what's it called? More short positions than longs in this particular instance. They were all hanging around that $80 level. So we were looking for a decisive clearing of 80 to know that the shorts have been pushed out. Well, there was once, twice, and then on the third, OB, he is the one thrice. We took it out, and now we've got a high there of 87.57. So we should be looking for a bigger squeeze up. That's the first thing that I wanted to mention there. But let's get to the actual story itself, Adara. So President Donald Trump, as you said, announced that while the U.S. will protect traffic in the Strait, the administration is going to demand 20% reimbursement fee on all cargo shipped through the corridor. This basically transforms the U.S. Navy into a profit-generating global protection utility. Despite that, though, and despite the guarantees that the U.S. Navy and President Trump are making, you're not seeing the corollary, I should say, effects in the insurance industry, because you're seeing international maritime insurance syndicates, they're entirely stripping war risk coverage for any vessel that's entering the Persian Gulf. And, this kind of forces commercial liners to completely halt transit regardless of guarantees being made by President Trump. But we also know that, reinstating the naval blockade specifically is designed here to stop Iranian ships or customers from entering or leaving. That's basically the shadow fleet that we've been talking about. And Adara, I would submit to you that this affects Asia far more than it affects North American markets because we already have our oil supply generally. Last but not least here, I wanted to mention that quant desks. They're taking a bit of a different view here. What they're looking at, they're already getting their sell programs ready, and they view this 20%, if it's realized, this 20% transit fee as highly inflationary, and it could lead to certain companies or shipping companies completely foregoing that entirely. So we'll have to see if costs increase through different routes.
I'll have to wait and see here in terms of these costs. I do want to let you guys know, though, actually getting comments a couple minutes ago as we were talking about this story from Netanyahu of Israel on the issue, warning Iran against attacking Israel and saying that, quote, any new Iran attack will draw a much stronger response.
So I think, I don't know. I don't necessarily think this whole 20% fee is something that I don't think it really happens. It's the same way that no one really thought that the Iranians doing a toll was going to really be something that's going to happen. No one in the international community is going to want it. All of that being said, it's about the fact that it's an escalation. So despite the goodwill the market has this morning with regards to that CPI print, we still are in that upswing in oil. And congrats. We had a viewer in the afternoon was like, for whatever reason, was thinking 120 on USO or bust. So hopefully they're happy. I don't know why after such a massive move, it was up 9%. Going an extra 1% was the bust for one of our viewers. But hey, you got it, so congratulations. The question now becomes, we've broken away from 115, you've broken away from 119, the trend has been higher. If we get a dip, does it hold on? Does it hold on to that 119? Because we're now back into this tit for tat where oil volatility is just going to be there, and we're going to be a little bit headline driven. So we're going to keep our ears to the ground for headlines. I think the natural reaction on the big spikes in volume usually is to do a bit of a reversion. That wasn't immediately clean at 10:30. And if you went with the trend after the fact, okay, they did the pullback. It didn't get all the way back. It was then a good VWAP play. So I think that kind of a deal. Like if you do any kind of a spike, I don't care if it's up or down, but you get a crazy volume spike, it reverts back to VWAP, look for the VWAP play after that. But it's not about predicting what headline you're going to get. I think in USO, you're reacting to it and then looking for that reversion to either play the reversion to VWAP if you're crafty enough. I think the easier thing to do is when it reverts to VWAP, go in the direction the news took it in the first place.
Yeah, I restarted my computer, so
okay.
I can't do any of that. But no, I think with you about USO, yesterday we were up at that 9%. Today you get another 3% going. I think you all always want to play momentum in this space. Yeah. So we'll continue to look at USO as a long and stock battle again. Another stock.
Actually, let's see how that moves.
Look at it was bouncing around yesterday once it took that 170 mark. They're down 6% today on Neil's screen there. So
yeah, why would battle be down when US was up 3?
That's what I mean. So you got to watch out for all this kind of stuff. So we'll be paying attention to some battle today and some USO. But here it is, man. Bank earnings. Lots to talk about right now. 4 or 5 of them reported. Let's go find out the stories. And then let's pick your poison, decide which one you like. The only that's up right now is Goldman, maybe?
Yeah, that's what I saw.
BAC actually right now poised to open slightly green. They recovered a lot during that earnings call. But yeah, a lot of these you had beating on EPS, beating on sales, but that's really only the tip of the iceberg. Net interest income is certainly going to be on watch, and at least 2 of these off the top of my head, JP Morgan and Wells Fargo, kind of disappointed when it came to NII.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. 3 red, 2 green so far. We'll see how the day finishes. A lot to cover, so I'll just take JPM. He's the biggest of the bunch. $21.2 billion net income headline, and the frantic narrative of a massive rebound in investment banking fees. Of course, SpaceX's contribution here can't be understated there. But let's talk about these headline numbers, Adara, because they obscure how much profit was actually non-operational. So $7.70 EPS. Looks fantastic, right? Let's look into it a bit more. $4.6 billion of that net gain from accounting adjustments on their Visa shares and an additional $1 billion in gains on separate equity investing. Meaning what? Meaning 26% of the blockbuster net income was driven by a one-line item that won't reoccur again. That's some food for thought. And despite the record-breaking revenues across all sectors, institutional desks, they dumped the stock. It's negative here in the morning. And the reason is management unexpectedly hoisted its full year 2026 adjusted expense outlook by up to 107.5 billion. That is up from the $105 billion that they had guided previously. And the reason they're saying is wage expenses that are going up and CapEx. Yes, they are not spared from technology expenses either, Adara. They've been spending up a storm, and that's being reflected here in the numbers.
Yeah, I was seeing a little bit of doom and gloom from CEO of JPM, Jamie Dimon, this morning. That's kind of par for the course for him. Which banks are you guys looking at today?
Well, I mean, ball doesn't lie. I'll still take Goldman and Morgan tomorrow over the rest of them, just because I think you can trust the trading and deal revenue for them to lead the way. As far as the trade goes, we'll just slap the fail because I think it's worthy of it. Because there was the second Sharif said two of five are up. I'm like, what are you talking about? BAC's down, and BAC already bounced. So, that one, we were talking about how we liked the report. It was a good report. That's one that you'd probably look to buy the dip on. But sometimes what will happen, you get that morning call, or the buyers just start to come in a little bit early here on BAC. And now if it's not, the way I look at this now is, well, if you're not getting this kind of a play off of the open, like it just sort of retests and double bottoms 58, like maybe that happens. I don't know. That could happen. It absolutely could happen. But if it's not doing that, then you're just waiting for it to show a close, closing candles over $60, and then you're looking for a breakout play. So this would have been, I would have preferred this one. That's why we were talking about it earlier. All of that being said, I think Goldman Sachs is going to get to all-time highs. Whether or not it's going to do it today, tomorrow, maybe it'll wait till after Morgan Stanley earnings. They don't tend to reward these guys enough, and we've talked about that. Some of it's where they came from, right? Like Goldman Sachs, from these March lows, you're talking about a $300 move. Morgan Stanley's even more. Like Morgan Stanley's gone 50%. Goldman Sachs has gone like 40, almost 40% since March. And I think when you get that kind of a price perfection, there's some ringing of the register in that regard. So if there's one bank that I would look at for the trade, it would be BAC if we get the dip. But I feel like that might have already it's just like the 220 on IBM. It's like, well, it might have already happened.
All right. I was just thinking about JP Morgan, same kind of ways there. We talked about it earlier at 325, really basing out and making us a bottom there. I mean, it looks like it's a pretty clean one. So if we do pull back, which I think we could do, I mean, we will wait to see what these imbalances look like. I was just sort of looking at them. There wasn't too much on there right yet, but, I don't even see any bank names on here, and they're all New York names. Even IBM's a pretty small sell. They're at 89,000. So I don't think there's a lot of interest right now overall in many of these plays. So we'll just have to wait for JP Morgan to come back in. I mean, decent volume, 400,000 shares. I like 325. So we'll have to wait to see if that prints. But 324 is the very bottom. Take a 325 fill. Take a 326 fill. Don't do it on a huge amount of shares. You don't want to stand here in case this is a falling knife. But hey, man, it's a trading show, and I think it's a trading idea down here at 3.25. So 325 long for JP Morgan. Looks good on the daily chart here. Looks great today. For this. I mean, even looks better on the daily chart. Just wicked down a couple times into this level and, made its way back to the north side here. So now that we're all clear on the banks, we have to wait to see where we go now as earnings are going to be part of the story here today, obviously. And I wanted to check out here just real quick because we did look at this before. See, it was 35% chance of a rate hike before the number at 8:30, the CPI number. Now you're down to 13% chance. So it got hit by a third into it, like from 35 down to 13. So right there, man, now you're way less likely to have any sort of an actionable trade, or not trade, but movement on the rate on the 29th of July. So, banks gonna like that, I think, getting back up there to the upside. So yeah, there we go. A couple good stories there. Good, good earnings, really. Only down 1.5%. I think it's fine for JP Morgan and the rest of them. And we talked about using the XLF as maybe your trading tool. Just if you like the banks, you like the situation, you can get them all right here with the XLF. So I like that one as well. KRE, regional banks. Regional banks are still to come. So if you think that JP Morgan and Bank of America, I mean, these are major money center banks. But if you're looking at interest rate sensitive banks, you might be looking more at the regional banks. And there it is. They're having a nice little move here as well. So we'll see if they can get upside there, especially with the new rate information that we have. It looks like we will get no cut or no hike actually come July the 29th. But today is Kevin Warsh, so we will be able to figure out what the Warsh, what are they calling the task Warshes today is going to be coming through. So KRE, XLF on look today.
You got to wonder if there's some kind of polymarket bet somewhere and how many times the words task force are said during this. We're going to have to wait and see. We don't have to wait and see about Apple, though. AAPL is near pre-market lows, despite a really, really strong performance yesterday, or at least to start yesterday off here. KeyBank downgrading the stock here to underweight with a $250 price target.
Concerns over iPhone pricing, carrier subsidies, and what they're calling a decelerating upgrade cycle, hardware upgrade cycle. Mainstream reports kind of attribute the downgrade to theoretical future slowdowns, kind of missing the firm's proprietary, what they're calling KFLD. What does that stand for? KeyBank First Look Data. This apparently tracks millions of real-time U.S. customer credit card transactions. And what it revealed was that spending on Apple products violently, according to the report, not my words, fell 2% month over month in June. What they don't talk about there is the historical tendency of spending to drop on hardware devices as we get close to new product launches. Of course, I'm talking about the September product launch where we're expecting a plethora of new products. That's nowhere to be found in their report. Moreover, their mathematical modeling reveals that recent mid-cycle price hikes ranging from $200 on iPads, $300 on MacBooks, and $1,300 for Mac Studios. That is their high-end computer, of course. They've triggered price elasticity of demand greater than one. What does that mean? That means every extra dollar, this is according to the company, okay? Meaning every extra dollar added to the price tag is physically destroying more than 1 unit of customer demand. That is according to them, but we do know that there's a lot of new products coming out that they don't have information on and that we don't have any historical price comparisons. So to make those comparisons would be a misnomer. I think this is really interesting to basically downgrade them to underweight the day after they make all-time highs. Interesting look.
Yeah, I also want to say here, there was some positive news for Apple as well. Beyond any analyst conjecture, you had the company here, according to IDC, I was seeing roughly 20% growth here year over year for their global shipments for Q2 for China. And that's when global shipments in China generally declined. So Apple does have a positive catalyst here in addition to that downgrade. How are you guys looking at AAPL?
Look, any way you cut it, it's going to be topping tail candle and in the midst of an all-time high, like kind of pullback. And if it is a little bit of expensive, it's because they've justified it for a long time compared to some of the other mags. But it does feel like you're in a bit of a jaunt to retest support. But support is support. It is upward trending. You've got 306-ish, 305.5 to 307. Call that about the 306 area. If things get hairy, that's where you look today on Apple. We're a bit of ways away from that, and the market's up a point and looks pretty strong. So I don't know. It doesn't feel like that's going to be it. We already talked some BAC. You know we're going to be looking at I already talked about silver. SK Hynix is going to be in play, which we'll talk about there next. But I don't know that we drop $7 on Apple today. If we do, then that's the place that I'd be looking. I think valuation and all-time high, make an all-time high and reject it, pull back, at least a couple of days here.
Yeah, no, I was looking yesterday. We really ran that Apple early, man. We ran it from 320 on this break higher, and we didn't even have it on our radar yesterday. And then this started happening right off the jump, right? And so we actually waited for it to take 320, and when it did, we punched along, and it was huge. But then it only came back. It was the number one stock for me yesterday. But then it came back all day, and yeah, pretty sad for Apple yesterday to come back in right into some of those pre-market levels again, and held pretty good, right? And then now today, it's disappointing to see that we're basically under that 316. So for me, that's a short if we get anywhere up there. Down 1.26%. Obviously, we've seen the NASDAQ start to go to the downside as well, although battling back right now on CPI number. Obviously, it's had a nice day with the CPI. And you can see Apple, even when that happened, it just tanked moments after. So yeah, I don't think that there's too much positivity here around AAPL today. I think we got a little bit excited yesterday as it was taking out all-time highs. So just a rest day there for Apple. Again, we got to get above this 200 period if I'm going to trade it. So it's got to break 315. So if we could break 315 on Apple, then I think we can probably hit that long. I think we would like it if that happens. So Apple above 315, we can look for a long. 316 is more clear sailing because that was yesterday's bottoms. So yeah, we want to get the Austin 316 happening right there on a break for Apple. But
Don't miss.
yeah, right now I would say it's red. Like it's a red idea here today. Short side for Apple. Only 1 minute left. Oh my God, SK Hynix.
Imbalances.
A bounce here for SKHY. You've got two of these leverage ETFs, 2x long SKHX and one-time short SKHZ entering the picture today. Great look for SKHY pre-market.
Yeah, SK Hynix are racing a 9% decline. Same thing with Samsung, up 3%. Let's see how they trade in North American markets.
Good luck, everyone, at that opening bell.
166 was the opening day low on Friday on SK Hynix. So that level, it's already shown you a top at the 830 number and then now a consolidation off of that. So there's that and there's VWAP. So if you're looking for key price levels, VWAP also loosely corresponding and maybe even the prior day high. So that VWAP prior day high will be the keys. For that, didn't really get the chance to talk too much about silver, but we got the opening bell now.
Yes,
and it's
sir.
brought to you by VFS. That is ticker VFS. It is VinFast. Want to shout them out for sponsoring said opening bell. As IBM did bad things to software. Oh, good. Did bad things to software. It's back to 225 after briefly tagging 230. Already starting to come back in here. First look for me, I'm going to be looking at the IGV, as that did just pop off of the open. So pop an IGV off of the open. We didn't talk about SpaceX. That just got up 2% in this relief rally.
Yeah, here goes NVIDIA right now as well. I wrote down 205. We can have a quick little look to see if NVIDIA gets into 205 today. That would be a long for me. So we'll wait and see. I mean, again, we don't want to sit around and be waiting for something to happen and get run over. But we'll keep watching that one. That's NVIDIA. And then Palantir also, man. I mean, 122 is a look that we had on PLTR. So we'll have to continue to wait for that. I don't even have any bids out right now. So we'll put a bid out for Palantir at 122. But it's NVIDIA right now to the downside. Oh, here goes. Come on, charts. Switch. There it is. Okay, there's Palantir. Nicely going now onto the upside there. And IBM, one more look right there. What's up, USO 120? We got this yesterday, Willis Addison there. Yeah, good call.
Yeah. It was
on that one. Here comes IBM right back in. Yeah, we'll look at USO in just a couple minutes. We want to thank everybody that's watching us right now on TikTok, on YouTube, everywhere. Thanks, Peter. Thanks, Bravely, there for all of your help there on TikTok as well. No matter where you are, guys, we want to thank you for watching us. Enjoy it on TikTok, on Twitch, on Twitter, on YouTube. So here comes IBM. Watch out for that 220 area. NVIDIA pulling back in, and what a surprise, man. Looks like the NASDAQ is trying to go for a little bit of a move back in, like right back to CPI levels again. Seems like is happening right now for the market.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, you're going to talk about what's going on crazy in this upside. One of the strongest things was going to be Bitcoin, but what I noticed was Bitcoin straight to the upside, and SLV has been pulling back. So I'm looking for this to break trend and then take a shot at it underneath. It's prior day highs as well, just a little bit above, but I want to look for a trend break here. As we got a super chat, throw the Z's. I love the show, aka Lavadera. Give some love to BTC, please, Moon. Whether it's BTC, BMNR having a fantastic day today, all of crypto looking incredibly strong, relatively strong. That's one of the reasons why I'm a little bit more bearish on SLV. And I want to play this one if it breaks that.
Oh
trend.
no, there goes IBM.
Nothing. Did it lose 220?
Yeah, I just lost 220. I should have punched it and I didn't. Well, you couldn't have anyways. But there goes IBM right now in absolute blood, like the.
That's not even a good enough key.
Yeah, no, that's a bad one there.
You gotta get something worse.
Well, we have market red. We have this one. Oh, I don't have my stream deck up. But there we go, man. Yeah, it's a downside play there. Now, wow, 218. So we had looked at 220, man, and had hoped that would have a chance of holding. Not really. IBM just straight down now, $10 even off the open, 227 down to 218 for IBM International Business Machines. And my guy here, NVIDIA, is also pulling back. Look at the NASDAQ making those lows or trying to come into it anyways. We'll take a little bit of a bid here. It's a little early, 9:33, but there it is. First trade right now on NVIDIA. We want to look for 205. So we're trying to, oh, there it is. We got it. That's the real bid that we wanted down there at 25s or 30s, but we took it a little early on the 200 period. So now we're trying to be patient here. with NVIDIA. Let's see if it can mature upside here. NVDA, looking to see if we, I always want to get out on the pre-market kind of lows, but that's too low down there. Well, that's actually 204.50. Yeah, we can wait for some 204.50s. Let's give this a little bit of room here. It's NVIDIA so far.
Yeah, look, nothing's really hitting yet. SLV's really not moving. SK Hynix does not seem to even want to pull back into any reasonable level, so that doesn't seem to be a play just yet. Oh, okay, now that I say it, it is starting to pull back. So SK Hynix 166 was the low on day one on Friday of the ADR opening. Then you've got VWAP, which is up here. There's a breakout price, and I like the prior highs a little bit better than that. So probably 162.5. If it doesn't get to VWAP, I don't want to be chasing this up top because I think that's a little bit too perilous. Just not really seeing. Silver doesn't want to do anything, which is very disappointing. The IGV still trend up, despite 4%. That push down that you just saw breaking that 220 on IBM. The IGV is still putting in new fresh highs, but there's always that reversion play that I'm going to be able to like. So if the market looks weak right now, remember, we're still past breakout levels on the NQ. We catch a bounce there and in the chips, and I think that whole software down, everything else up can finally come into play. But still no break on SLV. Trying to be patient about that one. If I'm going to go into a short on something, you got to show me the confirmation. It's now IGV back. Come on, charts. There we go. You got to show me this trend break. It's just not happening yet.
Yeah, we are. We tried to watch out. I mean, Marvell's up 4% here. I did like NVIDIA down there at 205, but here we go, man, breaking lower. So we got to, again, looks like we could possibly take this L right here on NVIDIA as it's really come in, chasing it. We only have 1.5 units. We're not being irresponsible here at all, trying to give NVIDIA a little bit of room to breathe, but it is pulling back in right now. NVDA, again, a level that I like, not the greatest right now for NVIDIA, watching out for 204. All right, BAC, yeah, I mean, I don't know. We were surprised there. When you have the conference call going on, anything can happen. And right now, BAC is continuing to go higher. And yes, to answer your question, Shrimpy Mac, first of all, love some shrimps for sure, especially on the Barbie these days, man. Nothing like some surf and turf going through, that's for sure. Maybe I can get some at Farm Boy. I don't know. I have to ask Joe. But here we go. Nice move up there. We had some El Diablo sausage. I was showing those to Joe yesterday. Very, very great sausage there. We love that. But okay, so there it goes, man. Nice breaking through $60. Yeah, I think BAC could continue. You might have had the winner here on the bank name so far today. Goldman Sachs is cooking. But there's JP Morgan. Yeah, buddy. Things turning upside there now. Now goes green on JP Morgan. We said it was giving us a base right down there at 225. So there goes JP Morgan. And we also suggested maybe looking at the XLF. But you can see today, man, the NASDAQ, ES, both trying to pump through, but holding VWAP right now. So it's a nice move for JP Morgan. I can only imagine that Goldman Sachs also trying to stack up here as well. Up 5% now for Goldman. So yeah, man, some of these names getting a little bit better before they're getting any worse now. It's Goldman Sachs with a nice move today, up 4%. So congratulations to that one. And then I'm looking at Palantir, but looks like we missed that bid there. It didn't get the memo that IBM was tanking. I wrote down 122 here.
They don't care.
Yeah, they don't care. I wrote down 122 there for Palantir on the note. It looks like the bottom happened right away off the open, 122.70. So not enough for me, man. I'm bidding 122 quarters right now on Palantir. So I'll still sit there and wait to see if we can get it back to the upside. But there it goes, man, now 125. And I'm just watching out for this. We could have just got out at O's. So maybe let's put an offer now just for 20% or so in and around 205 there, just because we haven't had the reaction that I thought maybe we would get there. There we go. We take some
IBM 220.
IBM 220 backside again. Okay, so here we go. Now we're long in the money all of a sudden now on NVIDIA.
Yeah, but IBM back through 220. So it did the fault. I'm not going to call it a false break. It dropped $5 through the 220 levels. I'm not calling it a false break because that's not what it is. But bottoming tail candle, maybe I thought silver might have been something this morning. I thought SK Hynix was going to give us an entry. And the first thing is going to look reversion on this bottom tail and then to VWAP. I think this is kind of real for IBM. So I think scalp trading is going to be the way to go. I'm going to give it to 219 if I get my stop order in there. and just look for this to hold into that volume weighted average price. I actually chased a little bit. I was trying to get it tighter to the 220 levels. I'm going to try and get some actual 220s, and then we'll see if we can't get into the volume weighted average price. So this ends up being the first trade on IBM. Bit of a surprising one because I'm staring down. Like that market pulls all the way back in, and silver now holding the trend and wanting to break out. Well, it's this simple. If it's holding VWAP and holding the trend, then I got to respect that and start looking for like a scalp VWAP long there for sure. And the other place, if you're looking, and I know we had a super chat about IBIT and crypto in general, almost clean off of VWAP and starting to go higher. A lot of the strength at 930 was in crypto land and looking incredibly good. One more before we continue on. We didn't get much of a chance to talk about SpaceX. For the first time in forever, we haven't really done anything on SpaceX. 145. Remember where it died yesterday at 145 bucks? I'm not including this one in the automatic, the market bounces here and this has to hold. So 145, yesterday's top prior support. We get there, I'd look reversion. That's at least one short idea.
Look, we've seen this before here where NVIDIA is just absolutely cranked lower and for no reason at all, from what I can see. And we don't want to sit around and, unfortunately be victim to this move. So, we just cleared out a little bit there at 205, giving us back to basically flat. And I've put those back in right down here at 204. But if we break through 204, I'm going to get out. We don't need to see this happen. Surprised at what is happening. I'm going to get out of 100% of this trade. And it won't be that big of a hit. We have one unit. Actually, we have a unit and a half now on this. So it's not, normally I'd be layered into this, but it's definitely not operating the same way as the market. And NVIDIA right now looks like it wants to even go red on the day, which is not something that I had expected. And here it comes right. Wow, is AMD also getting hit here as well? Looks like we'll go for one
Intel's
on our first. No, AMD's cruising right now, up 5%. So yeah, man, I think NVIDIA will be battling back at some point today, but what I think doesn't really matter if the market's not acting properly. So we'll have to wait to see if that is a trade that we can get back into. Oracle was another one of those names that was really crushed there early off IBM. And as you can see now, IBM maturing back up. And so it looks like Oracle is trying to get there too.
Oh, you say that.
IBM fell back in only because it broke through 220 again.
It did. It got to 221.5. Hey, look, it's a green candle. It got to 221.5 and immediately pulled right back in here. But it's kind of on shaky ground, everybody. So this is like an SSR type of play. I still think this is a bad story overall for IBM, and I think you're resting your laurels on the dip buyers liking a little bit of value here, and maybe liking the fact that they still get some quantum aspect out of it. But when I looked across the board to see some weakness in chips, like if I think something was a short, I usually go up to SMCI. On my iPad, I wrote 29 down, thinking the market could have gotten this higher, but even SMCI is not going to be too much of a play. I know we haven't really talked too much again about SK Hynix. It's still looking pretty good, but look at this. See that upward trend? Yeah, it's 940. If this doesn't hold, that's one heck of a reversal pattern. Like, look at the 170 level. Typically, I like shorting that kind of a move in there for a false break to the upside. So if you can hold this and break out some tops, different story on SK Hynix. I'm just not chasing this one. This was $150 at the open of Blue Ocean last night, and then 160 in the pre-market, and all of a sudden now you're trading at 168. So I'm trying not to chase an SK Hynix. You don't want to get that FOMO, end up buying, and then just flushes right through you. So still just going to stick with that IBM and looking for the volume weighted average price. I do have like halfway to VWAP. I've got a scalp trade in here for 222. If we get that, take about $1.50, and then just try to get the rest of the scalp in at that VWAP.
Yeah, no, I was just looking over there at SK Hynix as well, but yeah, not really at that level. We were talking about maybe shorting through that 172 area, but that doesn't look like that's happening. We almost got back to flat, by the way. NVIDIA got through into 60s right there and stopped moving. So yeah, it does look like, especially with this market trying to bounce there and NVIDIA not doing it, it does look like there's going to be a problem here. People talking about people talking about ARM and Marvell. I guess Marvell was up 4%. I don't know. Yeah, it still is. Okay, so at least that's holding for now. But someone said ARM was a bloodbath there today. Yeah, 288. Yeah, what's going on with ARM? Did we get a story here?
The Apple story, cell phone demand, right?
Cell phone demand, yeah.
It's got. I'm guessing.
Yeah, that's a good guess. ARM is in.
Actually, it's funny because the same group that downgraded Apple actually maintained overweight and raised the price target on ARM. So it's
Really?
related, but not at all for the reason that I was expecting here. Again, raising its price target on ARM here from $300 to $430 is KeyBank with an overweight rating.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just guessing at it. Like, that's the thing. Like, you know what ends up happening is you do too much of this whole, there needs to be a reason to the madness. And then just remember, ball don't lie, price don't lie. At the end of the day, like, does it really matter what anybody thinks the reason why ARM is relatively weak right now, or why IBM's down 24% as opposed to, like, it could be down 10%, it could be down 12%. The ball doesn't lie here. I just think that if you're looking for the explanation, it's great if something makes sense to you. But yeah, down 3.8 for ARM. The other thing to consider, this is something which is in a downtrend and not really holding its support. Is it crazy to think that ARM could be at $200? I'm not sure that's so crazy. I'm really not. Not at this point. So IBM, it's dancing, but my goodness, are they selling?
Yeah, same thing happens.
Like it's crazy. Like it'll get right to 221, and then immediately they're starting to come right back in. So I haven't really moved the offer. I'm looking for it to pop to 221, and that'll be a bit of exit liquidity. But that's seeming like it's almost a little bit too greedy. I might pop a little closer to the buck instead of like $1.52. We got a super chat from Nick. SoFi, you like the move up
What?
on did 20 break?
What?
No.
SoFi never moves up, does it?
Well, it's moving up now. Sorry about
Okay.
the charts. They're a little slow this morning. 18.6 for SoFi. That's a huge gap to be filled. And remember what happens when it gets close to $20 if it ends up getting up there. This wasn't on my radar today because I liked me some BAC on earnings day. And we're not getting the dip into 58 on BAC. I'm going to slap. Regardless of how this day works out, we're going to fail for that. The banks usually give you like one shot. If it's bank's earnings day and you want to buy the dip on a bank, you're probably only going to get one good crack at it off of the open. And if you miss that one, you're stuck in chase and FOMO mode, and that's where it's at. All right, so now we're through. We're finally through that 221. Just hit 222 on IBM. Really, I'm just looking for VWAP in 225 because I still think this is a bit of a dog. And when it gets to VWAP, I might even look short on IGV. So far, so good. And every time I pull up IGV, I'm putting up Blue Ocean. Look at the rest of the software names here today. All green candles. Palantir's probably through the moon at this point, with IGV just blasting into prior highs. So it's an IBM story, no questions asked. And they just decided, hey, we're going to buy the dip in everything that wasn't IBM.
Nice, yeah, good patience there with IBM for sure at that 220 level. Good level there. Okay, so we are off by about a buck on NVIDIA there. So we did get taken out at 204, but once we sort of saw that it was, you know, trying to buy that back up, we wanted to play that bottom wick. So we did do that, and then, you know, just trying to look. If I would have held it all, we would have made it all back. But right now we'll be down, you know, not that much, but we're still going to be down on this as we try to hold this back to the upside. I only have a third left of this reload down there, and it wasn't even a reload, it was just a new position. We did get stopped out. It did break 204 on that action. I kind of am trying to learn something here. Like, if when I get stopped out, there's like a wick down there, it means that there's been other traders. And I don't see like a huge amount of volume there, so that's kind of goes against it. But like a big wick down there and then a stop and then a move higher, I just use that now as my out. So, you know, in waiting, people always say that, you know, Sean, you should be a little more patient in that. I do agree with that. There's no doubt about that. But, you know, at the same time, it could have bounced at 204.50. And if it would have done that, then I would have been more happy. I would have been happier. There it is now, another out there. Wow, now $1.20 in the money on that one as it's trying to go higher as well. Meta was on the comeback as well today. 661, man, that's been a nice move higher off the open. It looks like we are trying to hold some of those CPI gains. What a great bounce off VWAP there for the market, though. That was a pretty sweet one. So you're seeing that, and now you're seeing Meta up to 662. I feel like this was the levels from yesterday. Into here. Yeah, so 664 basically highs into yesterday. So we'll see if Meta can get going. Try to hold on to this NVIDIA in case it is a good day, but wow, what a day for AMD again. Like new, I don't want to say all-time highs because it's not, but we're getting into that area again. 575, man, we traded up to 575 off the open. Wow, now pull back into triple fives, and we'll see where that's going from there. But now, wow, big movement there. And then I just saw SPCX just hit on the scanner. What's that doing? Ooh, up to 143 and falling back now.
Oh, I wanted 45.
So this one just came right back into VWAP again for SPCX. Yeah, I didn't really write down any levels for this. I was looking at SK Hynix, but SpaceX on the move back in here.
45 is just from yesterday.
Yeah, for SpaceX. Yeah, I didn't really look at it there today, but I don't mind this VWAP trade there on SpaceX if we're trying to go a little long right here. I just don't know if the long is right, but good area for SpaceX 141.
Yeah, no doubt. SpaceX, for the first time in a while, it just hasn't been the front of the radar. Lozo just mentioned Crowd and PanW are both printing. I want to point out and thank you guys for putting in your symbols that you're interested in. Remember, in the chat, $ticker, $ticker. And that way it'll end up on our radar. It'll end up on our stock visualizer. Tesla has a chance to go red with market strength, so that's worth watching. Because most things are absolutely flying to the upside. So if you found some relative weakness, you want to file that one away and set it aside. Again, I'm still just in IBM. SK Hynix, no pullback into the 66. Look at the wick into the volume weighted average price. It's just instantly back up $1. So chasing this one was probably the right thing. It's weird. Sometimes patience is good. Aggression probably would have been better. And SK Hynix, but again, I'm not going to do it. IBM's still just kind of cruising back into this volume weighted average price. I just want to get VWAP. And then the second I'm getting VWAP here, I'm looking curl in the IGV. Still only green candles for the IGV.
Oh my God.
As it's absolutely blasting, but it's starting to show some signs of a top. So the reversion in that one could be coming. Market looking good. And I think a lot of it, and we haven't talked about DRAM. There's so much we didn't get into because of this IBM stuff. DRAM holding VWAP as well. But I want this hold VWAP and break a trend. You got to do it.
This is absolutely insane on Palantir. Palantir straight up $5.
It's crazy.
It's straight fire right now, only down now 1% as PLTR getting excited here again a little bit. So that's a good trade there if anybody's got the long on Palantir. Nice battle back for Google. They're at like sort of an inflection point here where you're at the pre-market. Google, come on, chart change. Where you're at sort of the pre-market highs now for Google, coming right into some of these plays. We got as high as 354, but right into here, 353 and change, trying to hold out on VWAP. I mean, everything was on sale early, and nice move higher, but I'm just trying to wait to see if the market's doing anything. Let's go back over and take a look at the banks. Wow, JP Morgan, new all-time highs today for JP Morgan, up 2%. So it's close enough to all-time highs, isn't it, Joe, there, buddy? If it closes here, it's a new all-time high. Closing, I don't know if some of these wicks are there. We didn't even get to 343 today, yet we have a wick up there. That's 343. So yeah, new all-time highs incoming there, if not already, for JP Morgan, which means probably Goldman Sachs as well. Yeah, Goldman, wow, up 6%, another bank name that we're into that one as well. We love, and I said this yesterday, man, I said the banks are a good spot here. And you guys asked me yesterday, is it worth holding on to some of these banks, heading into tomorrow? And there it goes, man. Nice movement today for these bank names, and it's still high. Get higher, man. Banks on a roll there today. Another one, Citigroup and WFC, the last one, as we'll look at them all. And they're all upside right now. I don't know if WFC is. I shouldn't say all of them. Yeah, WFC's not.
Down.
But good recovery from them, 84 to 88 right there for Wells Fargo, but still making the most of a great earnings day, it looks like today for the bank names. Maybe a little bit of a pullback, but hey, that's a nice shot there. Goldman Sachs is up huge, man. Like Neil said, they magically found some billions of dollars there. So that's well reported and well respected today. But Alibaba, wow, 112 and change. That's trying to come through as well. Hey, put whatever you guys want in the chat, man. We're trying to look for some new names if you guys have anything here. UBXG, and a shout out to everybody that's here on our chat with us, man. Everybody on YouTube, shout out to Calvin. Let me see if we've got anybody on TikTok around here. I don't see anybody. Post up if you're on TikTok, man. I'd love to shout you out. Pitch Bull's here as well. Tony's here. MF Dane Generous. IREN going boom, apparently, according to ABCT, right there. Roger as well. Shout out to everybody there. I thought I saw someone on TikTok, but that was not it. But yeah, look, here we go, man. UBXG, another name just getting going right now. 8 million shares today. UBXG going higher just off of a halt, a double halt right there for that one. YXT, okay, that's nothing. That's a small one. AXTC, nothing again. Oh, here's our VEE, another name here halting today. We had this yesterday, man, and VE halting once again. Yeah, went up to $38. in the after hours there yesterday. So VEE going upside. But here it is, man. It's NVIDIA. So far, so good here as we're up decently on NVIDIA now, up $1.20.
Yeah, so just very quickly, you'll see I did take that I said I was going to go out IBM. Didn't quite get to VWAP. We took what we could on it, and then the first curl on IGV, we'd go short. I also got silver breaking the trend. Of course, it happened at exactly the same time.
Silver.
Come on, IBM. There, I get to hit enter like multiple times. No, but it just came right into 223 multiple times and just couldn't break. You get a pullback off of it, so I'm like, the next pop into 223, we'll just take that out in front, and I was going to go short into IGV, so we'll take the win. It's not as big as we would have liked, but we'll take what we can get. SLV was a simple trend break, so here's your higher lows. There's the trend break. Volume weighted average price sits at 53.4. So we'll take a couple outs into that and then look for 53 is the key price. So if it breaks VWAP, I got to be looking 53 because that's the prior day. There you go. There's your prior day highs. So it's a trend break, but VWAP, then we want those lows at 53. So we'll see what happens there. And SK Hynix, man, just gone. SK Hynix, 172.
Ooh, I don't mind these shorts up here.
SK Hynix. Yeah, well, that's sort of the thing. Like eventually, you get to a price where I'm no longer looking. You're just not looking long up here. I'm going to be looking for a trend break and some kind of a short. Maybe a false break of a big even dollar level could be a way to get in. I don't know, but this one is definitely gone. So I'm imagining DRAM is going to be doing some, putting in some work. No, it's not. Wake up, DRAM.
I shorted a little bit here.
What is DRAM doing? Nothing.
Yeah, I don't know what it's doing. Here, we have to look at SKHY. I have to look at I'm just going to go into 172. So here's a longer look there because of the switch over of the symbol. So, we had looked at this before, and, if you just sort of ranch it up right into these levels right here, kind of where we closed. Well, not where we closed. This was in the after hours, and we sort of gapped down, and obviously I stop it at 7 o'clock there, or 8 o'clock, sorry. So that was sort of one of the highs there. I mean, if you're really looking for a high, 174, all the way up here, 176, 177 is where we touched out at. So, yeah, we're going to be in this, but watch out for that break. And it looks like, yeah, we are getting a lot of love here for SK Hynix. What just happened there? Okay, it broke, and then I don't know what just happened. We got stopped. I don't know. Anyways, we got to get back into SK Hynix. We should have had a winner there. I must have broke 173. All right, what's up, Adara? 172 now? No, what's going on? What's up, Adara?
Keep an eye on Uber, UBER, seeing a whole bunch of headlines sharing some speculation that this company is going to be trying to acquire Delivery Hero. We've heard similar comments before, but again, seeing a whole bunch of headlines come out here. Uber reportedly in advanced talks, to take over Delivery Hero. Keep an eye on UBER.
Oh, I was just saying to Neil, that would have been huge. Like, we just got stopped out at 173 break, and I look over, and it's at 172.50. And then it's a good thing we were able to get back in, but now it's just $1 in the money. But, wow, that would have been huge. We could have had our whole position there. But it breaks right there out of nowhere and then just comes right back in. So now let's see if we can hold a little bit of that. That's too bad. Like, if I just was a little delayed on putting my order out, we would have been fine. But it does break. Look, we get out right there at 170. Our out is fine. We got out at we didn't even have that much of a loss there. 172.60, but it does, I guess, break through. So yeah, SK Hynix, boo on you right there. Not a great trade there. But we got stopped out on it, so I don't know exactly what was going on there. But SK Hynix right now to the downside. Hopefully we can hold on to that one for a minute.
Yeah, and
172.64. Yeah,
I did miss that story. We were sort of chatting about
Isn't that crazy though? I put the 173, and then the price I get out at is 64 the other side.
It's SK Hynix has been doing that, where you're getting like it does these weird false breaks where like one dark pool prints above a price, triggering a bunch of orders, but it never really trades above because it's a little bit more thin. Uber, here, we'll just get this out of the way. Just to give some quick thoughts on Uber. No, that's all I wanted to say about Uber, the gates of hell.
Yeah.
Really nothing to add to it there. If you want to look for some bottom, that's a stock that it does not giving you any reasons. About the same as what I think about this candle that got me into the IGV. By the way, IBM got to VWAP, so you take 2 when it could have gone 4, but it doesn't mean you change the strategy. Was looking for the reversion. It was just too good of risk to reward not to take that shot. But ultimately, that one's not going to work out. We'll see how silver does here. SLV, I should say, it's not really silver. We're at VWAP, and then the rest of this will be pulling back into the prior high. So it's a setup that you're going to take. This one is working, but if it bounces the volume weighted average price, stop now just into the break even, right? It's gotten to VWAP. I like VWAP for a reason. Do not want to let this turn into any kind of a losing trade. Now we can just start looking at some other stuff in here. I want it to be all over BA. Well, I mean, BAC is actually calming down a little bit here. So there might be a chance to play this off of $60 and VWAP the prior day high. So maybe a pullback, see if it can hold on to that $60 level, up 1.7%. The dip buys from the bank stocks on earnings, they tend to just be in the pre-market. You got to be willing to grit your teeth sometimes and hold through the earnings call, I guess.
Yeah, for sure. That's too bad there about this one there for SK Hynix. That's okay. All right, SMCI, NVIDIA, Affirm. Just trying to see if there's anything else on the radar here. Alibaba down to 112. Let's look at Google quickly, a name that we talked about earlier. We could check out, VE just halted again, by the way. Google only up 0.36 right now. So yeah, yesterday we said we'd look at this when it was, it's just reopened again, actually at 9:57. So there it goes now we reopened at 9:57, did not rehalt. But there goes VEE again. Yeah, there's the reopen. And it's just been downside, so it opens back up at 26, coming back into 24, and now trying to get a little higher here is VEE. So we'll see where that one winds up going now. Hopefully breaks through 26 for those of you that are long. That's what you're looking at right now on VE is, what is the name? I'm just going to keep calling it VE there. Well, that is basically Twin V Power. So yeah, there it goes. Breaking through 26 would be a pretty decent trade, I would think. So we can see if that winds up happening right there. Possible halt on board again if it does break that. That looks like 26.50 would be the level there. We could try to go long. Breaks through 26.50. Not horrible there. Yeah, this like you mentioned the IGV there. I know you're in it, or you looked at it and been talking about it a bit there with IBM as well as IGV. But yeah, look at Palantir and these software names. Just Palantir now green. And we had written it down here, and we just said what we could on. We tried to do it the best we could there. 122 long. I said this exactly. Getting hit here, and it shouldn't be on IBM. And we know it's a strong name, Palantir. So there it goes right there, back up to the upside, up 0.5. So, sometimes stocks take sort of shrapnel, and that looks like that's what's happened there with Palantir. You may not like the stock. I get it. A lot of people don't like Alex Karp, but this is a money printing machine, man, and Palantir doing the best it can right now to get a little higher.
What's a good chart to look at? When you're considering some of the software names, go look at take the chart of the actual stock performance, and then just take the chart of their revenue growth and put those side by side.
Okay. Yeah,
and if the revenue growth is still going at the same rate and the stock is going in the other direction, that's another way. Instead of just looking at valuations, because valuations are crazy, then what are you going to do? You have to look at something else. If that starts to diverge too much, then that's when you can pick them up. And I think that's a case for Palantir. This is insanity, though. That's program buying. That's what program buying looks like. If anyone ever wondered what it looks like when you have a program that's buying stock, that's what it is. Keep in mind, when something changes, that's a good spot to take profit. Literally, one red candle, and that's where some people will probably start to look to trail. Let's go up to Adair at the desk, 10 o'clock. What's happening now?
I'll tell you what should be happening at any moment. Kevin Warr starting his testimony here at the House Financial Services Committee. This is his semi-annual testimony. His prepared remarks already came out. He said that if the Fed gets policy right, and they will, according to him, the inflation surge of the last 5 years will be a thing of the past. So he's coming in very confident to this House Financial Services Committee. We also had comments here coming in the first half hour of the trading session from National Economic Council Director Kevin Hassett. He was asked about President Trump's comments yesterday that Iran and the market didn't react too strongly to, about the idea of 20% tariffs, more or less here, 20% fees here for cargo ships. Kevin Hassett said that's just one idea, not necessarily one I guess the U.S. would be going with. Keep an eye on IBM. International Business Machines right now just grinding to the downside, though it has bounced a little bit here off of these lows. Q2 preliminary earnings a lot weaker than expected, and CEO Arvind Krishna said, and I quote, "This quarter we faltered," during the comments about this quarter. Let's take a look here at JP Morgan Chase, which is really strong on the day and continuing to be strong on the day. Great push here off the open for this stock, beating here Q2 EPS and sales estimates despite net income a little bit worse than what we were expecting. And last but not least, let's talk about SK Hynix, SKHY. This name continuing kind of in an uptrend here. not even just from the open, from these lows that we made around 8 a.m. Barclays initiating coverage on SK Hynix. It's its third session of trading in America following its U.S. debut / U.S. IPO. Of course, an established name here in South Korea. Barclays gave this company an overweight rating and a $330 price target. We also are now seeing some leverage ETFs for this name starting to trade today. We're going to send you over to Sean and Neil, but do make sure to like and subscribe if you enjoy the content, and stick with us all day, every day.
Thanks, Adara. But there's an offer, you traders, and your broker ain't giving it to you. I bet you that. Markets have been extremely active lately, can you tell? And for traders, this environment's going to create big opportunities. Big moves mean more setups and more momentum. But if you really want to take advantage of those conditions, you need a couple of things. You got to have some discipline, and you got to have access to capital. And that's where Trade the Pool is going to come in. Instead of being limited by the size of your own account, traders can access the firm's capital and focus on executing their strategy and managing risk. No more fear of blowing up your personal account. No more moving your stop loss too early because you're worried about losing your own savings. This is what's called limited risk trading. So if you want to take advantage of the volatility in today's markets without risking your own capital, visit tradethepool.com. Scan the QR code you see out in front of you. I want to shout out to Trade the Pool. Thanks for sponsoring this portion of the show. Markets at VWAP and looking like it's breaking lower. Silver is not the market. This is the NASDAQ, which is trying to break lower. Remember, oftentimes, 930 number, the first candle top, if you don't ever break it off of the open, retracing to where we came from is going to be the case. So I want 53s on this. We'll get out there and then try to reevaluate next. Don't want to let this get back above VWAP. I'd probably take another leg out if we hold above that volume weighted average price, but pulling right back in. Oh, and by the way, IBM right back to 220.
Oh, really?
So, yeah, you mean, look, Palantir may be going absolutely ham and Microsoft might be doing well, but IBM's right back into 220. So that didn't, like, it was a muted bounce, but you take what you can get. Remember, they're the ones the CEO just crapped on his own stock for being real.
Yeah, I know, exactly. So you got to be careful with what's going on over there with IBM and the whatnot. But there's SK Hynix now, 350, as Neil just read. Bigger momentum, bigger moves can be had in these markets. And, I agree with that. So we're bouncing right now off VWAP 168.40. So, thinking about putting out a bid down there. I'm actually at 168.20s now. So we could go to 168.40 on SK Hynix and just, it's just too bad that we got stopped out there, of course. But hey, man, that's going to happen. Let's go to 168.50. Spread existent, but when it moves, you can get, like right there, just at 80s down into 60s. So it's not going to trade like, like an NVIDIA or even like a SpaceX right now. It still has price discovery under it. And then there we go. Yes, sir. Bang. Now it's $4 in now on SK Hynix. So let's wait to see where that winds up going. And oh, wow. Okay. Let's go. Breaking through VWAP. How low can we go? What about 165? Maybe we should wait for this area. Let's wait for a 166. Let's just put a bid there at 166. See if we are able to get that. And hope. Wow. Okay. Well, maybe now we will. It just broke 168 pretty clean. And look, in the pre-market, man, we talked about it. We pulled out the chart. We looked at SK Hynix and why we liked it. So, and I'm glad that I think Neil mentioned it. I was like, okay, I got to go over there and look because I really like that 172 area. Unfortunately, it does run it like. There was that print up there to 173. Like, I don't see that print or anything, but, obviously it did happen, and I got taken out on that print. But unfortunately, we got 72 64s, so it wasn't that bad. But at the end of the day, we got taken out there as it comes back in. So we do punch back in, but lesser shares than we had in the first place. So SK Hynix, nice to see it moving this way. But wish we had, obviously, a few more shares here as we go. We'll see if that gets down. House Financial Services Committee hearing with Fed. Okay, begin. So, yeah, so that's great. So Adara's can live her best life now, and she will. I'm so happy. Yeah, I know you're thrilled. We know that. We'll get Adara's information there as, little tidbits come through from the Fed Chair Committee meeting. So that'll be good.
I was going to say, I think one thing, too, just to let people know, we're probably not going to get, the questions until 10:30 or so, because you've got 5 minutes of talk from the chairman, French Hill, ranking member, who I believe is still Maxine Waters. Then she'll talk for a bit. Then you'll get the opening remarks from Kevin Warsh, which we literally already had released at 8:30. And then we get questions. So usually questions like actual news, substantive information, that's not going to start till around 10:30. So just a heads up, because I love talking about congressional hearings.
Okay, there we go. So we got a nice little timeline. We can be locked and loaded and ready to go. We have not talked too much about oil. Well, there's that 120 level, and seems like all roads seem to lead to this, and it is breaking down. So USO catching a bit of a slide here. Well, compared to, you can't really say slide. Like the slide is an IBM. Man, if this doesn't hold on to 220, just go look at a monthly chart. The reason we keep saying that number, pull up a monthly chart, and then if it doesn't hold 220 today, you really start to think about $200 coming in for them. And that's in the face of the IGV program buying. So again, I mentioned SpaceX and 145. Just because it doesn't get to 145 doesn't mean I won't look for the fade. The market just got underneath VWAP in here. It's putting in some lower highs. So what I do want to see is, hey, stop me if you heard this before. Break the trend line or continue to trend up and then wait for our top, and then we'll go grab it. We got a super chat. Let's throw it up here. With CJ Bay, if we can, Andre, because it's BMNR.
Ooh.
Usually we're looking at crypto for a trade. I favored silver over crypto, I guess kind of yesterday too. But BMNR, remember, whenever you're getting up or down moves, the treasury names are just going to give you a little bit more juice. So if you're bullish on ETH on the day, you could look a heck of a lot worse than BMNR. Obviously, it hasn't been going too well for any of these. And I don't think one up day or a couple of up days necessarily breaks a trend. But for now, it is in a little bit of squeeze territory. Just keep in mind, ETH is leading a charge here. But if this turns around, somewhere around these prior lows right here, they'll take that 9% and do you know what to it. I think just a couple of days upside is not enough to get me bullish on any of the crypto space. I like the fact that it's going up, but I kind of remain like medium to long, medium-term bearish on these. But I like the breakout happening on ETH. Just make sure you're tracking that when you're watching.
All right, yeah, great question there. I was just looking at 63.7 right now, obviously, as we talk about Bitcoin as well. SK Hynix, I mean, it's $6 right now in the money on SK Hynix. So here we go, man. And thanks to MF Dane Generous and all you guys there in the chat, man. Really a lot of love from you guys on this. So, respect for that, and thank you for the kind words there. But hopefully you guys are holding this SK Hynix with me, as there it was, man. Nice move up to one. It's still too bad. We did have more shares up there to have this play, but there it is, man. We talked about this yesterday, and even like we just said there about with Trade the Pool there, right? More volatility in these markets. There's a lot of names out here that are giving you these kind of plays, right? You talked about Palantir's, your IBM over there that you've been looking at. Various other names today, like what about even Intel? $100 name, is giving you $5 right there from top. That's 5% in a half hour. It's 10:10 right now, right? So 5% in a half hour right there for Intel on the downside. So lots of opportunities here on the daily to make some bigger winners. And there it goes, right? Nice play there. And we were able to get out of our NVIDIA. That was at VWAP. So right now on NVIDIA, man, less than 5%. And we've not done that well on it because we got hit on that first little takeout there and then upside. So both of the trades that I have today actually got stopped out and at the, pretty much at the pressure points. And then we did have a bounce back. So now I'm actually thinking about shorting the Qs. You guys were always asking about the futures trading and things like that. So if we go back in right now, you're now underneath VWAP. You're underneath the 200 period moving average. Intel's breaking that 105 right now. That's looking low. It looks like NVIDIA may want to come back in. The Qs are stumbling to the downside a little bit here. Although yesterday, we did have a negative day. We did come back today, up cooking quite nicely. The ES trying to hold out as well on bank strength, but the NASDAQ doesn't have any bank strength in it because there's no banks. So we'll have to, other than SoFi, I guess, is in the NASDAQ, which I don't know why that is, but here we go. Well, I know why it is, to get inclusion into the NASDAQ 100. That didn't work out too well for them. But we'll have to wait to see here if the NASDAQ does finally get that little bounce back to the high side. Okay, here comes NVIDIA. Let's take advantage of that back up into the 80s again. So we're just going to touch out here at the 25 period moving average. So we'll continue to run that. And again, SK Hynix, unfortunately, we only have about 20% left of our reload, which was only a fraction of our first position. So hopefully that can come back down a little bit. But if it does come back in, I don't mind a reload in and around 171 on SK SKHY. Quickly at IREN, and then we can talk about some other names there. Well, someone said IREN was moving around. Yeah, so there it is. Yeah, again, like a lot of these names today. Yeah, well, some of them are starting to go back in, right? I don't know what a GEV is doing.
That's what I was about to check.
Yeah, I think they're all. IREN is like a crypto name as well. GV's upside there. CEG. Well, remember Oracle and all these names that are connected there. Even NVIDIA is not doing that well. Okay, CEG's up. Okay, we got some money into CEG, so that's okay. That one's working out there. And then one more check on a name that I most recently bought, Qualcomm, right back to the levels I bought it at. So Qualcomm 181, don't mind some of that as well. Maybe you got to get some Intel in my life.
I'm really curious about that IREN.
Yeah,
it feels like a little bit much.
SMR 850.
I know there's a halter and it's a LEDS, very, very relatively light volume compared to the other small cappers that we've been talking about earlier here today, but it is halted up. I just put in the chat for anyone out there. The tap is flat, so it's indicating it'll open at 229. Standard volatility halt on LEDS. And just one word for you, pull up the daily, 250. That's about as easy as it gets. 250 resistance on this bad boy. So that's where I'd be looking. SpaceX has no quit in it for now. So I'm trying to look for this one. It won't break the trend yet, but I think it does eventually. The market seems like it's weak enough, and this has been one of the weakest names. It didn't quite get to 135 yesterday, so I still think there's a chance it really gets to 135 proper. Urban Jazz Group, thank you for the super chat in Canadian dollars. Why not? So you like HG, you're curious about an insurance name on very low volume. So my guess is you're talking about it from a fundamental standpoint or a long-term standpoint. So all I can do is stamp the, hey, you're in a space where the group is rising. We already talked about how the XLF is doing in financials, and insurance name is going to be a bit of a part of that. I don't know what their dividend is. Sometimes that can be a reason you're in it, but the trend is your friend till the end when it ends, and this one ain't bending. So we like upward trends. Congratulations if you got it, but this isn't obviously going to be a trade. It's on 37,000 shares as a day trade, but hey, sometimes you need to have little financials in your life, so can't hate you there.
Yeah, I know. We talked about having some financials, and we like those ones for sure, especially trying to diversify. But yeah, the Nasdaq's going lower right now, and we sort of called that off of that VWAP. If you're looking for more information, we do have our membership program. I guess it's $5 a month, very, very cheap, needless to say. And here you go. You're going to get Sharif's morning note, which is absolutely huge. It's been today. I don't even know how many pages this thing is today. No clue, but here, one of 16 right here. First talk here, Strait of Hormuz. A little bit of a talk there. President Trump announced plans to impose 20%. So all the information's here. Key levels, the trade plan, what the setups are here. And of course, it's derived. This is just all put in, and we figure out, everything from AI and things like that. So it is derived, but it's all the stories that you're looking for, man. The Google talk, the DRAM. So if you're having a hard time sort of developing some of your watch lists, make sure you do subscribe. It's $5 a month, man. It's literally a coffee or two, and you get all this information. So definitely go join us up right now, have some fun. And it's exactly the list that we look at every single day here at Trader TV as we study up these markets. So, wow, Qualcomm looks like it wants to break 180 right now. That's getting nasty to the downside
Palantir's at 32
well.
now.
Yeah, PLTR just an absolute
ridiculous
monster. I mean, we wrote this one down at 122. It gets as low as 122.80 and then takes off into the abyss right here, 132.50. Congratulations, Nelson, and everybody else that was taking some trades there on Palantir. This one definitely working to the high side now, PLTR. 132.25 and going higher right now. Yeah, some of these other names. So we looked at ARM, we looked at Marvell's pulling back in. I mean, as this market loses its bid, you could see that. That's what I'm trying to get. There we go, get some more out of NVIDIA finally. That's what I'm trying to get a little bit more out of NVIDIA. Some of these markets are starting to lose a bit here, and I'm not convinced that NVIDIA wants to stay high either. I don't know why this name's so aggressively long today, but NVIDIA seems to be that way. Marvell downside, we just saw ARM, as we talked about that before as well. This one's getting hit too, down 7% right now is ARM. I think that's the biggest surprise today. We weren't necessarily thinking ARM was going to be that low. Another 7% mover would be Cerebras. That's down 6.5% as well. DraftKings is down. Eli Lilly's down 3%. Oracle's down 2%. Microsoft down 2%. So some of the names that we might not have expected getting low is what's happening now. Cerebras down 6% there. And then Microsoft off the IBM scare today as software now coming more into focus than maybe it was yesterday. with Microsoft and then IBM. I mean, I know you've looked at it, but okay, so right back into the lows again.
It's just so dead.
Actually, got as low as 216 there.
It basically tagged VWAP, and then it's going right back into the lows. 215.65, and then it's done. And then it makes some fresh lows. So that's the thing with, we call it an SSR bounce. Just any stock that's down 10%, the uptick rule goes into effect. You can't hit the bid to go short. You have to sit on the offer unless the last tick is an uptick. Hence why they call it the uptick rule. So sometimes stocks will bounce nicely when they catch a bid because it's a little more difficult to short. But it's down double digits for a reason. And it'll be SSR again tomorrow because that's how the rule works. So at this point, you've got the no close above, it doesn't hold above VWAP on SLV, but it is double bottoming, and that's close enough to the prior high. So I'm going to trail this one. If it breaks this local high in here, then we don't get our 53. But I don't want this, catching a bid. I want the actual low of the day, and I don't want this going to be turning into a loser. Okay, here comes SpaceX. I was asked in the chat if I was looking BM&R short. The answer is no. I would be more inclined to short IBIT, but SpaceX is breaking the trend right now. But BM&R just seems like it's been much stronger compared to the rest of crypto. So I would rather look at an IBIT short, which, okay, well, SpaceX is bouncing, so I can go over to IBIT now and just show you. IBIT's putting in lower highs and kind of doing a bit of a channel. It could break the channel down. That can get me in. It can do a false break at the top. But there's just been a big difference between BM&R and IBIT. One of those has a chance to already look like it's channeling back down. The other is going absolutely ham. And there's only one way I'm interested in shorting a parabolic mover. Very clean and clear trend break with room to the volume weighted average price. I'm not sure this is there just yet. Tom Lee, hey, you're having a good day today. Although every time he comes up, we should all remind ourselves that, yeah, you can say that BM&R is going up, but if AMD is going down, then he can't be happy. Because Tom Lee, because he's, if you look, it's weird because everyone talks about it for BM&R, but he crushed it on AMD.
Yeah, AMD
absolutely,
great,
which a lot of people crushed on AMD.
Right now, we're back to the, okay, here we go. I don't know if there's news, and we're going to go to Adair in a second here, but there goes Advanced Micro Device. We were just talking about it, sorry. Yeah. There goes NVIDIA right now, 150 in the money on NVIDIA as I kick my keyboard there. There it goes, man. Nice move up to VWAP. So yeah, man, we just taken that one off that 204 bottom. Thankfully, we found that. We did get stopped out, but we'll make it back right there with that trade. And then SK Hynix making its way back up. We said we'd look at a 171. Said we had less than 5% left of SK Hynix. That is what we have. But we're going to wait to see now what winds up. 10% left on SK Hynix. 5% of what we had up there. We added some back, but not enough to get some, me too interested. But we're going to wait for 171 now coming through on SK Hynix. Let's go over to Adara.
Keep an eye here on NXTC. Words, guys. In focus. They were actually on our watch list this morning. They're going to be merging here with Avir Therapeutics. Avir Therapeutics is actually a privately held company, but basically these two companies are going to combine to advance a once-weekly oral therapy. Now, NXTC has a $23.5 million market cap, float here of about 2.4 million shares, 6.7% short float. LHAI Linkhome Holdings in focus. They've commercially rolled out a product called OpenLink, and they've also executed a 2-year, $10.5 million enterprise AI compute services agreement. In terms of market cap and float here, you've got a market cap of just under $22 million, float of 8 million shares. Last but not least, SHPH, Shuttle Pharmaceuticals, as mentioned, no story on this one. $2.5 million market cap, 600,000 share float, and 23% short float for SHPH. Just want to keep you guys posted as well. As far as the Fed hearing is concerned here, so again, this is the first ever, or rather, Fed Chair Warsh's first ever appearance for semi-annual testimony in front of the House Financial Services Committee. It started here, as I mentioned. He's currently wrapping up his prepared remarks, so looks like we could start getting questions within the next couple minutes. Back to you.
All right.
Thank you very much there, Adara. Well, if you like mean reversion, sometimes it means buying crap. As Adara just said that Warsh is talking about task forces, I, for one, am shocked. Yeah, I mean, if Warsh is talking about task forces, then I don't know. Has he been kidnapped by aliens? That doesn't seem like his MO.
He's not.
At all. No, of course, I'm joking about that. So in Intel, I did say I was going to trail out of SLV, so we'll quickly show you if it broke the volume weighted average price. Again, don't want it to turn into a losing trade. If the first thing that had happened would have been a trend break to the downside on a few things, I might have had another short, but instead, it's like a bajillion red candles in a row for Intel, and it's trying to put in the first green. But it's more importantly, it pulled all the way back. Find something that pulls into a key level and tries to break the trend. So if we can get some more, I want 104s. Where am I sitting? I probably put it at exactly 104, didn't I? Never bid the even dollar. It's a lesson I always learn. So stick in front of the 04, try to add to this. Do not want to give it too far, but of course, as mentioned by Adara, we do have Warsh in his first time he gets questioned by the Health Services and then also by Congress. So we'll see what he says, but CPI has tried to bring us to the upside, and I guess we're getting the secondary bounce now.
Okay, here we go. House.
It's just
question. Okay, same old story there, as per usual. I'm still trying to fight with my audio here, so I don't hear any of this in my ear as far as Warsh.
Okay.
We'll just keep on going with Adara and get that story going. So I'm still waiting for. I got a little impatient there. I put on another 5% here at 170 on this move higher. I was waiting for 171 flat. We got as high as 170.70 on SK Hynix. So kind of just like waiting around for it. Let's see what winds up happening here. Just hoping for the best, but uncertain of where SK Hynix is going to go. So still waiting for 171, 171.50, and then trying to get a little bit more up here. So we'll put on a little bit of a reload right here at 170, but just an average price right now. And NVIDIA's trying to pop through as well. Yeah, futures trying to go, Marvell trying to go, JP Morgan. Let's have a look there. Yeah, so there it is now. Now all-time highs. I mean, at the end of the day, 344 and change. We really like that one. It was Goldman Sachs that was up 6% and change now. Yeah, now that's up 8% on Goldman Sachs. What's up, Adara?
I have some news here in a different bank, and that bank is Wells Fargo. WFC on watch here. Some net interest margin comments coming through here from the CFO of the company. They expect a modest compression of their net interest margin in Q3, though they expect this metric, or NIM is what they're calling it here, again, net interest margin, expected to stabilize by Q4. So again, compression in Q3 to a modest degree, stabilization in Q4 for net interest margin from WFC.
Okay.
Well, I can tell you, as quickly as we got into Intel, simultaneously, SpaceX broke the trend lines. I finally got into that short, and then Intel broke the prior bar low. So that one, look, it's going to be a tight stop, but I got to follow the rules here. So that one jumped out, made a fresh low. We jumped into the SpaceX breakdown. It immediately starts flushing through VWAP, 140.5, 140, some obvious targets that we're going to try to get. It just seems like when a short comes in on this name in particular, and I guess there's a few others out there, we just start accelerating to the downside. I was asked in the chat, are you considering any other plays on IBM? Not really. I'll tend to take one swipe at an SSR bounce and not try to try my luck, and not try to force the action on something down 25% a couple of times. You could do worse than maybe looking for trend breaks on a double bottom and then just play the same game again. But I've always find that's more of a hit it and quit it on that day. Like you get your one good trend reversion when the stock is getting beaten up, and then I try to move on from it. But yeah, good luck if you're trying that IBM. That 220, it's trying to hold.
All right, we did get that reload obviously on SK Hynix, and it was a good look there. I mean, I like to look at SpaceX for sure, but right now we're trying to bid. I mean, I didn't even have a 169 bid, but if we could take $1 on it, we'll try to do that. There it is. So we get the 169. Now we're starting to fall back in. There it is, like a 170. I mean, and we're just trading right now the hot names, and we talked about wanting to make a little bit more money on these names just because of the movement there. So we're trying to do that right now as it comes. Wow, there goes NVIDIA. Is on a smoke show right now for NVDA. Just touched out into 206 again there for NVDA. Nice upside play there. We'll see if it wants to hold. There it is. Yes, good take there on NVIDIA. So that's going to be a good one. I don't know if there's news or not. There's the TQs just dancing around right at VWAP. So there's something going on there as well with NASDAQ trying to bounce. I
just heard something AMD. I couldn't make it out. Sorry.
I got to get my ears going over here too. My
I did just hear, all I heard was AMD and an NVDA. There is news going on here. But, and AMD's already starting to come back in, but I was unable to catch. It's not very clear in my ear, unfortunately. Dara's going to be on in a quick little second, but AMD had a brief spike, a little bit of volume coming right back in, and you obviously just saw NVIDIA with a big volume spike as well. Dara, let us know when you have it. I'm not seeing anything. Okay, well, I only heard it. So Dara's saying she's not hearing anything. But I did hear AMD, NVIDIA, but I couldn't catch the rest of it. Apologies. We'll get it from Adara. You did see a volume spike in both.
Yeah, there's something because we just got out on on NVIDIA on the high side there, and then all of a sudden now it's down about another $1 right there. So China chip sales. Let's go over to Adara.
So basically, this story here is apparently some documents show that China's firms ZTE and Meginfra are among the firms licensed by the U.S. to buy H200 chips. So again, looks like 2 firms here are licensed by the U.S. to buy NVIDIA's China-approved H200 chips. Those specifically are going to be ZTE and Meginfra. Apparently, Kingsoft, according to these same documents, has been allowed to buy AI chips from AMD. So you've got 2 firms approved to buy chips here, specifically H200s from NVIDIA in China, then one other firm approved to buy chips from AMD. If I get more details here, I'll let you know. As far as I can tell, this is just a report. Back to you.
There you go. Thank you, Dara. That's why we've got Adara. That's why she is the best. That's why we have the button.
Thank you very much.
Even the president's like, thank you, Adara.
Yeah,
I mean, let's be real. If you get praise from the president, then you're hitting home runs better than Jordan Walker last night.
Did he wind up winning? I don't even know who that
was. It was... For my money, that was the best Derby they've never had a more exciting finish to the Derby. And it's all because they went back to you don't just have like a $1 million or $1 million time clock and then you hit as many as you can. It just takes forever. You had 20 swings in the first round, you had 15 swings after that. Pressure. And then if it was great, it was like bowling. If your 15th swing, you hit a bomb, you can keep going till you don't hit a bomb. So Walker was mathematically done. The only way he could catch Schwarber was to hit his last one. He hit 6 homers in a row. Bang, bang. On 6 swings, 6 bombs to win it all. It was unreal.
Yeah,
it was on 6 swings, 6 bombs to win the Cardinals. He's like 23 years old, man. He's just a kid.
Just a boss over
there. But can you tell I have this guy in fantasy?
All right. Yeah, I know who it is. So, all right, Adara, what's up?
Another NVIDIA story, but this one isn't really moving NVIDIA. It's moving another company, which we'll get to in a second. Keep an eye on NVIDIA as Nikkei reports that NVIDIA and Mitsubishi Heavy are considering cooperation in AI data center cooling and power. Now, this would put NVIDIA in competition with VRT. So VRT did drop a little bit as we first got that story. Again, Nikkei reporting that NVIDIA and Mitsubishi Heavy are considering a cooperation in AI data center cooling and power. Back to you.
All right.
Thank you, Adara. Again.
You know what? I'm going to take another opportunity to get some more out here of NVIDIA at this high end because we're right back to VWAP again, and we just can't, we sit here and we talk about VWAP trading all the time, and if it's going to hit, we got to get some out. It looks like a topside play around 206 now for NVDA, so we're just going to start to clear out a little bit right there for sure. So that's going to be something that we do there. And I want to check out on Alibaba because this could be, again, no, nothing going on there. I thought that maybe with all this China talk here, maybe NVIDIA, Alibaba, AMD, some looks there, but doesn't look like anything's going on with Alibaba. Over to NVIDIA, AMD, a name that I still want to get out of, and I haven't been able to do that yet, maybe today. I was trying to wait for some sort of signs, and maybe that was a break of $500 here, get some more out of AMD. It's not a huge position by any stretch, but 550, you talk about Tom Lee and some people making calls in Advanced Micro Devices. Wow, has that one ever matured up? And we'll wait for their earnings report. Could be a doozy for Advanced Micro Devices, man. I mean, it seems like that the chip space, and again, we get the scare from IBM saying that everybody's putting money aside, for the data center, for RAM, getting these pieces into their sort of portfolio before prices even expand even more than where we are right now. So we have to look at IBM as a potential trade, again, to the long side once it settles down. I'd give this one 3 days, once that settles, the dust can settle on IBM. Marvell was cooking, man. Today it was up 4.5%. Now it's 232, back down into 220 for Marvell, and trying to find a base there as well. But we'll take the $1.80 now, $1.90 now in NVIDIA, and hope to see if Marvell can break. And if a Marvell breaks right into their 220, 250, then I do think it's probably go time there for MRVL, trying to break above the 50-period moving average right there. It's already taken down the 25-period. Looks like we're trying to get longer here. And there it is. Yes, we won 1 second. Now it's a $2 winner now for my good friend anyways today, NVIDIA. Still wish we never got stopped out at that low, but we did. What are you going to do? That's trading. All right, let's go back over to Adara. What you got?
We're seeing some more here on NVDA. Some comments coming from a U.S. commerce official by the name of Kessler saying, quote, very few H200 chips have been shipped to China or Hong Kong. So it sounds like, yes, there's some approval for NVIDIA to ship some chips, but they're not really actually shipping any. Back to you.
Okay. Well, we'll see. One note on IBM. IBM reports in a week.
Yeah.
A week tomorrow. So the report a week tomorrow. The actual earnings today. The preliminary earnings. But it's like, how bad can it be after what's already happened? It could always be worse, but you got to imagine if they're smart, they gave you the worst news now because they know it. Let's be real. SpaceX did just get down, tested 140. It's pulling a bounce in front of the 140 level right here. It's not the opening range, but it was 950 double bottom. It's a reversion back into this high. So when it shows a bounce, I'm jumping out of the trade. It wicked underneath the $0.50. We'll take that. It was through VWAP. We didn't get the top. We take what we can get, not be upset. If it's a dollar move, it's a dollar move, and we can move on to the next, which I know for me is as the market comes back up, here's the NASDAQ, see it bouncing higher, my sights are set on SLV again. So if we see enough strength to push us back in and retest those highs,
Come on.
I want to see silver putting in lower highs. If silver is putting in lower highs when the market tests that top, then I'm still going to be fading this. I want the market breaking out that top and silver unable to break through. Yeah, my quotes are what just happened.
It's because of NVIDIA. My quotes are frozen, but it was just NVIDIA was just going so hard there. I feel
everything is. My quote's dying.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we're having some quote issues right now, but there goes. It just refreshes.
Something just happened.
Yeah.
USO just tanked at $2.
Okay, yeah. All right, so right now, there goes NVIDIA. We are, okay, so it's USO.
USO just tanked and came right back.
Yeah, we did get some. Again, I don't have the news in my ear, but we have Adara there. She's got everything
Something
for us.
happened
So
now.
she's checking right now. Well, did it dump $2 or I don't know. For me,
it tagged 118.
No, it didn't. Not on mine. It didn't happen there. I don't, like you said, we have been having some problems there. So I don't know. I thought it was NVIDIA going hard there.
What the?
Apple back to 315. I mean, this market's really getting excited. I mean, NVIDIA's now $3 in the money, by the way. So I don't really know exactly what's going on here, but it's NVIDIA to the moon now. And yeah, SK Hynix is coming back upside. I'm going to take a fill here if I can get it. Oops, sorry, wrong stock. There's SK Hynix. I didn't, we were sitting there at O's, but I just took a 90 fill right there. So we'll see what winds up happening. Or did I? No, sorry, 75 fill. Yes, Adara?
Yeah, I just want to say, guys, I kind of assumed when I saw that it will drop, it was probably something untruth. Trump has been posting, I swear, like 10 posts in the last 2 minutes. None of them seem to be about oil. He's just like spam posting right now. But again, nothing about oil. Apparently, he's now posting about the U.S.-Japan trade and investment deal on Truth.
What?
But again, nothing that has to do with oil. I've been looking into it right now. There is nothing.
Okay, so yeah, I think it might have just been a quote problem there because even, well, you know what though? Here we go. Yeah, this could have happened maybe as well there. Yeah, so I don't have it on my particular chart, but here it is on eSignal. So yeah, and again, just because Adara was saying, I like that spam tweeting now, so spam posting. So yeah, just going hard on the posts is Donald J. Trump right now. So we'll see if there's some sort of a reaction play here to anything.
You know what it is?
He winds up doing.
I think on USO, he's posting and the algos just decide what's happening, and they just over 50% now of a lot of the quote that you see on anything, especially these ETFs, is just going to be algos. So the actual lit market, the bids and the asks that hold the market together, that's algos. So when he posts something, it's almost like they're just going to pull the bid. And in this particular case, I think they pulled the bid and some people probably just got triggered out because it's right back to where we were on USO. Mm-hmm. So in that vein, it's wild. I'm just going right back to what I was doing before. Like my first reaction was to cancel orders, and while I got a little bit hopeful that I would get picked up in that move up on SLV, I'm leaving my orders in there just in case I would have gotten fill because I saw that spike up. I'm like, well, if I offer those prices, maybe I'll actually get them. I didn't actually get it up there, but I'm going to go back to looking short. That's a heck of a topping tail candle, as far as I can see. And as long as USO holds that recovery, which it seems like it is, then I want to go back into this trade here, maybe even with a tight stop. But yeah, the algos, this is part of what happens when you have less human market makers. Let's just be real. More stuff like that.
Yep, exactly. I agree with that one.
It's actually in.
Yeah, it's in the book back there. That's we were talking about that yesterday. Why real trading and people to make real decisions are important, right? You can get this book for 99 cents on Kindle right now, built by, authored by Daniel Schleffer here, founder of Real Trading. So you guys can go have a take a quick look there. All right, so just in hitting the keys right now, where am I here? 171.75. How high did we just go? I was trying to get some more shares there. Oh, it stops right on me right there. So 171.75. Oh, come on. See, now that would be $1 in the money, right? And this is the thing. You sit there, you take the fills, and sometimes you get them, sometimes you don't. Maybe we still will there for SK Hynix, but still trying to get some price discovery, I feel like the volume and the spread can really pick up here. And sometimes in a negative way, the volume will dry up. And hopefully it goes in your favor. But like what happened up here was basically a vacuum that took down 173 and got through 172 and took out 173. And we got stopped out somehow there at 173. But there it was. Nice move there. Oh, that's too bad, man. We should have had another piece. I was trying to put on another small. So I only have a quarter of a unit right now just because of how violent this name's been, quite frankly. So we're going to have to wait now to see what happens with SK Hynix into this play. You know what? I'll take another piece right here at 171.20 if we're able to get it, just in case we don't get back up to the upside. But I want to take the short until we break upside there, 172.80 on SK Hynix. So let's give that a little bit of room and see what we can do now in the name. So yeah, that's what I'm doing, trying to get those shorts. And actually noticing that Apple, and maybe with this China sort of, talk, and, maybe China now going to open up to, in the US, maybe going to let some of these guys sell some of their wares into China. So Apple there trying to get some of that RAM under control could be a good story. And I think that's where this is coming from. I almost shorted, like we just came into that 316 right there again, and would have been a decent short for Apple. This is the level that we talked about shorting. But again, with that story, with that news, you do have to sometimes be a little careful on where these markets could go. Momentum is a dangerous thing. And to stand in front of it right now, especially on China news, is one of those dangerous stories. So we'll be careful with what we're thinking about here with China and with Apple. But so far, so good, man. We hit this yesterday at 320. It's a nice bottom there today, around 313. SK Hynix not doing a whole heck of a lot. You're still in silver, and it's Adara back at the desk.
Just an update here on the war sharing while I have you guys. He's basically been asked two things so far. One thing he's been asked about is the task forces, and the second has been, are you independent? So that's really been it, guys. It's been really entertaining if you're into congressional hearings. But if not, just stick with us and I'll give you guys coverage because I love doing it. Let's talk about the sector board. Lots of strength here in producer manufacturing. What LRCX, GEV, AMAT, and to a much lesser extent, Caterpillar, all to the upside. Tech services gets really interesting because you do have pullbacks in the likes of Oracle below 130, guys. Netflix, IBM, of course, here dragging down the entire SaaS group with that weaker than expected preliminary Q2 results. But then you have strength in a lot of these cybersecurity names. Now, why is cybersecurity strong? Well, I'm seeing it attributed to the fact that during his comments here on that IBM report, CEO Arvind Krishna basically said, yeah, what happened here is they're spending money on cybersecurity, these companies, but they're not spending so much money on what we do. So that's why these cybersecurity names are looking good. You also have good look here for Palantir, Datadog, Fortinet, Google, and Meta, though Microsoft pulling back, again, likely in IBM sympathy. Electronic tech, really, really strong. There's not a lot of weakness here. It's more just names that are kind of flat on the day. Finance also looking good here. JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, BAC, and Wells Fargo all reported this morning, as did Citigroup. So you've got 4 of these now green. Only 1 is still red, and it's red only marginally here, Wells Fargo. Morgan Stanley up 4%, but they don't report until tomorrow morning, so keep an eye on that. In terms of weakness, health tech really pulling back here, really bloody. Consumer non-durables, red. Communications, red. Distribution, red. And health services, you guessed it, red. Keep an eye on UNH. They report earnings on Thursday morning. Back to you.
Oh, UNH.
Thank you, Adara. And shout out to V. Although, I have questions about the ticker here. It's Twin V.
Yes.
Your Twin V power.
I think that's why it's 2 E's.
But then it should be 2 V's. It's twin V power.
Maybe
I get it. V. Look, that sounds cool and it's really fun to say, but I don't know. It seems like low-hanging fruit. But it did have another halt up at about 33.5. It's now making a run for yesterday's highs. I'm gonna pull that out of the way so you can see it wicked the $40 level before pulling back in. This is right after market, so understand that. Really just looking at it on my chart till about 4:30 or so. But yeah, $40 is a pretty key level. Congratulations to anyone that happens to have it. You're still seeing USO. So the reason I'm back into silver is just, like, see that reversal candle? That was the algo drop when the president was truthing, and we're right back. And so thinking usually when you do this, it's like reverse and trend back up. And if that goes up, thinking the rest of the things that were strong turn back weak. So there was a topping tail in silver. I didn't get picked up at the top, so I kind of just went short when it closed back underneath. And then I'm going to give it to this local high where we trailed out before, and then play this back into the low of the day. The other thing I'm looking at, if we're playing reversions, is now IBIT. So double top here on Bitcoin, obviously via the ETF here on IBIT. And it's got a double top, do a trend break, scalp back into the low. So that's the plan of action here. The NASDAQ has yet to, and I don't think the ES did either, break out that 830 high that we had. So pretty much, I mean, there's a couple of things that are breaking out, but anything that is failing to break out after the futures pull back, I want to jump some reversions.
Yeah, I'm trying to do the same thing there with SK Hynix. I did want to look at SpaceX. I know it was the name that you were in earlier. I like that 143 level up there again. I mean, it just is matching out with the support resistance trade. The only issue to me is we've bounced, and again, the trade I like better than all of that is, of course, this little trade right back into there, and that is the 200 period moving average. So if we would have been able to look at that and see that long, I think that's better than this short, but you're in a little bit of a zone right here, 140.50 high side, 143 high side, 140.50 low side right there. So something to look at for sure. Big shout out to everybody that's here right now. Let's do a quick little roll call as you guys have been here all morning with us. We want to thank everybody that's part of the chat. I go over to the participants and I see there's quite a lot of you today in the chat. So we want to say a big shout out to everybody that's here with us one more time here. Today I'll zoom this back out and maybe we can all have a look. What's up to Mark? Want to say hi to Mark. Mike Peter Ryder, thank you so much. You're here every single day. Hemlock, what's up to you? Beware the monkey hammer. Nothing but junk is here. And we're looking at this every day, like all the time, man. We're trying to figure out what you guys are trading. How can we help? What can we help you out with? Yo, someone just said my name. Yo, what's up, Ask Liquidity? Good to see you here. You're in Florida, stuck in. Well, open up your window. Hopefully it's nice weather. Yo, Shawnee, what's up? Right there. My mother calls me Shawnee sometimes. Say my name. Say my name. Oh, Kahlua over there. Is that what Randy put in our coffee, by the way? Shout out to Kahlua time over there as well.
That'd be fun.
Navid, what's up? Randy just saying no, he's drinking it all himself over there. Shout out to Randy over there. Stay warm with the Kahlua, my friend. Naveen on TikTok, thank you so much for the super chat there as well. Mr. Cameron is here. Yo, what's up, Mikey? Mikey on Micron wants to know about that as well. Projectile vomit market? Let's hope not. Right there. That's a little bit of roll call. Yeah, we don't want to. Oh, there is that projectile vomiting thing that's going around in the United States right now. Explosive diarrhea or something.
Yeah, I forget the name of
going on there. Some sort of a bug going on there. Be careful.
That's some exorcist stuff, right?
Yeah, be careful with that one. Apparently it's affected over 3,000 or something in 31 states.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So I don't know what's going on there, but be careful. All right, so right there, good low tick there. We got 170s. We're short 170.70. The last reload we had was 171.20. So we take about $1 and change on that, but it just came right back up, bouncing off the 25 period. So SK Hynix, in my humble opinion, in trouble of going through the day's high. So we will wait for one more short up here at 170. Oh, I have one at 171.75 for small. I still want to get a 172.50 where we got stopped out, and then see if we true to running 173. And if we do, that's fine. It does look like SK Hynix is strong today. Obviously, it's up 13%. It's a no-brainer to say that. But we've fallen back in. We held the 200 period. And then right here, we hold VWAP again. So, it looks like it's pretty strong. We had one dip down at 10 o'clock, and then it's just been bought right back up. So definitely aware that this is a stronger name than maybe we're giving it credit for there by going short. But it's NVIDIA now 250 in the money and still going higher. Okay, here we go. There goes SK Hynix finally making that move. But look at the spread, right? The spread was just like 80 cents there. So be careful with SK Hynix. It's moving around.
Yeah, Cyclospora. is thank you to the chat for that. But and again, yeah, be careful. Like they say, wash your vegetables. Don't know if there's going to be any plays. Didn't really hear any chatter about, hey, you should look at this stock or that stock for it. But IBIT here, just trying to break down underneath the trend line. I drew up Reddit before, but we're in it, looking for that volume-weighted average price as the market's making its attempt to roll over. Just a reminder, everybody, at 8:30, we made the tops. It's weird. Like, I actually have a resistance line drawn. Sometimes you better pay attention when you have a resistance line drawn. Probably drew it a while ago, not at 30,000, but at 29.9. But we have not been able to breach that top. We are putting in lower highs since that light CPI print. So, respect the fact it has bounced, but has not been able to really do anything with some of those tops. So, still going to look for some fade plays when you have that. If you're thinking about where the big strength has been, I think look no further than Palantir. Palantir's not dragging the NASDAQ by itself. It just can't do it, but it is breaking out, potentially making some fresh highs here. So another high on Palantir. Like, it's just going nuts. Like, this is not the one. Like, I'd rather take a reversion on SpaceX or, like I said, IBIT, Silver, but Palantir going absolutely ham. 2%. Remember what they did?
Face software names.
Everything got smacked because of IBM, and sometimes when that happens, things are gapped down too far in sympathy, and then the buyers say, hey, what's going on here? That doesn't make any sense. They buy them right back up. Cybersecurity did it. Palantir did it.
I mean, and I don't know who would have thought about that, but we put her down right down here, getting hot here, getting hit here on IBM earnings, right? Early earning miss. Palantir's operating at a high level. Look at this, and has this conviction and will catch a bid. Be patient here, wait for the long. Unfortunately, patience was not the right word to be putting in there because, let's go, SK Hynix. Now $1.50 in the money on that one. And we did exactly what we wanted to do, man. We waited. We're very, very patient with it. We're out of half of SK Hynix as we just got out at 171 into the teeth there. And then we just got a bid at the 25 period moving average. So SK Hynix, spin the money for that one there today again. But yeah, man, that Palantir, I just said to Sharif, like, you got to go over there and have a look at it. He just sat back in. But there it is, man, 123. Look, we said bid 122, wait for it. I did think the flush was on there on Palantir, but we don't have it, unfortunately, Joe. But maybe Joe does. Right? Do you have it, Joe? Oh, no. Okay. Well, I appreciate the celebration over there because, yeah, man, I'm a big Palantir guy, needless to say, but we'll have to wait to see what winds up happening. They're now up 2%. Good look, Mr. Karp and company today, as it's been battling back. Marvell, though, trying to go lower. These are the two ones that, we've done really well. We've actually taken down the last two contests there of picking stocks. We all 5 or 6 of us made 6-month picks. I'm lucky enough to be 2-0 on that, but a lot of that's Marvell and Palantir. We could try to do another one if you guys want to moving forward there. Yeah, Fabian's trying to get it all hooked up there. So. Yeah, you could keep the same ones as well. I may keep Marvell. I don't know what we're going to do there. But let's go back over to Adara, I guess now. It's 10:50. Unfortunately, I didn't get the lunch menu. Wow. Okay, but before we go to Adara, here we go, man. It's Crank City to the downside, man, with our, again, my new favorite stock. Used to be SpaceX, but now we'll take SK Hynix. Nice play right there, man. That just went to 169.50, down to the 50-period moving average. I had to interrupt my there to get that out because we noticed that little crank through 170. You got to put a bid out and take it when it happens. There it goes to the downside. Yeah, buddy. SK Hynix, nice move down. Yeah, it better not be Tilapia Tuesday. What's
it's
up
not
there?
Not for us anyways.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see if it's Tilapia Tuesday, but I'll tell you what it is. It's certainly Fed Wars Tuesday. Fed Chair Wars testifying. We'll get to that in a minute. Let's talk here about the U.S. dollar because this level of support here around that 100.6 level is becoming more and more apparent. Look at this, guys. We've now bounced off this 4 days since the start of the month. Resistance, though, forming yesterday and today around that 101.3 level. Now, a lot of the movement that we had here in the U.S. dollar in the market, especially this morning, came from that CPI print. So all 4 CPI readings, so month-over-month, year-over-year on a core and non-core basis, they're going to be cooler than expected. CPI month-over-month for June, negative 0.4% versus negative 0.1% expected. CPI year-over-year, 3.5% versus 3.8% expected. Core CPI month-over-month, 0%, so flat versus 0.2% expected. Core CPI year-over-year 2.6% versus 2.8% expected. Now, of course, all these prints, not just cooler than the expectations, they're also cooler than the prior prints as well. Let's take a look here. Of course, following this number, cooler than expected, some of these inflation woes going away, at least temporarily. Now we are seeing an 87% chance of rates getting held at this next meeting. Yesterday, we were seeing anywhere from 65 to 70%. So this odd has increased. Still not seeing a cut, but seeing if possible a rate hike. Only 12% now, compared to, again, roughly 30+% chance of that rate hike as of yesterday. Now, we're still seeing, as of right now, a chance that we're going to get a hike in September. That rate of hikes actually increasing a little bit here. So 52.7% chance now of a hike versus roughly 50% yesterday. But we were seeing the second hike around yesterday as early as January 2027. Now the second hike being pushed back to April of 2027. Now, this is interesting. We're seeing that rates might get cut here going back to July of 2027, followed by another hike in December. We're going to have to wait to see how this shakes out, but interesting look here for rate expectations on the CME Fed Watch tool. Before we send you back, a reminder, lots of Fed talk beyond what's been a pretty interesting time here for Kevin Warsh with his first ever testimony here in front of the House Financial Services Committee. You're going to get other Fed speakers today. Fed's Barr here at 12:40, Fed's Goolsbee at 1, Fed's Cook at 1:30, Fed's Bowman at 2:55. All of these individuals but Fed's Goolsbee are actually voting members. Furthermore, Fed Chair Warsh also testifying tomorrow in front of the Senate Banking Committee. I'm very excited to watch that and cover it for you guys starting once again at 10 a.m. Back to you.
Oh man, yeah, very exciting stuff. And I just want to put this up here because Sharif just sat down, and the thing is like
42.
We were talking. I mean, you're 100% right here. Our day would be done there. I was saying right into here, and this was at 9:53. Right when it reopened, it came back in, it held VWAP, and I said, and you're 100% right there, Akash there, that I said going long at 27 would have been a move for me to make, and I didn't make it. So judge me for that call, fine. But at the end of the day, man, like I always think you're only as good as your latest trade, and I don't have this on. So hopefully all of you guys have this on, and I do appreciate that talk. And you guys are right, man. We were looking at it early, and I even said that yesterday when it was at $12 and it was looking to break. So I think I'm going to add some of these small cap names to the repertoire here because honestly, man, we could easily have nailed this one. And not that we'd still be long at 42. I mean, it halted here. We would have definitely got something out. But hey, man, I'll take $12 on a $27 name. I mean, that would have been pretty sweet. So there it goes, upside. Congratulations to anybody that had that one on VEE because it is still going. And hey, man, I'm here for you. Just don't have it this time. We'll be watching this one. And Sharif and Joe on the midday, they're looking at small cap names. And there it goes. Like, obviously, it's off to the races now. And, nothing but, clear skies ahead for Twin V, Power Cats. So the reason why it's Twin V is VEE. Yes. So that would make sense. And okay, this is why we celebrate SK Hynix when we got a winner, because sometimes you put back losers on, and there it goes, breaking through
USO.
1.7. Yeah, USO as well. Yeah, and then there goes SK Hynix upside there as the market's going. Look, man, we're $4 in the money on NVIDIA, but at the end of the day, it's SK Hynix right there that just took some money away from us, up to 173, breaking out right now, going back up to its all-time highs of 177. It looks like SK Hynix rocking and rolling.
Yeah, this is the thing. USO is going back in the other direction, so it could not break out that 120. You're now busting down toward, we'll call it that liquidity grab low at 118. Maybe that's going to be a bit of a level, but I got to respect the fact that if you're trending back down there, the market wants to break back higher. So with that, I'm not even waiting till a couple more pennies when the stop triggers. If I'm getting in because I want to jump back into that silver trade, it just bounced off of VWAP. And it broke a consolidation. So do I want to turn red and silver? No, not in the face of what I'm seeing is that reversal with things going back into the downside. IBIT's a bit different in that, look, it hasn't really run that top. It's a relatively tight stop to begin with, and it just sort of held that high. So I can hang on to this one, but it's a relatively tight stop anyways. The way I see it, the only decision for looking at a short trade is, can I find something that is still weak enough? Or like, I don't want something above the volume weighted average price where I'd be fighting it, because the market gets to that top, I still want to be thinking reversion. And the only thing I can come up with so far is SMCI. Because for whatever reason, it's still down. I know Intel's down as well, but it's close enough and respecting the volume weighted average price. So that does give me a good opportunity to be able to play into it. I know we were in earlier, but I still don't like it. It bounced once. You took what you could get. I could have got more. We'll call it a fail, not holding on for that extra $1.50. But it's back down to 215. I'd say, like, I don't even want to think about the 3-day rule. I'm not sure I want this until after earnings. I think you wait, because it's at a price level that if you like the stock, you should be buying it. But I think I'll wait till after earnings. I do still like this for a long-term play. I think you're getting, obviously, a 25% haircut is appealing, but they report in a week and a day. I think you want to give it that time to see what happens next. And again, it's just a bit of patience. SpaceX, I might jump back to this. Like, SpaceX is above VWAP, which I don't like to short, but it is still putting in some lower highs. So we can jump back over to that trade. SpaceX and IBM have been good, but I'm just not seeing good reasons to continue. Not with the market strength coming in here that we're seeing. Arun the Warrior said IBM got its cheeks clapped. Something worse than that.
Yeah, they got hit pretty good.
If you've ever seen, if you've ever seen the show The Boondocks, the way I would describe IBM is someone said, we could do it the easy way or the hard way. And the CEO with that letter said, oh, I see you chose the hard way. And that's what they get.
Yeah, they.
And if you know, you know. But I'm not going to say the actual thing that gets said.
Yeah, it's probably a little more vulgar than that. Yeah, so good move. I can't believe it's set down that low. I thought we were going to get a little bounce.
5%.
Bounce back on that one. 175.50. Going to get hit again here on SK Hynix as there it goes, man. Just go. We talked about this, trying to stay maybe away from SK Hynix and what sort of the pressure points were there. And there it goes breaking through. So we got in and out there again at 175. I'm trying to hold for a downside play. We've seen, obviously, those plays come from before. And I just want to show you, this is what it looks like here, going back into where we were on IPO day. So SK Hynix right now, back up into those tick highs of 177. I don't think there's anything wrong with holding against that at this point. But yeah, here it goes, running right back up to the high. Day 3 play, SK Hynix going hard right now, back to the upside. And doesn't look like it wants to stop anytime soon. Do we want to take $1 worth of risk and see about shorting, into, this is more than $1, but just putting on a quarter of a unit. We'll see if we could get back up into 176 and then holding against maybe 177. That breakout probably creates, a huge move there. So be careful on this kind of a breakout. I'm just trading light right now, waiting for that 175. Maybe we don't see it, maybe we do, but just 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago, we got 169.50. So that's literally 10 minutes ago. So there is a potential here for this to fall back in, and here it goes now, 40 cents in the money. But it's NVIDIA. We put, it does drop through that. We are able to get another long here, but that's the end of the day for me, man. It's now 11 o'clock, and we're just waiting for SK Hynix to go. More shares on this, obviously, than we do on NVIDIA. We're short right now, 175.13 right now on SKHY.
Before we throw?
Yeah, sure. The high of the day was 176.
Before we throw you guys to the midday, V just did its most significant pullback there. Just pulled back 44 to 37. So $7 pullback and still up 55%. This one is going absolutely ham. Man, it's like it's out of, and then I thought to myself, what if this was a movie?
What if this was what?
You know that one.
I missed it. What did you say? I know, I didn't even hear.
The smart thing to do was to say yes and walk out the door. But then I thought to myself, what if this was a movie? And then the rest of it, again, the Riley speech, the kid, the FU speach.
Okay.
It is hands down the #1 moment on Boondocks. I can't say it, but it's the funniest thing of all time.
Probably.
Never get rid of the writer of something. The second they fired Aaron McGruger on the show died. Because you cannot fire the creator of a show and think that things are going to work. Like, it's like getting rid of Seth MacFarlane and thinking that Family Guy was going to be good, which is a terrible mistake. And they ruined the best comic, the best strip comic to cartoon ever done, in my humble opinion. But the best midday duo coming on in, probably trading some V. Maybe V hits $50 today. I don't know. But we're going to find out, and we're going to do so with the professor and Joey Options.
Ciao.
Boom, 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 boom. See how I slid beside Donald there? See,
yeah.
Me. It was Donald, and then I came beside Donald.
And you
there.
came.
All right. I like that.
All right.
Boom. Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. This Dude, right here is your boy Joey Options, and I'm Sharif. I did that one time. He was actually doing upgrades and downgrades on the board, and my hand made its way like right there, and nobody else saw it except him. He chuckled a little bit.
No, Neil's seen it at one point too. And when you were messing around with the mouse too.
The mouse. No. Oh yeah. That was a nice week.
Yeah, you
It
know.
felt very whimsical that week. I don't know why. But
You see how professional I kept it though? Straight face.
super professional, unlike me though.
No, that's all
Like
right,
that.
man.
The
Someone's
juxtaposition.
got to mess around a little bit.
Someone's got to mess around. Lance, Jody, Buy Low, Sell High, Grow Fighting, Coggy Vids, Callum, Mitchell, frickin' Miller, and my man, Benton. I can't wrap my mind around this, Benton. Why are they selling Trossard? It makes no sense. But, Leandro, it's been real. I love you, brother. You're a fantastic player. You're clutch as hell for Arsenal. I hope you do it live in Besiktas in Turkey. Enjoy your time there. Better weather, of course, in Turkey, England. Sorry, Adam. I see you there, Adam Deleuze. England, not really known for its weather, but love you, man. Trouts, other zinc. We got Jeffrey Jurassic. Sharif and Joey, my favorite pair.
Who said that? Who said that?
Jeffrey Jurassic.
My God.
Yeah, right? Exactly. I don't know what's going on with YouTube, though. They're taking their sweet time bringing
everyone
in.
on over here.
Yeah,
Where is
exactly,
everybody at, man? Did we roll over or what? Yo, it's my boy Juan.
That's okay, Assassino.
So
We know it's not you, Assassino.
Hey,
we got Dollar Bill, as well as Juan Padilla.
You know what we can do in the meantime?
What can we do, Joey?
TikTok shoutouts. Bravely, our guy. Man, you
You're
ready
such
for
a
that?
genius, bro.
Exactly.
Go ahead, Joey.
You ready for this one?
I'm ready, man.
Bravely, we got you covered from Sharif and I. Look at the top of the list here. The man, the myth, the legend himself, Jessica, Anna. Who else do we got in the chat here, Sharif? Yeah, Ellie, Juan. What's up, Juan? Ronnie, Tejeda, everyone in the chat. Proud Funds, Leanne, Big Dog Cards. All right, I like a big dog. Dan Chat, Randy, Tinam, Sam, a.k.a. Bullpick, Durrani, and we have a couple more way up there. I like that one there. Just Vitamin and Trumpy Wumpy. It's Eli? What's up? What's up? It's Eli. All right, you got to give me a second here now, Assassino.
Assassino wants to dunk quick, bro.
Immediately.
He wants to dunk quick.
All right, man, guys, check it out. VinFast continues to expand beyond vehicle sales. This week, VinFast India partnered with Shriram Finance to support EV financing access, while Green SM launched electric ride-hailing in Kazakhstan with VinFast VF6. Volatility stepping into the market here, guys. Together, these moves highlight VinFast's broader mobility ecosystem. You can find them on the NASDAQ under VFS. Never mind what we got going on with trades right now. I'm sure we're going to be headed over to the desk momentarily as we just got an additional volatility spikes. But we have two trades on here today. The ones that you see on the board are not it, but what we do have is the TQQs from the low of the day. We'll take a little bit more out, and then you can see the adjustment on the board. I wanted the reload, but I don't know what to call it. We hesitation nation on the reload here below the volume weighted average price, but there it is. TQQs, NVDL, volume and volatility stepping in. We're going to figure out what it is here momentarily. Missed stop here on NVDL, but guys, listen, I'm not bearish on the name. I just believe that in the near future, we're going to struggle breaking that 210 level and holding it. All right, those are two different things. We can climb up to 210, but I have the hunch, and I'll show you that hunch momentarily after we get back from Tia.
Thank you for that. So yeah, just keep an eye out NVIDIA, a bit of an uptick here. A few NVIDIA H200 chips have been delivered to China. This is coming according to U.S. officials right now. NVIDIA up on the day 2%. Also going to take a look at the SPY currently having an uptick. We have a confirmation here. U.S. President Donald Trump announcing a full blockade on Iranian ships. He's replacing 20% reimbursement fee with trade deals. He's also ruled out the Iran nuclear weapon and expects a massive Gulf state investments in the United States. With that uptick in the on the SPY up 0.46%. And just check how the USO is doing. Yep, major downtick in USO right now.
You wanted to cover that?
Oh,
you're good?
No, okay. Yeah, I wanted to go over. So yeah, that means some things. So NVIDIA H200 chip shipments to China remain limited. So limited, maybe they are sending some over there. We'll find out once they actually get a hold of them. But this is what I wanted to bring up here in regards to NVIDIA, as we're up over 2% on the session here, guys. I'm going to stop yelling and just we'll calm down with Wusa and we'll get into the gist of things. But here it is on the options chain, and Ozan and I believe, can agree, and I believe Trav Man for real and my boy Scott Thomas Tomlinson as well. All the options individuals in the chat, 210. We've seen this before. We went over the example on the longer time frames. Let's see if we have the ability to break and hold. But what I get here, there's just so much supply and a lot of short interest. Unfortunately, we can get that magnet effect, but you can see just throughout these increments, all the way up to $250, there's just, defense. So a lot of short interest here in NVDA.
All right, thank you to Lele. Let's cover Lele's first. She's dropping a 10, nice one in the chat. Shout out to Leandra. Do not call her Leandra. Being a member for 8 months. I feel like you've been around longer, Lele. Am I crazy? Maybe just a paying member? I don't know. I feel like you've been around longer. Up $1,000 before 11 a.m. Come lunchtime, I am done for the frickin' day. I'm throwing my little bit there on your super. I know you didn't say frickin', but I like to say it. So shout out to you, Leandra. Very happy for you. I hope you print up multiple storms on your side of the screen. Of course, she's trading V. And there goes V. Joseph options through 43. We're looking for continuation here into about 44. We're seeing some resistance come towards area highs. It is a 44.57. No, we have to stay here for a little bit. 44.57 high. We need to see if we can get through 45. 45, a critical level here. Why do I say that? Because we're technically putting in some lower highs, right? So if you look at the red bar on the 5-minute chart, the high of which is 43.68. Current bar high, 43.38. So we're not out of the woods yet. Looking for a key hold here at this level. It's got to hold above 40 for me to stay involved. If it doesn't hold 40, I'm going to have to flatten out, dropping into $42 now. So let's see if this one resolves into 43. I am concerned about the lower highs. Don't want to get sucked into this one if it's not ready to break out yet. We may need a decisive $45 break to see if this one can kind of really squeeze into 50, but we're going to give this the old college try in and around 42 and change. But now I'm seeing the selling come in at around 42 even. Before it was coming around 42 and a half, 42 and 3/4. Here we are moving closer to the $0.50, but I'm not seeing a 43 print. We're seeing high 42s now, but you're not getting even that touch on the ask. And that's what I'm looking for. I want to see if we can move up on the ask, let alone the bid, right? The bid can come secondary. I mean, that's just kind of, let's see if we can clear the level before we can ask the bid to move up along with the level. But right now, you're seeing a lot of dancing in the 42, so no continuation. This has to hold 40. Let's see what it does. We're going to go up to see it.
Yeah, keep an eye out. USO continuing to slide further into downside. So we had U.S. President Donald Trump say that I have decided to replace the 20% United States reimbursement fee with trade and investment deals that the various Gulf states will be making into the United States. Right after, just a couple moments ago, we had news from New York Times saying Israel and Lebanon will be meeting to advance peace talks. With that, USO continues to slide.
Yeah, clearly. We got a lot going on here from Super Chats. We're going to pull them up right now. The midday bang, bang, brothers. Dynamic duo. Let's go. We'll
Boom.
hit that for you, man.
Boom.
Thank you very much for that, brother. SP Williams. Make sure you stay tuned. We got a lot going on here. You can see that we are rocking and rolling on the TQQs from bright and early this morning. A couple of snipes off the lows, so we'll take it for what it is. Obviously, it's unfortunate, guys. We loaded up down here and then just off of these pops because we were breaking down. And when I seen this consolidation within the TQQs, I'm like, uh-oh, we're going to get some downside movement. But never count this name out, that's for sure, as some of these tech names continue to climb a little bit higher and off to the races we go. But we offloaded, guys, full disclosure, we offloaded about 75% of our position right through here. And then bang, bang, we take some off, we take a little bit more off now. So what I have left is like a small percentage. I'm talking about 2.5% max of my complete position size. So we'll let that one ride throughout the day. Considering we have significantly more risk now, maybe we put on some size, but we will wait and ride this wave. Gruesome twosome. I think that's a good one. Oh, is that bad?
No, I did it by accident. I did it by accident. So sorry about that.
Sorry, Brooke.
No,
yeah,
how do I
No, you can now. It's done. It's gone
unhide.
into.
No, I got
it.
it.
Is it? You got it? All right, there we go.
Sorry about
Unhit
that,
it.
Brooke.
Yeah,
I didn't
sorry,
actually
Brooke. We
mean
know
to do that. Yeah.
pure love. And then we also, who is this individual?
Casey?
No,
I've never
no,
heard
no,
of
no,
her
no.
before.
But I mean, what I mean by this is, who are you on the grand scheme of things? Not just, we know who she is, but what is going on? This is an amazing individual. Casey,
yeah.
to V or not to V. I like that one. Good luck, everyone, as she rolls around
Get
in
it,
her
Case.
V8, probably a G-Wagon or something along those lines. So yeah, no, thank you very much, Casey. Always donating, always gifting memberships, and putting in those super chats. Definitely up there in the support system. Should we go long? Okay, well, I can't repeat that. Yeah, it depends, man. I would take that down if I were you, Assassino. But anyways, here it is, guys. The market finding its recovery. Can we break $210 in NVDA?
All right, man. We're doing all right. Got stopped out on the first attempt here on VEEE. Got a good price. Now, let's see if this one can mosey on up at least above 40. We'll see what this one has to offer. I don't want to take out too much too quickly. I do want to leave room for this one to run, should it actually run, but still suffering from the downtrend. But the fact of the matter is we're still above that 37.5, and that 37.5 is going to be important because that's the 10 EMA on the 5. So we're in a bit of a pullback now with some lower highs. Let's see if we're able to hold above trend. Shout out to whoever was printing multiple storms on VEEE. Y'all are the real heroes, man. This is a very, very volatile name, and with that comes a lot of risk. So the fact that you guys are able to stay green on it, good for you. 44.57 high, south of $40 right now. Let's see how this cookie crumbles. And shout out to my man Jacques, man. Happy 14 juillet, man, because look, I only know about this kind of holiday because my parents, they went to French school, like French school, not Québécois, French school, and they always talk about 14 juillet, and obviously you're celebrating as well. So shout out to my man there, Jacques. You're a good guy, but you like Paris Saint-Germain. So I don't know how good. Oh. Shout out to my man. There he is. Merci, monsieur Sharif. Shout out to my man Jacques, all class in the chat. All right, guys, it's not just V that's moving. Shout out to Jacques. There's others. There's Sale. There's ATAI. Shout out to the individual in the chat who pointed out HGRAF. This is obviously on the OTC, but it's having a great day here, up about 27 1/3. We have some leveraged ETFs as well, NBIZ. We also have BMNR, that hot garbage. It's there as well, and it's making moves 1631. What else do we have? RXT, that's a former runner. We know all about that. And I'm about to get stopped out of V for the second time here if it loses 38, but it's ripping back up into 39 and change, so we're break even on it. But we haven't even gotten a print on this one yet. So I am in a little trouble here with V, unless it can really catch a bid, move aggressively in for it. Like, we're back in the money. I could take it out now, but what is the point of that, right? We're looking for a bigger move up, showing 40, no prints, an aggressive seller stepping in at $40 there that we can't shake. So the short sellers are in control of V at the moment. That was what it seems like to me, because we can't even get a print above $40. So this one, stepping down, and that's what the algorithms do, right? They're going to post their sell orders lower and lower and lower on the bid to kind of keep that downward pressure, unless, of course, there is a big bid that can come take out some of their orders, squeeze them out. And the way you get squeezed out, of course, when you're short is you have to buy, and that usually creates double the buying. So that's what I'm talking about there. Continuing to watch this one. Nothing to do yet. No profits. No losses on this one quite yet, as we are break even. So we'll see how this cookie crumbles. Grunfeld, NXTC could be interesting over VWAP. I will absolutely look at that Grunfeld, but I have to apply right now my attention to VEEE, because we are not out of the water yet, Joe.
All right, man. Good stuff over there. Let's see what we got going on with IBIT as we are up today, guys, to the tune of 3 1/5. We can call it flat. 41,000 contracts open up at this $37 marker, so it's looking pretty good there. $40, there's a little bit of size, but I think this is completely obtainable here. Totally obtainable anyways. We had a high of 36.48 starting to come back in. I mean, it's not horrible, right? If you're talking about just a consolidation before you take an additional leg lower, you bounce off of the volume-weighted average price and then off to the races you go, establishing a new high of the day. And listen, what I was saying bright and early this morning, after we've seen this pop up here on the CPI print, I'm like, uh-oh, watch out for the intraday fade. But then we had this, Gorev lost Polar. So I haven't seen you guys in the chat today, but as soon as I seen this print, especially on the lower time frame, I'm like, all right, I have to take this long. And it's unfortunate that we didn't capitalize on it as much as we possibly could, but we'll take it for what it is, and we'll look for that next opportunity. Like I said, some more risk on the table now, and we'll just continuously take a couple shots. I know that 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock hour is definitely turning into my bread and butter, and we're going to look to sway in that direction and just use this as, you know what, we had a good morning, which we tried to slow down and be a little bit more selective within our trading. That's worked so far. I mean, obviously we know it's ever so changing, and we'll look to do the exact same in that 3 o'clock slot, as I just mentioned. So we'll head over to what we got going on. 714 indecision print on volume, a good look there, and then you have a couple of volatility spikes step in, but we're continuing to move here on IBIT, and what we're waiting for is those extremely strong sessions. And what I'm referring to, remember, late last year, or in the middle of last year, I should say, is when you'd have that 5, 6, 7% day where Bitcoin is climbing $7,000, $8,000. We're just not getting that right now. And with that being said, I don't believe that we've completely turned around in the sentiment of this cryptocurrency space. You'll have those relief rallies at times can be strong, but if we look at the bigger picture, I just don't believe we're there. With that being said as well, guys, blood in the streets, is that a good time to buy? Which it typically is, especially if you want to get that exponential gain. But a base right here at 32.77, but we're just still in that perpetual downtrend, Sharif. So a slow turnaround in this boat, maybe. But what we want to see, and I'll use this as an example, is the opposite of when we are on the downside, is those strong days here where you're gaining multiple percentage points. Here's a couple more from November of 2024. It's just unfortunate that we've been in such almost a year now of straight downside. When did this start? And we peaked in October, down 50%. So yeah, a little bit tougher of a look. Your thoughts on HGRAF? Is that you?
I just covered it right now, guys. Remember, we were talking about this one. It's on the OTC. Just covered it seconds ago. 399 high. It's the breakout there. You may or may not have permissions for this one. You're going to have to check to make sure you have the requisite permission because it's not on a typical exchange. Hence why it has the letter F at the end. But nice breakout there, bull flag continuation. Look for a holdup of prior resistance right at 375 to 380, and then look for a clean move of 4. Whether or not you get that, we'll have to wait and see. But that is the move there on HGRAF. Got stopped at a V for the second time, so this one's definitely not ready to go. We're going to have to wait for a better entry on this because right now it is not ready, to break out vis-a-vis these lower highs. And now it feels like we are losing that 10 EMA on the 5, right around 37 bucks. Down into 35 it goes. This one could be headed to the WAP, VWAP, situated at 32 1/3, 32 1/4, in and around there. So look for a deeper retracement here on V. This one could be in some trouble. I want to mention the new one that I've got on the board there, NTSK, looking for a holdup of the 10 EMA on a 5 and another attempt to break through 1450, showing the $0.25 now. I stop out below area low, which is 1414. That is the current candle, the red candle there from which we turned green. That is the 1110 candle, the low of which is 1415, hence where my stop goes there. And then we also have ATAI. But there goes HGRAF, man. It is really moving here. Good for it. I mean, I thought I put this on the side chart. How come it's not showing up? Let's put it again. HGRAF. There we go. It's delayed data, though. I'm getting delayed data for this because it is an OTC. So I may not have the most up-to-date price action. So we're going to have to update this one and put it on this trading screen. Neil, if it has a ticker F at gateway, what thing am I selecting? Pink? OTC? Okay. HGR. That's how seldomly we trade these, bro. So there we go. It's on the pinks here. OTC. Thank you, Neil. So we are actually showing well above where my price action is. My price action is showing 4. We're at 405, 406. So I have delayed data on my black charts for these OTC markets. So anytime we have to do this, we're gonna have to look at these white charts for the most up-to-date data. So I got a beak wetter there on NTSK at the $0.25, but nothing doing there. Anyway, let me bring in my side charts again. I just want to mention ATAI knocking the door of the $0.50, 5.5, 547 is the current price action with a 549 high. This one's had a couple of bull flags already. The first one, the breakout there at 9:30, then you get about a 25-minute consolidation between 9:45 and 10:05. Okay, so think about that. Then you get the breakout continuation at 10:10, and now we're in the sideways component of the second bull flag. Whether or not we get a third, I would submit to you probably a less likelihood for a third than a second, something you need to be alive to, especially being at the $half area. Now, this could theoretically squeeze into 6, but you have to make contingency plans for a 5.5 rejection. SAIL. Now, this is another good one here, and I will submit to you very similar look as we just had on ATAI. Why do I say that? I see a couple of bull flags. The first one, 9:30 breakout, then you get a consolidation from 10 o'clock to the breakout there at 10:30, so about half an hour, 25 minutes of sideways price action. The continuation comes at 10:30, and then you get a big move up, and now you're getting a sideways consolidation as well with about 15:10, give or take, as the base, the lower end of that flag consolidation. So be on the lookout for that. Oh, it just got stopped out of NTSK. Holy cow, man, we're 0 for 2 to start the morning here, man. Nothing holding in my book anyway. So we're going to have to be a little bit more discerning with some of these trades because we're already starting 0 for 2 here, Joey. Who am I, man? Vladdy Guerrero? Like, what's going on over here, bro? Whoa. Yeah, Neil did not like that at all.
Hey, man, hey, but you know what it's
See the home run derby yesterday, Neil? Of course
he's
a super fan. What kind of stupid question is that, man?
Frick, man, I wish we could take that back.
I was watching the home run derby at the gym right now. They had the review on right now.
Nice.
Glass half full.
Yeah, I love the mentality. Joey, can't trade anymore today. When do you think the next run-up should be on SKHY, SK Hynix? That's a great question, brother. Let's see what we got going on the cost beat, right? Like, a lot of us were talking, a lot of us is a crazy take, but Obi and I and Jose and the Algo boys in the back there, we're talking about, hey, man, the cost beat, listen, big-time run, okay? Thank you for that there, Assassino. Now, are we going to be surprised when we have just this insane run-up from April of 25 to the tune of 300%, and then we start to get a little bit of a pullback? I think it's the same thing, SKHY, right? Like, I mean, eventually it will happen. It's actually really hard for me to pull this up, even though I don't know the numbers because that's what it is there, SK. We could just do this. Hynix. There we go, SK Hynix. So here it is, right? Like, again, we'll just go from roughly the same marker, September, to this is an insane run. Now, are you going to get those relief rallies in between? Absolutely. But we know, guys, I think we've gone over this multiple times. When you go on these insane runs, eventually the people are going to be taking profit. And a large amount of individuals, and the larger participants, I should say, are going to be taking their profit. Meanwhile, I think another thing that needs to be taken into consideration is just the amount of people in South Korea who are retail trading. It's an insane amount of the population. It's nothing like I've personally ever heard of before. And it's very interesting to see. Now, with that being said, we're currently down approximately 36%. So we're going to be eliminating quite a bit of this run right now. But the next pop may come at this trend line break. And I think Neil could agree with that. And as Sharif would like to say, respectful people could disagree. But I would wait for something on the backside of this. Until then, who knows what can happen. I think there is a little bit more downside because, look, I'll use this as another example. Look at Marvell. Marvell on an insane run, now down 31%, right? So when these things go parabolic, you can't just go up all the time. Wait for trend lines to be broken, and then maybe on the back side of them, you have the ability to find some nice, strong price action.
All right, man. All right. Looking in at LEDS, thank you, Adam and company, for this one. LEDS recovering from some pre-market highs. Oh, that wasn't even pre-market high. That was 1020. A lot of selling at 235, though. So some zig and zag here. Be careful with this one. It feels like a bit choppy at this $0.33 area. We're going to keep a close eye on that. I did get forced out here of NTSK, but it's moseying on back up. So this one has me a little bewildered. Like, do we get back in for another attempt here at that 7.25? Because it does feel a little bit top heavy. So what we'll do is we'll just go in a little bit less size. Right, that way we have to manage risk a little bit less. All right, there we go. Just put in that. There we go. All right, so this one doesn't look like it's ready to go yet either, Adam. LEDS, at least for the moment. Zigging and zagging here with 30. I mean, 20 is the level, so if you can give this to 20, because that's the breakout level, then have at it. This computer is going really slow today, so we're going to have to figure another way to manage the positions here. All right, let's go like this. So we're going to go down into 21, and then if we can get 21s, that'd be fantastic, and then we'll stop out at 18s. Should that one continue to bleed down. So LEDS looks like a bit of a thicker trade here. Thoughts on FCEL, says Nick. It's a good swing, brother, but I don't really know anything about it intraday. It's holding the 50 EMA, Nick, on the daily, on the exponential. So just make sure it's continuing to follow that, because if it breaks down below that, I think we might have a bigger correction. I already have my stops in place there, should that one correct down. So be on the lookout there, Nick, for FCEL. It used to run as Bloom ran, but that's not, I've been noticing a disassociation between the two lately, Nick. So let me know how that goes. But yeah, in LEDS, in NTSK, looking for them to hold at these levels, but not entirely certain of either of these trades at the moment as we start over 2 for the morning, Joe.
All right, man. Let's see what else we got going on here. As we continue to climb a little bit higher in the TQQs, we'll head over to our watch list and run through some of these mega names, mega cap names. Now, as for our NVDL trade bright and early this morning, I mean, we could have took another stab on it, but again, hesitation nation. So that's my fault. It did hold these levels. I was posted up literally at VWAP, and I only took about 20% off right here. I was looking for that climb, but this pullback was too deep to the tune where it just stopped me out break even and then decided to go. And I had the hunch that it was going to do that good. Are there still a lot of shorts at 210 on NVDA? Yes, there is. And we'll go over that here momentarily. So there's the run. Here's the run that NVDA is on right now, heading up to 209.07. We'll take that all day. It's pretty strong. Now, I want to see how we react around that 210 marker, all right? Now, heading back over to the TQQs, I'm not going to complain too much because we are still currently sitting in this, and I don't have very much from a position standpoint left, all right? So 76, maybe we'll take our last little bit off if we're fortunate enough to catch that. Glass half full, yeah, we'll head over to there, and Lele, we can take a look at the options chain on the two names once again. But let's head over to this first and see what we have. 2%, right? Yesterday we were down almost 4%. Google finally turning positive back up to $358. We're holding this trend line now. Apple with a downgrade here today for whatever reason, but here it is. What was the terminology, Sharif, that a projection potentially of slower iPhone sales? Yeah, well, we just went through a super cycle on the 17, so I mean, it's hard to match that, so I wouldn't be surprised if you see a slight downtick.
They're saying that they monitor credit card statements and that people are spending less on Apple.
Yeah, okay, so disregard all of the...
I gotta tell you, this key bank had hold on Apple while it was making all-time highs for the last year. So quite frankly, I don't really care what they have to say.
And the fact that, oh yeah, you hit double-digit iPhone sales last year as well too. So I don't know. Anyways, aside from that, KeyBank, see you later. Here's SpaceX. That is around $142. And then also Broadcom, guys, finally turning positive. A pretty good look here from the weekly standpoint. A big-time name, down 20%. We like that for sure at those levels. But let's head over to the options chain once again, and we're going to go over NVDA 210 level, and we'll probably do it multiple times throughout the intraday session. Now, the size has lightened up a little bit, but nothing substantial. 87,000 contracts. I don't know if it's absorbable right now, just due to the fact that we've had some pretty weak sessions in the past couple of days. And if we do, then by all means, 215 can most definitely be a target, but I want to see how we react around 210 first.
All right, man, here comes LEDS, looking like it's going to head back into the volume-weighted average price. Let's see if we can get the fill around 21s, but we're not going to give it much in the way of room at all. It's at 21. I'm not getting the fill. There it is. And then we get stopped out immediately as it does lose the bid. I don't know, man. I don't have much in the way of luck at all today. All my positions getting stopped out, man. Nothing is holding up, so what can you do? Let's see if LEDS wants to reclaim VWAP, possibly head above 240 again, but it's still showing a little bit of sell here into 18s and 17s, so nothing doing there. Continuing to watch the other position that we've got on, which is, of course, NTSK, looking for removal of the $0.25. That's not entirely certain of that as well. RXT continues to hang out at highs at around 9.62%. But it's feeling flat top breakish here, but it's just too close to 5 for me to get involved, quite frankly. But we'll have to keep a close eye on that. But V is making a bigger move here, but I'll submit to you, we are still suffering from that downtrend. When you do draw that trend line, we are still putting in lower highs, even though we are above prior bar high. Be on the lookout here for V. It's not going to give you much warning at all, but it will go if it goes, right? Like, it will go pretty quickly is what I'm trying to say there. And then, yeah, keep your eye out on that. You may need to use resting orders in order to take advantage of whatchamacallit? VEEE. All right, looking for LEDS here to hold up at around the 10 EMA. So far, it is holding up, so we'll give this one the old college try, and we'll set it up below 10, which is fine on LEDS. Let's see what we get there. Nick, what do you think about LHAI? You mentioned it earlier, and it seems to have found support for a big move up. Do I have LHAI over here? Did I? I don't think I have it, brother, because it's not on the side chart. LHAI. LHAI. Yeah, up 22%. Yeah, but far below VWAP, Nick, so I wouldn't mess around with this one until it got above 1 1/3. It's also an unbroken downtrend there, basically, so watch out for that one. I'd say it has to really get above 140 for it to get going. So let me know how you end up trading that one, Nick. But for me, it's a new good at the moment. So that's what I got on there. But it looks like this OTC one, HGRAF, is the one that is making a big move, man. Shout out to, anytime I see RAF, I think immediately Royal Air Force.
Yeah, is that right?
You too.
What's up with this new, do you see that new wrestling, or I shouldn't say it's new, but there's a new wrestling thing called the RAF, I believe it is, that all these UFC fighters are going to wrestle. It's not like fake wrestling, it's actually like quality wrestlers and stuff like that, MMA fighters.
Like actual real like
Roman
wrestling?
Exactly.
Okay,
exactly whatever they call it.
Entertainment wrestling.
There goes, listen guys, this is what we've been looking for here in Bitcoin, all right? Like, look at this volume increase here. This is some big time volume stepping in. This is the largest we've seen. All right, and right around that $40 or that $37 marker. Now, with that being said, I don't have any issues with starting really small and adding more into this position because we have some room to play with. Now, we're not going to get too carried away, but with that amount, I want to go with the flow, and I think that's going to be to the northeast here on IBIT. I have literally a fraction of risk on. I wouldn't even give a percentage point or anything along those lines. But yeah, Pug Life, you. Travman, Ozan, we're all looking at this 210 level here on NVDA, and I think it's going to be a massive focal point here for this name, right? If we have the ability to break it, then hey, we can definitely climb up into 215. Ozan confirming that as well. But here it is, CrowdStrike up 10% today, PanW up approximately, I think it was around 6.7%. So cybersecurity names getting a little momentum up under the hood there. Speaking of hood, there's Robinhood not doing too much. I do believe that this floor is going to break at some point, this 107 marker. I would have liked us to climb up into 125. Obviously, that'd be more ideal, not necessarily the case right now. Obviously, and I mean here, I'm chasing IBIT right now, so it's not the best, and that's why you go really, really small, okay? And then I have no issue with adding into this volume print. Now, if we breach the lower end of 3650, then I definitely have to reassess the situation, and maybe we won't have that extremely strong session, but we're up 4 1/5 right now. Check out my Tesla short 400. All right, man, let's see what you have there on Tesla. We've yet to go over our watch list and just run through all the names. Yeah, nice look there, Gaurav, on that Tesla short, right back into the volume-weighted average price, where the market is grinding higher. Tesla, a lot of sideways PA, so watch out for some more downside here, but a beautiful move here from our boy Gaurav. This is a nice print as well for a potential long there, Gaurav. I don't know if you're looking at that, but nice move from the peaks all the way down to the volume-weighted average price. Stellar move there, brother. Let's see if we can get some more turnaround PA in IBIT, just following the volume on this one.
Huge sell. LEDS at 31.32 just got taken out. We're back in here 20s. We're showing 32s. Wow, Joey, I can make a winning trade.
Hey, man, I love that feeling.
Sick.
Man.
I don't know. I was starting to doubt it there for a second. Oh, I'm
never doubt.
I exaggerate for effect. But here we go. Adam, James, freaking abroad. What are you seeing here, brother, on LEDS? You think we can get a squeeze into 2 2/3? We're showing 2 1/3 right now with some selling, so we got to keep a close eye on that. But I also want to talk, you guys were talking about Hood, right?
Yeah, Robin Hood.
Well, I got Hodo, right? H-O-D-O, same letters, just in different order.
Hodo.
Hodo,
Hodo.
Hobo.
Oh.
Well, yeah, a lot of those here. HODO up 49, almost 46%, showing resistance at 183. That is the high, showing 177 right now. A nice breakout. Timo Hood, yeah, I like that one. The attaboy, brother. That's a chuckler right there. It looks like 175 was some area of resistance here. There was like a triple top at 175. Perhaps we can get in here, give it to like a little bit below 170. You know, we're going to give it a little bit of room, Joey. For a possible move into the 180s, what do we got? We got a 180. Let's go 184 on the next beak wetter there. Let's see what we get. We won't get upset. Shout out to my man, Neil. So we're in at 76. It's showing 78s. We need a bigger price spike up here on the Hodo with a 183 area high options, man. What are we seeing here, though, on the current trade? There goes LEDS. This guy, bro. Into 35. Adam says, gave up on that chump. I'm back in B, waiting for the 45 break, but don't like the 5-minute chart. Neither do I, Adam. Hence why I'm not in V at the moment. But I'm liking LEDS. Adam, come on, man. You can't mention this to me and then turn your back on it 2 minutes later. I need your help here, brother.
Bro, hold no loyalty to thy stocks, man.
Bro, of course. Man. You think I'm like chirping at the guy?
Yeah. Well, I would chirp at Adam. I was gonna say, where you at, Adam?
Yeah, where you at? You letting me take the fall here, Adam?
Yeah, exactly.
Freaking abroad. He's in Canada right now, right?
He's in Canada.
I have to go see him there, Joey. I did. Was 20 minutes ago. He said. Shout out to my man.
Oh.
Yeah. He's good times. We're looking for continuation here, Adam. I think if we can break through 240, all hell is gonna break loose. But we got to get through that 240 seller first, because this is looking more like quadruple topish, quite frankly, with a lot of resistance in and around 240. Alas, it is above the 10 EMA, it is above VWAP, but it is not making new area highs. Sadly, we already got stopped out of Hodo. Okay, well, Hodo wasn't nice to me, so maybe LEDS will be good. We're still holding here a piece, very little on NTSK. It's just not going in the right way. So I'm being quite patient with this one, but I am starting to see some lower highs. So I think I'm going to cut this trade, and then if it wants to come back into possibly 13.90, I can get involved with that one. But right now, we're going to have to steer clear on that one. But I want to get into RXT here, guys. It's starting to look flat top breakish. 497. This one could rip through 5. I think I'm going to build a position here into RXT. Let's see if we can pick up somewhere low 90s as well, maybe even mid 80s. And that would be with a view to taking out $5 should it manifest. So that's what we're going to give this one a try. RXT's been good to us before. Maybe it'll be good to us again. Who knows, right?
Please be good to me.
Please be good to me, right? Especially like, I'm starting out with a hard day here, man. Usually, I start 0 for 1, 0 for 2, but then we catch a win. And
bro,
the wins they're few and far between.
Bro, full disclosure, I had a couple of days last week where I was like 0 for 5. And I'm like, all right, that's enough. Just to stop trading. Yeah. I have those days, man.
We all do, brother. Days. I mean, that's the problem. Yeah, it must be nice over there, huh? Assassino?
I thought that was Tiffany.
Yeah, it must be nice over there, huh?
Yeah, nice over there, Assassino.
He's womping us.
Yeah,
Joey.
yeah.
Womp.
That's crazy.
All right, man. What are you looking at?
Yeah, we're in the same thing. Let's see if we España, vamos. Let's go.
Yeah, what do we got for that?
Spain, France.
Yeah.
Well, I want Spain to win, but I do believe France is going to take.
Yeah, I saw somebody wearing I saw somebody wearing the France shirt down there.
Where's A day trading at?
Don't upset him.
Oh, he just chimed in. Yeah, so I'm saying I want Spain to win, but I think they're going up against a juggernaut. Hey, listen, Yamin Lamal. Let's see if this guy can get the ball rolling, man. What a prodigy that kid is.
Forget about Yamin Lamal. It's Mikel Mourinho, bro. He's the only one
He's the only one who's been on fire, right?
He's been killing it. And Luis, what's the name of that guy who has an impossible last name? I think he's got 5 goals already this year for Spain. Not a guy that I knew too much about, but he's playing more of as a false 9. Luis, tag me in the chat. Let me know what this guy's name is, because he's been it's a hard name. Yes, Oyarzabal. Oyarzabal. How am I saying that? Completely wrong, Luis, let me know. Just give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down for the pronunciation there. But yeah, he's been killing it. Luis, where does he play, by the way? Where does this Oyarzabal guy play? Usually I know about these guys, but I've been watching La Liga less and less.
Bro, how are you still in here?
What's up, man?
This guy, he gives it, that's it, man.
Where does he play, man?
We know this guy, no, this guy just keeps saying the exact same thing. I'll look at it, and if it's not popping.
What is wrong with this?
You're in big trouble. I'm obviously joking.
He plays for Sociedad. So Arsenal will probably buy him then because they bought...
It's not even a ticker.
What's his name? Mikel Mourinho from Sociedad. They bought, who else? Zubamendi from Sociedad. So good luck there. All right, go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, okay. It's looking good, man. Hopefully you've made a lot of money on this, 25 cents all the way up to $1.87. Liquidity issues though, right? So you can see that we're falling into that realm, but there you go. You finally got the ticker that you've been spamming in the chat for quite some time. And you know what? I'll give you a little bit of credit. It is on a substantial run from May of 2026, okay? So yeah, to the tune of 660%. Congratulations. And I hope you actually got to take advantage of that, all right? So there it is. We're gonna add a little bit more, guys. Again, we're starting super, super small and slow. I doubled up my position right now, but I still do not have very much size on this. We want to hold on to our winners. We'll rock and roll on this IBIT trade just in case there is a continuation. We're following the volume. The only thing that my issue here on this is look at the discrepancy and the difference between the volume prints. Okay, this is displaying as red. This is displaying as a green print, okay? So let me know what you guys are seeing specifically from a time frame standpoint. We are looking at 11:32 on that one. Thank you very much with the grocery manager and getting old and wise. I don't know how to take that one there, but hey, it is what it is. I'm not getting any younger, that's for sure. As a child, okay, let me read this first. Oh, okay, yeah, beautiful stuff. As a child, my parents had a flat in Alumicar. I'm not even going to try to pronounce that. Learned to play football with a tennis ball with Spanish kids. Always love España and Andalusia. Yeah. Andalusia. There we go. Andalusia. There, yeah. Yeah, shout out. Big love to España. That's for sure, Sharif. Very much appreciated. All right, thanks, Kevin. I'll take that as a compliment as well, too. There goes IBIT of 4%. A nice little ad there. We're going to be looking for the high of the day break here, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, man. There goes RXT. We're taking the prints there through 5. It smelled like a flat top break that was brewing, hence why we got involved with this one. Let's go at 2s. Let's go at 4s. Now, sadly, I didn't get the full position on this monster. So we're going to have to go with a bit of a smaller size here on RXT. But nonetheless, looking for a more continuation on this, but keeping a very close eye here on, HODO. It just popping tailed, but it hasn't quite failed yet. So I am a little bit concerned about this one and how it ends up trading. 177.5 is our cost basis, showing 171 right now, but it does feel like it might fail. Now it has higher lows, higher lows, higher lows on the last few candles, but that I feel like is being challenged at the moment. We could get the breach of that 170 low there. This could be a bit of a flush down, so got to keep a close eye on that one. We have an ugly topping tail candle that just closed at 1140, and now this current 5-minute candle, the 1145 candle, is about to breach prior bar low. Prior bar low takes us down to 169. We do have a 170 buyer here on HODO, so be on the lookout for the flush. I'm keeping an eye here on the size coming onto the gateway at 170. See, if they're going to backstop us, and I mean the buyers, right? So shout out to First Fab Zed. Why is the market up if there might be an upcoming war, a war upcoming? Brother, those are the kind of questions that the market prices in far quicker than usually people will sit there and contemplate about this, but the market discounts everything almost immediately. So the fact that, a new kind of round of belligerencies between Iran and the U.S. has ensued was discounted almost immediately in the price. And there goes Hodo killing me here. Oh my days, no continuation on anything and right down it goes. RXT also coming right back down into that 496 area, so no continuation on any longs.
Yeah, all right. Let's see what we got going on here with this ad. Yeah, I got, Scott, don't worry, I got my eye on him. I looked at Amazon right now. It's not really doing anything right now. We're just starting to form some sideways price action. There is a wedge that's starting to be established, in which direction it's going to go. I think that's our job to determine and figure out. There's a couple of things that we want to see is volume step in, and then maybe just a wick in one direction and then a continuation to the top side, I think, just due to the fact that the market is pretty strong. But let's head back over to our watch list. We got to Brown, Broadcom, Tesla, not doing too bad. That short still working out for you, Gaurav. I'm happy for you. And Meta, back down to 6. Did I just break my glasses? Yeah, I did.
Oh, no.
All right.
You have another pair, don't you?
I do, yes, in the vehicle. That's all right. So, yeah, we'll just put those off to the side there. Now everything's blurry, even though they're not prescription. Yellow light, or blue light, sorry. Now, moving forward, guys, the META is really having an issue holding on to these breakouts. And you can see that what we've experienced from that gap up leading into Friday's session, we're starting to slowly fill it. Now, I would like us to break this 691 level and head up into that $700 marker, but I don't know if that's necessarily going to be the case right now. The beauty of everything is that we've had a lot of the banks report bright and early this morning. Record numbers, lots of CapEx spend. I think it's going to be the same nature for a lot of these beasts, these mega cap beasts, right? And I'm talking about these top names. Watch out for AMD to, listen, there's a couple of things, and I mean, it's like, hey, Captain Obvious, thanks for pointing this out, but what I'll tell you is, hey, I believe what can happen here in AMD is that we get an additional gap up and then we sell off, or we've absolutely priced everything in and there's no form of surprise stepping into the earnings report and you head a little bit lower, which at that point I would be looking to buy AMD if you are doing so, right? Like, we head over to our overview, AMD is still not a $1 trillion name. And we just have, it feels like every other week there's a new company running into that club. And I think AMD is definitely on the horizon of that. Now, $920 billion market cap, like, yeah, it's just a matter of time until we see $1 trillion in front of AMD, in my opinion, anyways. And I think it can continue to move from that standpoint. Now, as for Marvell, I know Jensen
no
Wong.
Question about it.
What you think? Yeah, I mean,
we're 920 right now.
Right. So from a percentage standpoint, what does it need to increase in order for us to hit there? Is a different question. But we're now sub 200 market cap here on Marvell, which I believe was closer to around 300 billion. Now you're at 197 billion. So, hey, if you think that that's going to be a next $1 trillion name, then by all means, keep an eye out on Marvell because it could be trading at a discount right now. PE is slightly extended, in my opinion, too.
Yeah, absolutely is, man. But you know how these went. I think AMD's PE was always
always been elevated.
Valued,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Like, what is it at right now? We're
100,
looking
like
178.14. That's PE excluding items, right? The average for the space is basically 21, but that's always been the case for AMD. What's
21.
NVIDIA trading at here? Just by way of comparison, 31. So yeah, you can make that that comparison a lot. Broadcom, 64-ish. How about Intel? Intel minus 165, but hey, it's I guess it's a growth story there, right? What other some names yet we can kind of look at that are similar? Taiwan Semi. There's always going to be a discount, sadly, for Taiwan Semi. That's just the way it is. 36, not bad for Taiwan Semi, but it's no AMD. How is ARM trading, even though it's not direct comp? 353, so don't feel too bad there, AMD. Look at this.
Who did you say?
ARM,
ARM,
man.
yeah.
ARM is getting clapped today, too. 6% down. Looks like they got a price target raise as well from, who is that, H.C. Wainwright? HSBC, okay. So they got a price target upgrade, at least from one. And then they got downgraded by who? Was it HSBC? So they downgraded them and price target. That makes sense. From a buy to hold, and they boosted the price target from 255 to 315. So some mixed messaging, I guess, there. Continuing to hold my RXT trade. We're break even on this. I'm looking for a move back above 5. We're not immediately getting it. And I got to tell you guys, I'm not liking anything at the moment, save and except for HGRAF, which is really moving. Where is that? Did I take this one off? Maybe.
Wow.
HGRAF, there it is. Yeah, HGRAF really making a bigger move here, but up, down, into 390. It was a 402 high, so look for a possible hold around 380. There was a bit of a shelf, a resistance shelf around 380. So if this one makes its way down, it could be a buy in and around that level, but I wouldn't be holding it into that level. I would wait to come and pick it up there. And V, guys, V, my biggest loser on the day, and it is heading right back down. It has been suffering from this trend since we started the show. Right 10 minutes before we started, it made the intraday high of 44.57, but that was as good as it could do on the day, as it has been putting lower highs, and now it is starting to look very flat bottom breakish, with a possible $37 to $36 area being that flat bottom. So this is what we call a descending wedge, where we have lower highs, and all the while we generally hold the same area support. So be on the lookout here. If you are long V, you may, depending on what you're doing over there, what your cost basis is, this, that, and the other, but you may have to set up a little bit differently here on V. And there goes RXT below my level, and that will stop us out for the day. So we're going to have to take a bit of a break now trading, because we're not doing well today. At least I'm not. So RXT failing the level. They're all failing. There's no continuation on any of them. And as a result, I'm not trading anything to the downside right now. We're going to pause on trading. If you guys want me to look at anything for you, absolutely would not mind, but we're not going to be punching in at the moment. Iman, thoughts on JEM? Let's have a look at JEM. Let's see what this one's up to. Let's see what we got. Well, we've got no price action, brother. We had a big move yesterday in the towards the end of the show, and certainly in the aftermarket. Looked like it started squeezing there at 10 to 4. And when all was said and done, we were trading around 541 before the squeeze. And when the squeeze was done, we were at 866. So we popped up 60%. But as you can see, on the right side of that price action, we moved all the way back down. So we basically gave the entire thing back. Now we're doing almost no volume. We're at $6, $6.90 high, showing $5.94 now. I don't think today's price action warrants a trade. This price action warranted a trade, right? Where you had momentum to the upside, and then if you're a short seller, you're taking it back down. But today, there's really not much going on. So I'd say stay clear of JEM on the day. Wait till the volume comes back in and the momentum is directional, and then have a look at it then. For now, we're going to send it to Sia.
So just to mention here, Citigroup, that C had a huge down tick a couple minutes ago. It's reversed almost all its gains that it made right off the open. We had CEO of the company, Jane Fraser, saying that the Middle East conflict has weighed a bit on global growth and given inflation a quote-unquote second wind, while consent order timing is quote-unquote fully at the discretion of our regulators. So the bank has not raised its 2026 ROTCE target, which is the return on tangible common equity target. It's trying to go back to the upside. Currently, it's still down 4.5% on the day.
Over.
All right, man. Let's see if we're going to add a little bit more. Once again, we don't want a DCA. You should close the TQs long. You got to understand, from a percentage standpoint, I have absolutely nothing. Like, this is, I couldn't even buy coffee, really, with what we have left. So
Get it, Joey.
I was just going to see if Ramin was coming in here today, get the boy an iced coffee. But
Ram?
Yeah, Ram.
She's not coming.
She's not coming today, according to Sia. All right, thank you for that update. So we'll keep our eyes out here on IBIT and see if it's worth to even add. Now, I mentioned before that you don't want to give up too much of that increased volume candle, which it seems to be we've already given up around 60 to 70% of the value of that specific candle. And if it breaks down and doesn't hold this support level, then I'm at a dodge on this one. All right? There's no need for me. Yeah, exactly. We're going to get out of Dodge Sharif and we're going to head somewhere else, like maybe Reno or I don't know. And buy us a cup of coffee. Oh, Zane, you buy me a cup of coffee and a flight out to Dallas.
Oh, you want to go back to Dallas?
Yeah, I want to go back to Dallas, man. I want to go back to Dallas.
What are you going to do out there, Joey?
live that Texas life.
Yeah,
man. Hit some
The
barbecue.
great state of Texas.
The amazing state of Texas.
Fantastic state.
And do all that stuff that they got going on over there, man. You know how it is. All those Texas boys know what's up.
Good old boys.
Yeah, the good old boys, that's for sure. No light beer, though. No light beer.
But that's all they were selling, Joe.
It's light beer.
The,
I don't know what's up with the Americans and the light beer.
Well, it wasn't the Americans. It's your boys at
room.
FIFA. They were all about
Is
that.
that
Like,
what it
Joey,
was?
everywhere
Yeah,
you went that was FIFA related, they had
right.
the same alcoholic selection because everybody had
Yeah.
you had to pay, to sell your stuff at FIFA.
Let me tell you
right?
this, and I'm sorry if I offend
Michelob
anybody.
Ultra.
Oh, bro, there you go. You just got me
on,
started.
man.
Here it is. And I'm sorry if I offend anybody.
No, get it,
You know,
Joey.
okay, you know that last little bit of beer, right, in the bottle or
Yeah,
your
the disgusting
can?
part.
Yeah, that disgusting part.
Yeah.
Fill that up all the way, and that's Michelob Ultra for you. Stuff is hot garbage, man.
Hot
It's
garbage.
so garbage. It's like I may as well be
Neil likes
drinking
that. I like
flat
that too.
pop or something like that, man. Get that garbage out of here.
Exactly,
We're so cold
dude.
for that. I know all those boys out there love that stuff. Obviously, I'm kind of messing with you. Not really. I'm being serious.
He's not really
Come
messing.
north
He's
of the
being
border,
serious.
drink some real beer. As we add a little bit more here, yeah, I'm getting feisty over here, Shreve. As we
lit
add
up,
a little
man.
bit more,
Backwash.
I'm only messing with them. But no, in all seriousness, I bid 4%. Let's see if this is our rebound. This is the levels that we want to hold up, and if they don't, considering I've added significantly now, we'll just have to get out of this trade here and just rock and roll with what we have going on with the T-triple-Qs. I wouldn't mind reloading that as well.
Can I say something though?
Of course.
So I'm not much of a beer guy.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Like basically from my mid to younger 20s onwards, I've never been much of a beer guy.
Yeah.
For some reason, that's changing.
You like it?
Okay, I used to hate it because of the bloating. Now, all of
Yeah.
a sudden, I'm not really getting bloated because I'm not drinking as much.
That's good, yeah, you
right?
ain't
So
need
that's number one. Number two,
Yeah.
nice trade
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
Go IBIT. Number two, the second day effects are
Significantly.
drastically better
Yeah.
than drinking hard liquor, right? So at the games, I'd have a few beers.
Yeah.
And can I tell you, I'd work out later
yeah,
that day.
man. Yeah, man.
It was possible. I would never be able to do that even if I had the same quantity, but obviously in hard liquor terms. I don't know.
No, man.
To
Hard.
me, it's just been
hard.
a lot better. Bro.
Listen, I had to so if I'm drinking hard liquor, it's just straight tequila on ice with some
Straight
lemon.
tequila on ice.
Yeah, that's
well, a lot
it.
of people like that, like the vodka water.
Yeah,
right,
yeah,
or
that's
whatever. CS, just going like that.
Tequila on
Vodka water
ice.
is good, I guess.
Yeah.
I know, but I've been on a beer kick.
I can't
right?
get behind any form of vodka, unfortunately. Even though it's in espresso
Like that vodka
martinis.
water, huh?
Again, there's nothing wrong. Like as you get a little bit older and you want to keep the party going with a couple of espresso martinis.
It's just the beer's got to be good though. It can't be Michelob Ultra.
Anything but, man.
Yeah. Anyway, we have to send it up to Sia. I believe we're doing happening now. Then Neil
right,
has the
then.
lesson of the day.
Thank you so much. Let's just keeping an eye out. We do have U.S. President Donald Trump speaking right now. If there's any updates, I will be sure to fill you in. For now, let's take a look at what's going on with the market, starting with the three major averages. The SPY is currently up 0.20% on the day. The triple Qs are up 8%. The Dow is down 1.16%, followed by the IWM up 0.35%. So we have a little bit of an ease off right now currently with crude oil prices after U.S. President Donald Trump has abandoned his demand for ships to pay the 20% protection fee. That is the toll transit the Strait of Hormuz. So WTI has risen 1.8 to almost 2% on the day to $79.56 per barrel. And Brent up almost 2% on the day to $84.95 a barrel. Currently, USO is up 1.8%, very close to 2% on the day. Also, PGR, that's Progressive Corporation. So JPM has downgraded PGR to neutral from overweight and also set a price target, December 2027 price target of $250. That is compared with the stock's July 13th close, that's of yesterday, of $234.48. Like I said, U.S. President Donald Trump speaking right now. If there's anything noteworthy and moving markets, be right here because Adara and I will be covering it. But for now, let's send it to Neil for his lesson of the day.
Thank you, Sia. The lesson of the day here is sometimes you've got to ignore an obscene move or a gigantic candle if you want to catch the next trade. And the example, I wasn't whining about it, but I thought I was getting a little whiny about BAC this morning. The banks as usual, strong earnings and some selling off, and then they bought the dip like they always do, seemingly. It's almost as like the first reaction on BAC was to be like, oh, your trading numbers were good? Well, Goldman Sachs are better, so why should you guys be up? And then they were down. But it was really about the higher low in the open trade. This is look, I like the 58 long. You're going to get 58 long? No. The opening candle was $1.50 right here at 9:30. So if you're thinking long, it's really hard to wrap your brain around trading the $60 level when you were thinking dip into 58. It's just, anchoring is a real cognitive bias that just absolutely flummoxes human beings, and it'll get you as a trader too. If you're anchored to this, it's hard for you to want to be long there. So sometimes what you need to be able to realize is this has happened, and I have to just digest what happens next, right? And if you're thinking about what can be the next price level or what can be the next key, it's like when in doubt, zoom out. If you just simply looked at that, here's $60 from prior day. Here's $60 from a key close area. Like you did have a 60 to 61-ish gap fill potential. If you just try to eliminate that first candle and realize, hey, you know what, that's not going to be there. It then puts in a nice little consolidation. And there's your breakout from the consolidation on the second 3 minute. And then you get a nice, gentle uptrend for almost a full buck. On a $60 stock, you're talking a point and a half move, which if you're day trading and you don't, and with tight risk to VWAP, a point and a half is a fantastic trade. Now, it's not the $2 that it went, but you can't really do anything about that. You're not rewinding time. I don't have a delay. Can't just throw up the gull wings, hop in there, go to 88, and then we can get that trade at 58 and a half. You can't really pull any of that stuff off. So you got to be able to put it behind you, have a couple of minutes to be able to assess what is out there for you as a trade, and then just try to hop into it. That's all there's not much else that you're going to do in a situation like that. I get it. You're like, oh, crap, I missed it. I mean, I could say the same thing about anybody that might have wanted Palantir. Right? Like once, like the opening candle, again, it tries to fake you out. There's a topping tail, hold of the low, and then it just completely engulfing. So, well, if you're looking down here at the lows, maybe you wanted a little bit deeper. I think Sean wanted 122. I mean, certainly maybe you wanted perfectly that 22, it's just a false break of the low. But once it's broken out, look at the structure, like think about what the structure of that trade is. Look at the 15-minute chart. On a 15-minute chart, you basically have it gashing into prior lows and then breaking out. Like, look at the room from here to here. That's another $4 of upside, even if you've missed out the first. So your job is to come in and see if you can figure something out in here. Is it just joining what looks like a parabolic move? Is it taking this clean hold and break of the 26 level? Right? Like taking the 126 break, that's a way to get in the move. It's not 22s, it's not 23s, but you can see from your quick zoom out, which you're able to do once we're breaking out here. That's 5 minutes for you to be able to figure out that maybe you like the breakout trade. So the same way in BAC, you could have taken that 5 minutes to just grab what you can from point and a half. You could have had even more than that on something like Palantir. And I want to go back to the first thought. It really comes down to anchoring. Like you want to avoid anchoring. That is a big key. If you are anchored to a price and you don't get a chance to trade off of that price, it can be difficult to join a trend at a higher price if you're going long, or to join a trend at a lower price if you're going short. But you still have to put that work in, put it behind you. You can't put the blinders on and ignore the price action that's going to be on the chart, but you got to be able to do your best, because otherwise you just get that FOMO, maybe take subpar opportunities because you feel like you missed it. So that's what I got for you. Obviously that was the case on BAC. I think certainly would have been the case for some people that might have wanted Palantir a little bit lower after the IGV got smoked on that IBM news. So good luck to everybody out there. The market is heading back into the downside. You got the headline right in here. USO on the upbound, on the bounce, market coming back in. Good luck. We'll see you back at 2 while I eat some tacos, because that's what we got for lunch. I haven't tasted them yet, but looks pretty good.
I stand by the tacos. Let's talk here about EQT, because there is a piece of news here related to this company, and I'm going to break it down for you guys. So Google here right around 12 p.m., as they often do, these blog posts, they announce on their blog that they broke ground with their partners at Cypress Creek Energy on what will be the largest solar facility in the U.S. Now, Cypress Creek is apparently, they were acquired, I think, back in 2021 by EQT. So again, EQT did get a little bit of a bounce here as Google announces that they've broken ground on what they're saying will be the largest solar facility in the U.S. in partnership with this EQT subsidiary. So good look there for EQT Corporation. Back to the guys.
All right, guys, should I do it now or no? Okay, VinFast continues to expand beyond vehicle sales. This week, VinFast India partnered with Sherm Finance to support EV financing access, while Green SM launched an all-electric ride-hailing service in Kazakhstan using VinFast VF6 vehicles. Together, these moves highlight VinFast's broader mobility ecosystem strategy. You can find them on the NASDAQ under the ticker VFS. Thank you to our sponsors for that. All right. In here, RXT just not showing up on the position board. We're in at 485. This is a VWAP dip here on RXT. A couple of beak wetters into 90, but right back down it goes. So it's going to have to hold VWAP or I get out of the trade. It really, that is simple, okay? So we're not going to DCA into an oblivion. It's going to have to hold the volume weighted average price. Also, I'm keeping an eye here on V for a move down into VWAP. You know, I was very biased that this one would be flat bottom breakish, but it just feels like it's stair stepping down with a downward channel. So this is kind of how I view V here. Kind of larger bull flag pattern, especially if you're looking at it on the 5, even more so, I would say, on the 15, if we can kind of zoom that. A lot of topping tail candles, should have been alive to the 15 on this one. Definitely need to engage in more multi-time frame analysis if I'm going to take bigger size. But V coming back in now, where it ends up holding up, your guess as good as mine. Currently, this current 15-minute bar does have support at the 10, EMA on the 15, which is current bar low right around 34.58. So that's something to think about. Below that, the volume weighted average price is hanging out between, I want to say 33 and a third. So VEEE still putting in a downward channel. You need to be alive to that because a couple of possibilities here. One, we could lose VWAP and then maybe retrace back into that $25 area where we closed out yesterday at 4 o'clock, or a decided break of this lower trend line. And even more importantly, so a closing print above $40 lures me back into this trade. I would rather the closing print above $40. To me, that gives more confirmation than what could be a perfunctory breach of the upper trend line. We'll have to wait and see how this cookie crumbles, but I'm certainly interested in crumbling this cookie should it present itself to be crumbled. So we're going to continue to watch that and see what we get. We won't get upset. Shout out to my man, Neil.
All right, man. So I'm
Oh, yeah. No, I'm not short, Assassino. I am long. RXT. I'm long. Okay, probably needs to be reset. I'm long at, I'll just tell you 1 second here. Sorry, Joey. At 485. So not short 489. Yeah.
All right, Neil. I can hear Neil unraveling the lunch here.
We're gonna need
I already crushed. I had to crush that. It's gonna be all right. All right. Once he does another transaction, I'm sure we'll get that sorted out here. I'm posted up at 36.80s, right? Like if I'm averaging down, I may as well add a little bit more to build up this position as we're at 4%. That volume spike is really what's leading me to having somewhat more of a bullish day. Now, with that being said, we have to start looking for our price targets, guys. Okay. So what is our price target here potentially in KD Damster? I know you're as real as it gets, man. KD Damster in the chat, he's a real one because
I thought you said Katie Dancer. I was like, yo, they're a dancer.
Katie,
my bad.
Katie, like Katy Perry?
No,
you see your boy living his best life these days?
We gotta show the video.
You see him?
We gotta show the video.
What was he doing? Yeah. Oh man.
What the hell was that? This guy was running the country, bro. This guy was running the country.
If you want to call it that, then yeah.
Neil, did you see him jump? Yeah, Neil saw it. Okay.
Neil saw him too. Neil, I see Neil with a. So was the haircut approved by Aaron there? Just this one time. Okay, all right. Well, hopefully one time will turn into two, and then you can officially be a member of. Wait, are you still doing the dance over there?
Bro, what was he doing? We got to pull this up.
Pull it up,
we
man.
got to pull up over here.
Pull it up, man.
Such a goof. Go ahead.
This guy was part of Canadian government, if we call it that. But anyways, here it is, IBIT, guys, starting to head towards the high of the day. I think 37. Oh yeah, this is exactly what we are going to look for, is potential targets. Now we're right at a key resistance zone. 37.18, I believe, is obtainable on today's session. But what we want is where is he?
He's coming in.
No volume. Don't forget.
Assassino.
Don't forget, no volume, my boy.
Look at him. Hold on. Let him come in. Yeah,
pull him up.
Get him, Trudeau. There you go. Atta boy.
Yeah, there you go. Hey,
boy.
Man.
Get him,
Productive,
Trudeau.
man. So here it is, right? So 37.17, which would put us right. I mean, that's a pretty big move from where we're currently trading at right now. So we'll go tech. They honestly look identical, Drew Farrell. Everybody says that, and I honestly tend to agree.
Yeah, that's
to be honest
crazy.
with you.
That's some of the conspiracy theories right there. But
if you put them side by side, man, there's no coincidence. Because didn't they used to go there?
I think his dad used to go there a lot. I don't know, man. I just don't believe
but
you know, you never
anyway,
really know.
You never know anyways. Yeah, so I think this level is obtainable here. There's no way, Hangry Wife, that I am at all of that individual. I mean, he's got
Not
a good.
at all.
Yeah, exactly. Like not one bit.
We're jealous of our country that used to be before.
Yeah, exactly. So there it is, right? So that's a level that we're going to be aiming for here on IBIT. I think it is obtainable. That would put us up another 0.5% or 0.75%. That is. So keep our eyes out on that one.
Damn, John Neal coming in.
What did John Neal say?
Oh, he came in hard there, man.
Damn.
All right, yeah, that's the way it is. Guys, ATAI, I also want to mention this one because it continues to stair step up, not aggressively, but a good move nonetheless. ATAI, I believe this is the high of the day. Yes, that would be correct. $5.52. I'm reluctant to say flat top break because, well, it's not there. It's not there. Stop. I'm trying to do analysis. What I see is a bit of an upward channel here, perhaps a second bull flag. We made the case that bull flag number 1 took place at 9:40 with about a 25 to half an hour consolidation. Then you get the breakout from bull flag number 1 at 10:10. And no two bull flags created equal, in shape or size. And we're getting this sort of upward channel, which is a variation of the bull flag. How we trade this and what to expect in terms of price resistance, it will require us to go to a bit of a wider time frame. So right away, you can see from April of last year, we have had basically no price action above 5.5. 5.5 has been the stingiest of levels on ATAI. And this takes us back far back. Let's go to the daily. Let's see how long this goes back. Man, this 5.5 has been a recycled level for years, it looks like here, with maybe the only exception being these 3 days back, I believe, in October of last year where we got to 7, but that was short-lived. You can see we went right back into the 200 on ATAI. So I'll keep my eye on it. 552 high, but I'm alive to the fact that it is a critical resistance level. There, yeah, not much, guys. I do apologize. In the world of small cap gappers, there is just not a whole lot running today. And, we're going to continue to look here at RXT and ATAI. I guess they're strongest of the bunch. Of course, not forgetting that VEEE can make a move at any time. But at the moment, Joey, it is just not making that move. It's continuing to respect this downward channel. If you're hell-bent on trading VEEE, my suggestion would be to pick it up towards a lower end of this channel and then to sell when the price action, if and it does make its way back to the higher end, always leaving a piece for that dream should you get the breakout above the upward trend line there. That's what I suggest you do. Also, let's not forget NTSK. I'm negative on this, but it is showing good support here at around 1410. The problem with this one is it's also stair-stepping down. Lower highs, lower lows. Can't really seem to shake that seller at the third of a dollar, so nothing for me to do on that one either. Yeah, guys, pickings are slim, man. The pickings are slim. Arun Warrior says VEEE is danger. Danger! Get on the flow. Can't say that word right here. All right, here we go. So look, the way I view this, Arun, is if it really rips through 40 on a closing basis, right? Because we saw all the resistance here between 11:30 and then the breakdown 11:45 where $40 was that level. So That's what I'm going to have to look for. There it goes. Okay, V just making a move here, guys. As we're speaking about it, look for the decisive closing above 40. It is breaking through the channel, but it could be on a wick basis and a wick basis only. I'm going to insist that if this is going to lure me in to the trade again, that it decisively clear that $40 area, Joey. Right? I haven't had the I haven't had the read on this one all day. Right? We had a good read on it yesterday, but yeah, yesterday was yesterday, not today. So let's pull up VEEE over here at Joseph Options.
Pull it up.
And see. Pull up. Let's see what we're seeing here. 39.5 seller, generally into the third of a dollar. 40s clearing, 40.5 seller here, guys. We got a 40 and a third seller, and there it goes into 41. All hell is breaking loose here. We're going to halt up at 41.84. Halt up, level up, 41.84. Limit up, guys. We need a few more seconds at this level. 3, 2, 1. Come on, there's a gray out on time as scheduled. 41.84. Limit up VEEE of 68 and a third, Joe.
All right, good stuff, man. SK Hynix is on one here today. Going absolutely parabolic to the tune of around 20% here, ladies and gentlemen. IBM down 24%, so going Oppo Taco there, but 19% in SK Hynix and continuing to climb. And to the individual who's asking me, hey, Joe, when do you think that next big-time move can happen here in this name? Well, guess what? Who couldn't have been more wrong? And that's myself, as it continues to just go absolutely nuts on today's intraday session. So, I mean, here's the ADR putting in that new high at 182.73. So that's a big time move. And I was headed over to DRAM to see if that's had any effect. No, not really. I mean, and on the bigger picture, we're still down 25+% off of that all-time high. So hopefully the support system at 55.69 holds up for this name. If not, then watch out. But you're getting that relief rally, it seems, because we went over to the actual underlying asset itself to where it was down almost 40% from peak to the local low. So yeah, an absolute beautiful look on that front. Now, as for the Mag 7, guys, I think this is really important to note. You have to know what some of these holdings are, right? And Jose and I were talking about this yesterday, and Sharif and I have been going over it on multiple occasions. So this is the Mag 7 ETF, but look at the holdings in this. United, this is like, it's the majority of it's fixed income, okay? So you have treasuries and bonds in here. 55% of the MAGS ETF is exactly that. NVDA is 3.5%, Apple is 3.4. So I mean, like, there's a lot of threes sitting around in this neck of the woods. And okay, so what is this? Oh yeah, we already went over the TRS on that one. So yeah, interesting stuff. And make sure you know what you're buying before you do. Let's send it over to the desk.
The IWM is currently up 0.35% on the day, very close to what it was a little bit earlier. Let's take a look at two individual tickers right now. CCXI, that's Churchill Capital Corp, up almost 9% on the day. Agility Robotics is hiring a principal technical program manager to lead the development of their next generation humanoid platform. So what's the connection between these two companies? Now, Agility Robotics and Churchill Capital Corp 11, that's CCXI, are merging in a transaction that will make Agility a publicly traded company as of 24th June this year. This was the announcement that was made, which is why stock is reacting right now as per news on Agility. So REZI is the next ticker. That is Residio Technologies, up 4.2% on the day. So it's maintained at overweight by Morgan Stanley, but also the company is targeting an EBITDA margin between the range of 23 to 25% by the year 2030, and at the same time, revenue between 4 to 5% after the company has said that it plans to separate into two public companies, that is Products and Solutions and ADI Global Distribution. That REZI up almost 4.5% on the day.
Thank you very much for that, Sia. Guys, VEEE, halt time 12:17:32. Current time, 12:21. Let's see, 12:21:04, right? So the earliest we will be open is 12:22:31. So we still have another, let's just say, minute and change over here on that. So we'll see what we get on that. We're keeping a close eye on it. I'm also getting involved now with ATAI. So this one did move up into 559. Let's see if it can kind of mosey on up into the 2/3 of a dollar. It's not up big, but it's stair-stepping up. So I'm looking to defend here towards the lower end of the range. That takes me into the high 40s, low 50s. So we'll get in a small position to start, and then we'll look for the move back up. But at the moment, nothing really to write home about. Now, the position, though, on RXT coming right back into my entry, and I don't think this is the move. I don't think it's the right thing to DCA here, so we'll let that one go for the moment. Let's see what time it is. We are pretty close to resumption here, about possibly another 30 seconds or so if this one is to open up after 5 minutes. If you're a newer trader, these ones, you know what they do is they come in waves of 5, right? 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes for the halt times, and then we'll usually, when we get multiple halts, usually they start halting 10 minutes or so. So right now, I don't know if this one halted before. Yeah, it did. Okay, so we're open right now. 44 incoming, 44.57.
Oh.
Let's see what this one has to offer in terms of a bigger move up here, because VEEE showing $47 right now as resistance. Looking for where the buyers are coming in. Down into 45, it goes into 44. Okay, recall the halt level prior was the candle bar high, right? Here comes 46 again. No continuation, Joey, so it's a $47 seller right now. We're showing 45 3/4 in and around that level. Be careful, though, with VEEE here. I think if we definitely get a break above 47, we're likely going to 50 here. So be on the lookout for that and trade it carefully and use proper risk management skills, Joe.
All right, good stuff. And I don't even care when it goes against me. I have zero confidence as a long. Yeah, I mean, honestly, Don, I'm not gonna go against you or anything on that one. It's just obviously it's been on a big time run, but I stand in the camp of what goes up aggressively will probably come down at some point pretty aggressive as well. I mean, we've seen, to your point, and a lot of us know this, and we've been talking about it for quite some time now, as SK Hynix and Samsung continuously just go on an absolute parabolic run. We've seen the cost be up 300% from April of last year, which is absolutely insane, in my opinion. You will get those aggressive moves back in. And I think that's going to happen in the exact same boat. I believe we're up over 1,000% in 8 months here in some of these memory names. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at some point you have some aggressive profit taking. And that's what I was talking about, guys. Don't be chasing these moves. I understand. When you get all euphoric and you just go parabolic, you don't think the runs are going to come to an end. Trust me, I've been in that camp, and then eventually they do. And it's like, oh man, what's going on? Something that you thought was unstoppable, right? So when an unstoppable force meets an unmovable object.
Oh,
remember that line?
WrestleMania.
I thought that I was.
Wasn't it WrestleMania?
No, it was definitely The Dark Knight. That's where I got it from.
Oh, well, WrestleMania, I think, preceded The Dark Knight. I think that was the Hulk Hogan versus Andre the Giant kind of
I have an unstoppable force.
I'm pretty sure. Maybe it was from before that, but they used it.
Did they?
Pretty sure,
Which side are you taking, the unmovable object or the unstoppable
force? That's a big one,
force?
Joey. That's a big one right there.
Serious question.
Yeah, it's very serious.
No, but in all seriousness, guys, yeah, I think at some point we will get a little bit more of a move down. But hey, it's already trading at maybe a potential discount. 30% off those highs, 25% respectively across the board. There's IBIT. I'm glad that we added and we caught that fill, right? If I'm going to DCA to the downside, I have to average on the way up just in case my thesis is correct. So we are starting to add a little bit more size. I'm also posted up on this level, which I don't think I'm going to get right now in the TQQs. I thought I had a good chance, but the fill didn't happen. So you can still see we're long from 73.60. Same thing with IBIT. We're long from 36.67. We're now trading at 36.70s. So I've been building into this for the past little while, and I told you 37.15 is my potential target here on IBIT.
All right, man. In VEEE, trying to defend this level, took multiple prints into the area highs. There it goes, back above 45. There is 45 and change, looking for an aggressive move here, possibly into 46. This one does dollars at a time. There it is, right back into the $0.50. Here comes 46 again. looking for that bigger move, but you're not getting that challenge of the high of the day quite yet. A lot of 45 selling. Let's wet the beak here. Let's look for a bigger move up. We got 44 2/3, showing 45 2/3. But this is turning into a hammer candle here, right? But it's a red hammer candle, which is no good. Pardon me, no good here. Looking for the bigger move into 47.5. You know, you get close to that $50 level with a 48.79 high. You start having a bias that this is at least going to glance at 50, if not exceed it. So that's what I'm watching for. I'm looking for, that bigger price spike up, but at the same time, I'm always looking at the bid to see where the buyers are backstopping. That, it doesn't always influence my stop placement, but it'll update my stop placement at times. There it goes, right back into 45 3/4. Yeah, no 46 touch quite yet though. And there it is again into 3/4, selling at 3/4, aggressive selling. There it goes into 46, and now this candle has gone green. Looking for more here, looking for a bigger move up on VEEE. And I'm looking for a 50 touch, man. But eluding us is a decisive close above 46. Up above 46 we go, and no continuation here. So we'll have to kind of exercise the patience, because this one's already shown you that it can basically do nothing for a while and then really kind of reawaken and rip faces off, especially the shorts. There's 46.5. There's 46 2/3. Let's wet the beak here. There's 47, Mr. Options, and boom, into the high of the day again, $48 here on VEEE. Keep your eye out on this one. It's continuing to go. I also have ATAI. I took this reluctantly at the day high, but that 60 penny level is eluding us as a level of resistance, 561. Keep your eye out on that. So ATAI, no prints on this one quite yet. And how we doing back on V? Still focusing on this one, 48.79 high. And I have to bring your attention to the fact that this current bar not only is a doji candle, but it does technically have a lower high than the prior bar, which is an inverse hammer candle, although it closed green. So the prior bar, the 1220, 48.37 high, or 79, because it's telling me 79, here's the high of the day. And this current bar is $48 on the dot. So this current bar, in fact, actually has a lower low and a lower high, and now is a little bit red. So watch out here, guys. And I think a move below the prior area halt, which is, let me just flip to the multi-time frame look over here. The halt level last time was 41.84. If this loses 41.84, I think we're going to be in some trouble. So we're not involved with it now, but I'm definitely interested in a move into 50, but I won't be interested if it loses a prior area halt level. We'll pause for a second. We're sending you up to Adair.
Just be aware here, guys. We currently have President Trump. He's wrapped up those comments that he was making with the Prime Minister of Iraq. Just be aware. No longer making comments. A little bit of a bounce here at the SPY, probably not related. He didn't really say too much here about oil or Iran, just saying that he stands by the fact that they did, at one point, waive those sanctions on Iran. He says that he thought that made sense at the time. And then, of course, they undid that. So that was really the only time that anything related to the market or Iran was really mentioned. He was happy that someone mentioned the CPI report. He said inflation's going in the right direction. Some kind of amusing comments about former President Joe Biden and inflation, but that's really it. It's done now. Wars is still talking, though, and I'm still listening to that.
All right, good stuff. Thank you very much for that. Dawn, yeah, okay, guys. Dawn, thank you very much. Love having your insight, obviously. A savvy vet in the world of a lot of trading, I should say, not just options and equities trading. SK Hynix, SKHY is officially on the options chain, guys. I believe this was the first day, correct me if I'm wrong, but I brought to you yesterday on the 14th that we were going to start trading this. He's looking to take advantage. Now, as for expiration cycles, I don't know if there's nearer dated expiration cycles, with the next one going to be the 17th this Friday, and then his 21st. So it's looking like monthlies at this point. Now he's saying, man, we got to take advantage of this elevated premium, and we're trading, on this expiration cycle, we're trading at 119% at the money IV. So, you're going to see that extension, and $186 how far are you going to go up? Like, I mean, we can use our delta as a percentage metric, and you're still collecting pretty pennies, if you ask me. So if you look at this specific contract, and what I'm referring to is this $250 strike price, is that, hey, the delta showing us that there's a potential 70% chance. Obviously, it fluctuates throughout the intraday and when price is moving. But right now, 70% chance that by August 21st, we are going to close below $250 in SK Hynix. So, sorry, this is the ADR, obviously. $11 you're going to be collecting, so $1,100 on that front. And if you're looking to write a bull call spread, you go $5 higher. Obviously, the premium isn't still there and a significantly risky, but if you do happen to have the cash, that's not bad whatsoever. And the objective wouldn't probably to be hold this until expiration. You collect, say, 30, 40, even 50% of the premium from just data decay. And as long as it chops around, it will happen relatively quick. A couple of weeks, you can collect $500, $600, and then you just close that position off unless you're deeply, deeply out of the money and you start to see this thing trade $150. But as it gets closer to expiration, it wouldn't even be worth it to hold it at sometimes because leading to the expiration date, gamma and theta do really, really start to accelerate. Gamma is something that you have to always keep an eye out on.
All right, got stopped out of the last remaining amount on V. It did lose $45. Very, very kind of sideways price action here for the last 15 minutes after the breakout, or almost 15 minutes. It's still holding general area low, right around 43, I want to say in a third, 43.5. That's where the last three candles have all found support. So yeah, a bigger move below that takes us to the halt level, and then that doesn't make it tradable anymore. So for me anyway, so keep your eye on that. We're still looking at ATAI for this one to continue stair-stepping up. And let's not forget as well, RXT still holding VWAP, but not really showing a lot of bullish signals. Let's see if we can get that move back into 43 again. There seems to be a general 44 buyer. Wow, what a rip up into 45. So you did get that opportunity at 43 to pick this up, especially with this 44 2/3 buyer here. So let's see if we can kind of get something in and around this level and possibly rip back up, because I still think that this one can take out that $50 area. It's just about getting the right price so that you're not having to DCA into this and you can kind of rest a little bit easier. So keep your eye out on that. We're going to send you Sia. We're going to send you to Sia for Sector Watch.
I saw that. The SPY is currently up 0.22% on the day. Let's take a look at what the sectors are doing, how they're performing right now. Right off electric tech, right off the bat, NVIDIA leading the pack strong, up 2.94, very close to 3% on the day. Apple's down very close to 1.5%. You have AVGO, MU, AMD, INTC all in the green. Cisco is down 1.4% at the moment, followed by GE, RTX trading flat at the moment. SNDK up 5.3%. We have KLAC up 3.8%, and Dell up significantly 7% on the day. Tech services, you have Google almost relatively flat, but towards the green. Meta, same thing, relatively flat, but towards the green. We have Oracle down 1.3% and Microsoft down 1%. In tech services, I do want to mention CSGP, that's CoStar Group, has promoted Robin Rossman, who is the company's managing director of Europe, to a CFO, succeeding Christian Loan, who is now stepping down. And IBM, we have International Business Machines, as we do know it. IBM down 25% on the day. Q2 EPS and revenue miss has sent these shares straight to the bottom. Finance, you have BRKB, Visa trading flat, but we do know big names have reported today. Two names are not doing as well with stock right now. Citi down almost 4% on the day. WFC is down very close to 2.5%. But JPM, BAC, MS, and GS upside 7.3%. Everything else looking pretty great. Robinhood currently up 8%, and up 8%. And we have PGR down 2.6%. Retail trading of Amazon currently trading a bit towards the downside, very close to 8%. You have Walmart, Costco, Home Depot, the trio flat at the moment, and TJX also down very close to 8%. Producer manufacturing, AMAT up very close to 2%, and LRCX up very close to 4.5%. And CAT flat at the moment, whereas GEV up 1.6%. Consumer non-durables, you have Coca-Cola, KO down 0.57%, PG down over 1.5%. And one name again I want to mention, BF.B. That's considerably down more than any other ticker on this sector, is 4.5%. So CEO Lawson Whiting has retired amidst failed buyout talks, also certain industry challenges. So with that, Brown Forman down on the day. You have transportation, utilities, process industries, consumer services. Across the four sectors, a lot of a mixed sentiment that I'm seeing. Consumer services, you have McDonald's down very close to 8%. Transportation, you have Uber down very close to 1.5%. ODFL also down very close to 3% on the day. Consumer durables, Tesla holding right now, could reach up 1%. We have energy minerals, XOM, CVX trading flat at the moment. And apart from that, I would say the sector is looking pretty much of a mixed sentiment here as well. Non-energy, you have NEM, FCX up more than 2%, followed by STLD, the only name sliding towards the downside in the sector. And finally, distribution. I would say this is probably one of the weaker sectors today. And health tech, sorry, I skipped this one, but Lilly, J&J, Lilly's down 2.6%, J&J down very close to 2%, ABBV, MRK as well. So I would say a bit of a bear of the day for this sector.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. There goes Meta towards the new high of the day, Sharif, printing $664. Ozan's on there. Ozan's saying he's writing the 220s here. And yeah, Dawn, listen, I don't have index options. I don't have permissions on my personal, but I've been talking about it quite some time. And I mean, I brought up the fact here earlier this morning that a couple of individuals here were speaking on the fact like there could be some more downside. This thing was up substantially. But NVDA at this point is going to be really, really key, if you ask me. 87,000. We're now trading at 209.53. Let's see how we rock and roll for the next little bit. Ozan, I need 210.50 to 210.75 to sell my target. Oh, okay. I see what you got going on. What are you collecting? $43. Are you spreading those, Ozan, or are you just writing them flat out? That you have the calculator. What a silly question. Bunch of silly questions coming from myself here today. I'm really rich. Ozan's really. Do we have that one? I'm really rich.
Katina Man, I think.
Oh yeah. Ozan, that's Ozan. He's really rich, so he's probably just writing them flat out. If you could pull that one up, I know Assassino's looking for it right now. But other than that, I'm curious to what you are doing flat out. Yeah, of course you're really rich, my guy. But other than that, let's head over. I mean, like we were talking about the Kospi. I want to pull it up one more time, to be honest with you. So Dawn and I will have a little bit more of a conversation on it. Los Polio's putting up an absolute monster of a day as well, too. My guy Gorb was short Tesla earlier in the session. So a lot of good things going on across the board, and I'm glad. We'll get you guys involved momentarily. I feel like I haven't done this in a while. We'll see who's red, who's green on today's session. But here's the Kospi, Dawn. And I mean, we're down 28% already. Like, where's that next level? 6,300 potentially? I think that's totally obtainable, and maybe even around 5,900. So let's do that now. Let's have a little bit of fun as everybody seems to be rocking and rolling. It doesn't matter if you're red or green. It's a part of the nature of the beast. We all go on those streaks. It's just one day. It doesn't matter what you've done yesterday, it's what you've done today, and it's the same thing moving forward. It doesn't matter, like speaking from a tomorrow perspective, it doesn't matter what you've done yesterday. It only matters here. So I'll start it off. We'll fire up a green on today's session. I want to know how you guys are doing, red, green, or even flat. Regardless of the situation, tomorrow's a new one. And you know what? They say a bad day is only 24 hours. So bang, let's rock and roll.
All right, man. Yeah, we're still in V, looking for a hold of this general area to move back up to 45. We got 34s on. There's a seller at 50, so 44.50 seller generally. 20 penny spread, which isn't bad. It's putting in a bit of a downtrend, still above 42.5, so keeps me interested. There goes 45, 45 and a third now. Not a big price spike up by any means, but a better than nothing. So keep your eye out on that. 45 seller here generally can't shake the seller. There it goes, right above 45, momentarily 45.11. Looking for a bigger movement. Where is this range that supposedly we're in? Right, the range requires an upward part as well as a downward part. Come on, man, let's get to the upward part. There's 45 and a third, 45 and a half coming in. All right, not bad, not bad. Can we make it up a little bit higher, possibly even 46s? Let's see what we can get here. Just looking to see where the buyers are stepping in. They're certainly not stepping in on 45 even, but it is defending 45 now. You're not getting enough buying. There goes the $0.50 on VEEE. Wet the beak and look for a bigger move. Now, prior bar does take us, oh God, this thing is killing me. Prior bar does take us into 45.63 high. Current bar high, 45.39. So 45.63 is prior bar high. If we don't clear that, we don't reclaim trend. There goes again above 45.50. No continue. There's 45 2/3. Can we see the $0.75? We do. Here's 46. There's 46 1/3. There's 46 1/2. Can we see 48? Let's go. Big move up here on VEEE. Looking for 47s now on this monster. Can we see 47s? Well, we got to get above 47 1/2 first, Joey, right? We can't start looking at 48 without that 47 1/2 clearance, but below 46, again, we go. So, yeah, this one suffers from continuity. Now, the good news is it did breach prior bar high by a decent amount. Bad news is it still hasn't closed above prior bar high. But there we go, 46 1/3 again. Can we see halves here, or even 3/4, man? There's 40s, so pretty close to halves. But, yeah, as this one gives, it takes away, and it does it quite swiftly as well. You're into the $0.50, then boom, right back down. You're into the whole dollar. So that is the nature of this one's beast. If that doesn't fit your risk profile, then just stay away from it, man. You know, there's no obligation to trade these, but it is up 84% on the day. And, you know, this one is, I think, generally the leading gapper in the market. Is it? Yeah, it is. At least on my watch list, it is. So 46 seller generally here, Joseph. When we come into 40, selling pretty aggressively at 46, even though we do get above it at times. Bovin says, V, as long as it holds 44.75. I don't know, Bovin. I was looking more around 42.5, quite frankly. Maybe even 42 3/4, just because that's where the bottom end of this current range that we're in on the 5-minute chart seems to bottom out. Now, it could lose that level, of course, but that's where I've seen the buyers step back in. That's also where the price action shows that the buyers are stepping back in. So I think I'd give it to that, but I completely see your perspective on that. Anyway, no decisive clearing of 46, so we're going to have to be patient here with a 44 1/4. I don't know if we get that 48 touch again. I mean, you get into 48.79, like give me a 50. Give me a 50 glance at least. You don't have to spend too much time there, but at least glance at it. And right now, we're not even getting that glance. So SHPH says Shaw Rose. Talking about this one many times. Yeah, still below the volume weighted average price though, but did have a nice move up into the aftermarket yesterday, a big move up. In fact, when all was said and done, we were almost 100% from the closing print yesterday to the highs at around 630. Today though, a series of lower highs and also trading below VWAP, which is around 42 1/3. But I do like SHPH, Shuttle Pharmaceuticals. It's a former convict, one we know a lot about, right? Because it shows up a lot on the Gap scanner. So we're very familiar with that name. I don't mind trading former convicts, right? It gives you the knowledge that they are gappers, that they have had support with buyers in the past. Whether or not they get it this time around, your guess is as good as mine. Anyway, watching VEEE lose $45 again, and this one looks like it may not hold 44. I think if it does break the $44 level, we'll risk that 25 pennies and stop out.
All right, yeah. Okay, so this is really important to note. Head-to-head, I like that you brought that up. We've been talking about it quite often, but now we've actually run into that level. And you can see something, as Obi would like to say, distinctly different. All right, let's send it over to the desk as SpaceX continues to bleed here. Let's see what Adara has, and then we're going to hop right back into this NVDA talk.
Beware, guys. Apparently some prepared remarks being made here by Fed's Bar. As we know, first of 4 Fed speakers this afternoon, you get Barr at 12:40. 1 p.m. you get Fed's Goolsbee. 1:30 p.m. or so you get Fed's Cook. Then at 2:55 p.m. you get Fed's Bowman. Now, just to repeat, all but one of these members, so everyone but Fed's Goolsbee, is actually a voting member. So some of this can be significant. Right now, though, he's just making prepared remarks about AI. So again, Fed's Bar is talking. You've got 3 Feds in the wings heading all the way up to Power Hour. Back to you.
All right, so let's get into this here now, guys, because once again, head-to-head, I like that you brought this up. Now, there's no coincidence that we just seen an insane amount of volume step in as soon as NVDA ran into that $210 marker, okay? Now you can see it start to come back in. This is an outstanding volume print to the tune where it's the third largest of the day, and the first being in the first half, the first two being in the first half hour. All right. So we're correlating with what we have. What happens when you run into those zones? Well, some individuals and larger participants are like, uh-oh, our 210 writings are slightly out of the water right now. So what happens is that you just start selling shares, because you're not generating anything new. These are already outstanding on the market. And then that's why you can correlate this specific contract itself having the most amount of volume here on the day. 57,000 contracts open and close. Like, it's 30% larger than anything else that we're seeing on the board. All right, so there's no coincidence that as soon as you run into 210, you see an insane volume spike.
Lucid is might be going private, guys. Lucid, big breakout, 576, guys. It's retracing back down, but they are going to go private, or considering. Let's go to Adair.
Yeah, I don't have any details on this yet. I'm going to keep looking into this. Looks like the source is EV, but again, Lucid considering going private. If we get more details, we'll keep you guys posted. We know they've released some business updates as of late, including getting rid of the chief operating officer position. So looks like this restructuring could include potentially going private. If we get more details, I'll keep you posted.
Thank you very much for that. Yep. That's all we see here, guys. Lucid weighing going private, exclusive. Lucid weighs going private.
Damn. Yeah, I mean, what else?
And I go private. Look, Joey, I think if they want to operate with or less encumbered, right? You have a couple of bad quarters, don't need to really worry about what the street thinks. And we know how the EV business is. We've been in this game, I think, now in the mainstream for 6 or 7 years. It's a hard business to run. So if they want that sort of free, I don't know, I don't even know how to say it, but if they want that, what's it called? I don't even know what the word I'm looking for is, but if they want to be able to operate unencumbered, I guess is what I'm trying to say there. They definitely need to go into the private market, but they're going negative pretty quickly here. 576 high. It's bleeding its own blood back down to 520, guys.
Man, what am I doing sitting over here like, Like, why am I?
Well, we don't have any information. I mean, like, we don't know what the buyout price would be or anything like that, right? I'm not even getting it on my blotter yet. Like, this came in on the wire. It's not even showing up on my blotter, so we don't have any information to give you. Right, less restrictive. Thank you, Cookie W9Z. Yeah, look, it's trouble for these EV companies, man. We've seen, Polestar, Lucid, Fisker, Workhorse. You want to help me out with some of these names that we no longer see anymore? You know what I'm talking about, right? There's a bunch of names.
It's almost like a revolving door, man.
Joey, it's a tough business, brother.
Extremely. I've been saying that,
you had Elon sleeping on the couch. Mullen, thank you, Katina, man, M-U-L-N. Faraday, yeah, just think of all the names that Randy likes, right? Where is he at? There he is. There's my man. Faraday Futures, FFIE, like the list goes on and on. Ivan, remember Ride? I do remember Ride. We got to go to Adara.
So I know this came through in the wire just now. I looked up this headline and I looked up the source, which was EV. Looks like this article is 5 hours old, at least, on Lucid. So again, Lucid might be going private. The report still stands. The report is 5 hours old. And that's why we couldn't see the info on the wire. So again, old report on Lucid. Looks like this is recirculating. Again, this report, roughly 5 hours old. Apparently, a restructuring advisor by the name of Alex Partners has been asked to deliver findings to Lucid's board before its next meeting with regards to the company potentially going private or Chapter 11 as they get an advisory report to the board. So yeah, that's why we couldn't see any info on it, because it had already come out. Back to you.
Come out earlier, Adara, but the price action is manifesting now, right? 576 high. We are really bleeding, guys. Like, look at this move, man. 505, 504. We're going to lose 5 here. It feels like on Lucid, this is an aggressive short position. As Adara mentioned, there's really nothing coming in on the wire or on my blotter. It came in on the wire. Apparently was published earlier on their site on EV, which is, I don't think it's a bad publication. I keep my eye out on every now and again, but this is an interesting development here for Lucid. Now, what my question is, do we defend 5? Right, because right now you're getting a 504 low and it's bouncing right back up into 5 1/4, 5 1/5. I mean, I don't want to touch it, but there is something to think about there. Have Ozan, LMAO, can you imagine Saudi PIF sold Tesla totally and bought Lucid back in 21, 22 when they were a SPAC. Yeah, I think they own like the majority of it though, don't they, Ozan? Right? Free reign, says Stevern. Yes, free reign. That's a better term than the one that I was using. But you guys get what I was trying to say, right, with that whole thing, because it's when you have to report every quarter and you keep telling your investors you're going to make money or you're going to increase production and you don't, there's only so many times they're going to believe you before, you know, they get the hell out of there. So if you're a private company, you don't need to report, you know, every quarter and have, you know, this constant, you know, you're being under the microscope. I think you have a little bit more room to maneuver, right? And I think they're good cars, but at the end of the day, they don't have a mainstream car. They're catering to about 3 to 4% of the population. Anybody who can afford $150,000 and up. I'm just talking about this country. I don't know what sells down there for, but yeah, you're basically taking the top 5% at that who can afford that car, you know, comfortably without really having to squeeze. So that's the situation. If you're so long as that's going to be the case, you're not going to have mainstream exposure. Ozan, eventually they invested like and ended up in majority. Yeah, they did. You're absolutely right, and that's kind of one of their investments. Not a lot of. I want to say not a lot of great investments by the PF, but I know that they do make good investments as well. So I don't want to dunk on them. What are you looking at, Joey?
Same thing here, man.
Would Apple buy Lucid? I don't know, brother. I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
I don't think so.
No, I don't think so.
It'd be an interesting collaboration, right? Premium device, premium car.
Wasn't there talk for years and years about the Apple car? That never really
There was, and they spent $1 billion on it and saw nothing. And then, you know, a lot of people say that the Luce, the interior of the Luce would have been what the Apple car looked like. Thank God it didn't. It wasn't going to be the exterior.
Let me tell you, man. I think Mercedes-Benz has some of the nice interiors.
Really?
Vehicles.
You like all that plastic, eh?
With the lights and all that stuff. Yeah, I know you're a hater. Yeah, I know.
At my place, full
Pure
plastic.
Yeah.
My old man's car, full plastic.
But where are you not getting that right now?
A lot of places. Porsche.
Like good quality, high stuff, eh?
Randy, Porsche, plastic on the interior, high quality.
Leather. All right, then.
You're not going to get crap with Porsche.
You're not going to get crap with Porsche.
Lots of it, he says. No, but like, I'm not saying the S-Class is crap.
Yeah.
But you know,
AMG and stuff.
You're paying almost $100K for an E-Class now, right?
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit more with taxes and whatever. And then you're getting a whole bunch of plastic and, you know, crap materials on the inside. I don't know. And that's why we started that segment with Randy. Have the Germans lost their way?
Yeah. Right? I remember you were talking about that there. Yeah. All right. Let's see what we got going on. So you don't like the X? You don't like the X4?
I don't know. What?
You don't like the X4?
You put me on the spot.
No, I'm not putting you on the spot,
I know you like the car.
Be real with me.
It's a great design.
Be real with me.
No, I don't like it.
Okay, the thing. That's all I want.
Like
okay.
I feel like, let me tell you something about this, bro.
Yeah,
I dislike Beamer more than I like Benz at the moment.
All right.
Yeah, dude, what is up with these designs?
Yeah. You don't like the you don't like the EV or anything along those lines? You don't like the X1? No, I'm glad you're real with me because you know my old saying, right? Yeah. A weak man wants to be told lies, a strong man wants the truth. So I just want to hear what you have to say.
I don't like Beamer at the moment.
You don't. At the moment, things can change. You never like the i8 or anything like that.
No, I did actually.
You like the i8?
Yeah, I did. I like the 2010s version of Beamers.
Yeah.
You know, you got quality material in there before everything had to get super light and super plasticky because of consumption and obviously and everything like that. But
man,
all the cars, random oddities, you're not really that wrong. All cars of the last 10 years are. I'm not an Acura guy, Jubilee. I've never even owned a Honda or an Acura ever. The only thing close to Japanese that I owned, is the Lexus that I had. I had an NX300 or a 350 or whatever the hell it was.
How many?
It was okay.
How many spring rolls do you have today? No, that's not bad. They would have took the under on the 5.5. They're a little dry. Right, how were the tacos? Give them to me.
JDM. You know what, Fabian?
Toyota, man.
I had that Camry. I rented that Camry from Dallas, drove it down to Houston. Fantastic on gas. It's comes.
You didn't
just
even
a
use
steak.
any. You probably didn't even use any.
I didn't use any.
Like gas. Like that's how good it is on gas.
It was fantastic. I thought you were like joking. I'm like, I drove straight for 4 hours.
No, that's what
there
I'm
and back.
saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Can I
saying.
say? So I took the car
Yeah.
full tank. It had like 2 hashes left out of I think 10 when I arrived, or 3 in Houston. And when I drove back, I actually filled up the tank, not just made it look like I filled up the tank. And it had 4 hashes when I returned out of 10.
Okay.
From Houston to Dallas. So that car, and it's a standard hybrid mix. We know, like even the C-Class comes like this, what they call the mild hybrid systems, right? And so the mild hybrid system definitely helps with it.
My mechanic told me to buy the RAV4.
All right.
You know what I mean?
Reliable, durable.
I don't hate it, but it's not for me.
Listen, it's not the most fancy. It's not the fanciest car
Yeah.
out there, but it's like this is like, man, if you want stuff that's cheap to fix and last forever.
And it's, yeah, exactly. Exactly. You're not going to have trouble with that
No,
car
I'm
at all.
not gonna have.
And even if you do, brother, I mean,
Yeah.
everybody and their mother knows how to fix that car.
Lucid bleeding here. SpaceX. Did you have the mic there, Randy? Did you want to chime in there?
There he is, baby. So you hear about the headline that we brought in a little while ago, Randy? Here we go. Let's read this out. Here it is. It's a little bit longer than we've had so far. Let's bring it in so Randy can kind of chime in with us. Let's read this out. Lucid Group is weighing going private or filing for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. As restructuring advisor, Alex Partners has been asked to deliver its findings to the company board. Claudio Afonso of EV reports, citing 2 people familiar with the matter. The strategic options under review include taking Lucid private or filing Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection. One of the sources told the blog, Alex Partners is urging the board to run one more round of restructuring and to narrow the company's focus onto its Gravity SUV. Sources told the blog, shares of Lucid are now down, Randy, 8.8% at $5 exactly. Randy, I definitely want to get your input on this, knowing full well you know a lot about Lucid.
So there's 3 problems at Lucid. Number 1, they're not selling a hell of a lot of cars. Number 2, they've diluted the people that are holding the shares who invested in this company from day one. The reverse split, and number 3, they can't seem to change course. At some point, you've got to turn some semblance of a profit, and they haven't been able to show they can do that. So the Gravity is a great vehicle. I sat in it. Did I drive it? No. Love it. Saw it air on the road the other day, chasing it down the highway. Beautiful cars. Are they in everybody's budget? No. What I think separates Lucid from Rivian is Rivian has actually posted a quarter where they made profit. They made a cost-effective vehicle that appeals to more people in the market. Lucid, not so much. They have, again, a smattering of a lineup, but they've now appealed to those who want to spend maybe 50 grand, 60 grand on an R2. And if Sean buys one and I buy one, we're not going to buy a Lucid. So at some point, you piss off the investors long enough and you dilute the value that they've inputted into the company. And, you know, what's going to happen? So you can only pump money into this thing for so long, and you've got to make a decision. Somebody's got to take the reins. And again, whether they go private and try and carry along, I don't know. It's not a lost cause yet, but it ain't far from it.
There you go. Look at this, Randy. Lucid Gravity, 0% financing, up to 72 months. 72 months, 0%. Not more, there's more, Randy. And $10,000 credit on the Gravity and $4,000 allowance with qualifying trade-in. Like, they're like, just, so what else are they going to do?
So
they're going to give you a back rub, man. You know
so
what
with
I mean?
all these incentives, they still can't push cars off the lot.
That's crazy. 0% is insane.
On 72 months.
That's huge.
Usually you get that 36, maybe 48. You're not getting 72 months, 0%.
They're trying to hand you this car.
Right. So think how much capital they have to expend.
Exactly.
To be able to get this car off the lot.
And what does that do? That eats into margin.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean,
feel like Katina Man, he's primed to chime in.
I think Katina Man might pick one up, man, now that he's seen this deal.
The Gravity's a gorgeous thing. It's stunning inside and out. But again, if you can't sell them and you're making everyone at a loss and you're pissing off shareholders by diluting the value that they've invested and you're not willing to change course, I got some news for you.
Yeah.
And it ain't good.
You're in trouble.
We've known this for a long time. And it doesn't seem like they've been able to pivot from the position they're in now.
Should we do it live, Randy?
No, we don't want this car, man.
We're gonna do it live right now. All right, so let's go ahead here. We're gonna build the Air Pure.
Okay.
So it's the cheapest it gets. Randy,
It's a nice vehicle.
$99,900 starting price. Okay.
Not bad.
Well, are we gonna add any options over here? So let's the
Everything.
Apple
We want
CarPlay
fully
include.
loaded.
No, Joe. Why do you always do that, bro? We don't have to go fully loaded. We're gonna go.
We're already spending 100K, bro. We may as well just spend the next 20K.
Katina, man, come check your boy, man. Like Katina Man's checking NVIDIA right now. It's up 3 3/4,
It's
Katina
up to
Man.
211.
Of course, it's a Gravity, brother. Should we
Gravity
build the
is-
Gravity? Katina Man wants us to build the Gravity.
The Gravity's unreal.
Where the
it's
hell
such
is the Gravity?
It's a big platform for me. I don't need the third row, but to sit in that car and view out that
See,
glass
Ben
roof
Affleck.
/ windshield it's stunning. It's really well done.
Katina Man, $113,500. But as you heard us say right now, with all the different discounts that you get, this price of like the MSRP here is going to be below 100. Yeah, so there you go. The Katina Man. Well, it doesn't actually show you all the discounts. You're going to have to probably get it at point of sale. But this is the car right here. Base price $113,500. The Gravity Grand Touring is $139,500. So by the time you leave here with the taxes, you're looking at $200,000, basically. No, you will. I'm not even exaggerating because there is a luxury tax now.
Don't get me wrong. There's lots of expensive electric SUVs out there. Okay, like the new Cayenne Turbo. I sat in it, and it's like look out.
Yeah.
There's lots of them out there.
I don't love the design of the Porsche, though.
Oh, I'm a fan.
Yeah, that's fair, man. And everybody's telling me that a lot of these Land Rovers are made in China now.
China.
Hey, the cost of labor
Is
a
that
big
true?
component.
I'm pretty sure they're made in Coventry, bro.
Listen, don't
they
shoot the
made-
messenger.
My Jag was made in Coventry. It specifically says it was designed and built in Coventry. And so that's JLR. Are they really being made in China?
That's what I heard, man.
That's something I don't know, but I mean, again, the cost of labor is a huge component of the retail price of the vehicle you're about to buy.
Slovakia.
Somebody has to put this thing together. Even if it's a robot and not an actual person, there's a cost to doing so. So you got to factor that in. The raw materials and the actual design and the IP and the crash safety testing and all that good stuff, you've got to assemble this thing and do it properly so it's not recalled. Hello, Ford. And then service the car down the road and improve the value so the actual company value improves on top of that. And that all has a cost. So if labor is a big component, they can build it cheaper in China, then go build in China.
There you go.
You know, it's getting your costs under control is a tough gig. It's not easy. Ask RJ. Well, he's building in the U.S.
Well, exactly.
It's an uphill battle, right? It takes a lot of bean counting to get the product out the door and make a profit and do it well and do it reliably and durably so you actually build brand value over the long haul. And that'll keep people coming back. If you can't do that, you're going to end up in Lucid's position and see ya.
Yeah.
And I also want to say one other thing, man. Like when you had, a lot of identities were established for these car companies during the Ice Age, not the actual Ice Age, but the internal combustion engine age. And, if you were a Ferrari, you're a Lamborghini. What were you known for? You were known for being a fast supercar, right?
Fast supercar.
That was your niche within the ICE market. Now everybody's fast.
Yeah.
Everybody can hit 1,000 horsepower.
Yeah.
Right? So
sure.
what's your identity here? That's I think the existential question.
Luxury
for a lot of
ICE?
these
I don't
cars.
know. But because you get an EV luxury as well too. So I mean, you gotta talk to your boy Johnny Ives about the design of the new Ferrari.
Well, if he doesn't go to jail, hopefully. We'll see.
You think you go, oh yeah, because of what he's got going
I'm
on
kidding.
there.
I
Yeah,
exaggerate for effect, of course, but I hope Altman gets
Listen,
clipped.
let's make it like, do you think so?
Bro,
I honestly believe in the near future, you're gonna see Elon Musk, even though he's been losing market share, with FSD and autonomy, I think he's gonna start eating all these ICE engines lunch. Are you gonna see some of these established companies like the BMWs and the Mercedes buy the software so they can make their vehicles full self-drive, autonomous?
I figured that would be an option for them at one point, right? Because we did hear that, Elon was thinking about licensing FSD to other cars, but we never saw that come to fruition at all.
I think that it has to be inevitable.
Right? We never saw that at all. So that's what it is there, man. We shall see.
Some more water.
All right, Bovin was pointing out SSPC. So let's cover this one here because it's a nice recovery here on SSPC. This is a leveraged ETF, 2 times short. What is this doing? Space exploration. So SSPC, this is a SpaceX short, 200% leverage. So yeah, not bad, but definitely not my cup of tea because it's not a small cap gapper. But VEEE is really losing the bid here, guys, and it looks like it's on the way down to $40, 41.53. Watch out for that. NTSK finding some support here at 14.25, looking to possibly take out that 14.40 area. We also have ATAI are still involved in that, but let's see if it holds up at 60. 50 was the breakout level, but the 10 EMA is at 60. And then other than that, really the pickings have been slim. But I got to tell you, Lucid is just a stone cold short. Tell me, are you taking that short? You didn't take that short. He had to pay for it. Okay, so they were locates there that were required. Because Katina, man, this is non-stop red. 76 high on the algo spike and bleeding its own blood down into 444, 442. There is no bid to be had on Lucid. It is heading down. It is down big on the morning or the afternoon. We're down 20%. I think we were flat, essentially. So Lucid, there is no bid at the moment. Let's pull this up on the trading screen to get a look at what the price action is like. LCID on the NQ. What are we seeing here? We're seeing a decent spread of 1 penny, and you're seeing the tape really pick up here. We've done 20.8 million shares. I'll submit to you. We'll probably double that by the end of the day, if not more here, guys. So a 433 low, currently showing 35s, and here comes the low again, Joseph.
Yeah, absolutely, we can do that. Here it is, guys, LCID via the options change, 3 days until expiration, 285%. What an absolutely insane move. Where did we start selling? Show them the chart. Yeah, we're going to pull up the chart here momentarily.
Ridiculous.
Look at this specific contract, now worth absolutely nothing there. We can pull up the options chart, not even liquid at all, really. Surprisingly so, but off to the races it goes. $18, losing to the majority of its value in the span of a couple of minutes, continuing to slide here, guys, and there's no base being formed whatsoever. So watch out for some more downside here in LCID.
Yeah, this Apple is old, by the way.
Yeah, we're all out of IBIT. That one didn't work out for us, so we'll dock our first loss here of the day, and then we're still sitting in the TQQs. Highly doubt that we're going to catch that fill at 74.40. Let's see what Adara has.
Keep an eye here on AAPL. I've seen this report kind of circulate over the last couple days, but just be aware here, CNBC now reporting that Apple is in talks with Prism ML, which would be shrinking AI models to run on an iPhone. Again, reports of this nature I've seen more or less over the last couple days, but I'm really seeing it recirculate here. Apple reportedly in talks with Prism ML, potentially shrink some AI models to run on the iPhone. Back to you.
That's absolutely accurate, Adara. I had seen that report as well. It's been circulating now for the past few days. We know what Apple's approach to AI, the stated approach, whether they actually follow through with that or not, is that they want the majority of the inference and for the majority of the AI process to be done on device. As a result, they're really focusing on small language models as well now on large language models that can be compressed sufficiently to fit on, I think the smallest model they have now is 128. And that's what this Prism ML does. They are hyper good at compressing these large language models from like 85 gigs down to like 5 or 8 gigs is what I was reading last time. So I'd like to see if that's, possible to do. And if it is it scalable? So we'll see. And by the way, the new series is pretty good, guys. It is not bad at all. It's not, Chat GPT 5.6 good or Claude Opus or Fable, but it's good enough. It gives you good information. It doesn't hallucinate. It has, spatial awareness. And I wanted to say one thing that I asked it specifically. I'm talking about the new Siri. I asked it specifically. I'm like, are you doing most of your processing for my inquiries on device, or you go into the cloud? And it's like, for the great majority of tasks, I will stay on device. I will only go to the cloud when absolutely necessary. And on top of that, it's secure, Apple to Apple. So you're not sending anything to ChatGPT anymore if you are using the new Siri. Now, not everybody has it because you got to get into this waiting list and this, that, and the other. But I just want to mention that because I thought it was pretty good, and I've been using it. Look, Joey, they got an app for it and everything too. It's kind of like your chats there.
What is this? Sorry, I was
This
reading
is the new
something.
Siri, buddy.
Oh,
This is
okay.
the
Yeah, you
new,
were
like,
saying
yeah,
that.
it's not bad at all. It's actually
Yeah.
pretty decent.
That's good.
Yeah.
Well, they needed that. That was the kind of the whole Apple AI movement. Was not just get that big
It
time
needed to
upgrade.
get better, brother. It
You needed to get that
better.
upgrade on Siri, man.
Yeah, it's not bad.
So why do you have to download it as an app now?
Well, you don't download it as an app. You have to sign up to be part of the Siri
beta
program, and then
Okay,
once
yeah.
you get it, it downloads on its own.
Okay.
Right? Yeah.
All right. So it's that time, though, I guess, Sharif.
Time for what? Oh, that's right. The news segment. All right, Sia. You ready to go? Thumbs up. If you're ready to go, thumbs down. All right, so let's send it up to Sia.
Always ready to go. Let's take a look. JPM at first. We'll be discussing all bank earnings, starting with JP Morgan. So second quarter topping certain Wall Street expectations and estimates here. JPM has posted a net income of $21.2 billion, which is sitting with an EPS of $7.70. That's topping the $5.72 estimate. Revenue has risen by 27% to $58.02 billion, well above the $51.39 billion forecast. The net interest income has come in at $25.62 billion, which is up 10% year over year, roughly in line with the estimates. Trading and investment banking are here the standout drivers, I would say. Investment banking revenue has jumped 45% to $3.9 billion. Equity sales and trading have nearly doubled with an 86% gain to $6.03 billion. And finally, FICC trading has risen 6% to $6.05 billion. By segment, I would say consumer and community banking revenue has shot up by 8%, totaling to $20.27 billion. The commercial and investment bank has also increased 27% to $24.85 billion, and asset and wealth management 19% to $6.85 billion. Loans, however, have totaled $1.54 trillion, and deposits at $2.71 trillion are both well ahead of estimates. Assets under management have also shot up by 18% to $5.1 trillion. Net charge-offs, finally, are at $2.37 billion, which has come in below the $2.62 billion estimate. And the provision for credit losses ultimately is at $2.52 billion. So with that, JPM is currently up on the day, 1.89% to be precise.
Thank you for that, Sia. As you mentioned, a lot of net income, good profitability to the tune of $21.2 billion. Check. Fantastic quarter for them. How about the massive rebound in investment banking fees? Of course, because of the IPO craze, especially with SpaceX, right? They printed up a storm on that. But let's dig deeper into the numbers, shall we? Because that $21.2 billion is a hell of a number. But when you dig and look at that EPS, which is what that number converts to, which is $7.70, $4.6 billion of that $21.2 billion is accounting adjustments, basically on their Visa shares. So that's point number one. How about another $1 billion of gains on equity investments that likely will not reoccur? And so what I'm trying to say is 26% of that $21.2 billion are one-line items that may or may not reoccur, again, depending on whether their equity investments do as well and whether or not they reassess their Visa shares, which they obviously won't. So that's point number one. Point number two is that even though their profitability was through the roof, their CapEx is also growing, not as much as their profitability. They were looking at spending about $105 billion. Now that's about $107 billion. So what we're talking about here is wage inflation, and we're talking about infrastructure spending, specifically on AI. That was the crux of that report. So something to keep an eye on, even though it was a record quarter in some respects, there's also record quarters in terms of expenses. So something to think about there. And just before we get Joey's opinion on this one, let's send it back to Adair with news.
I'll be quick here, guys. Nothing massive, but just be aware we are getting comments from Iran's president, Pezeshkian, on, I guess, comments made by President Trump. This is being reported once again by Fars News, saying, quote, "We will respond to Trump's rhetoric with action, and we will defend every inch of our land." So more posturing here coming from Iran. Just be aware. Back to you.
Bro, I mean, didn't it just split 1-10? Lucid there's no bid here, guys. There is no bid on Lucid. It is down 30%, Katina, man. It is dropping below $4. The aggression with which this one is selling, nobody's standing on the other side. Nobody's taking the other side of this. They are locates if you're with real trading. If you're not, I wonder if it's here. Let me just check on my platform. It is now halted to the downside, Joey. Down
crazy.
to 385. We are halted down
at $4, but
yeah. We are halted down here on Lucid. I just want to see if on IB it's available to short, Joey. And no, it is not. So you cannot short that on IB either. You need locates. Yeah, this one's in a lot of trouble, guys. So give us your take, though.
Yeah. Listen, Jamie Dimon, someone who's typically cautiously optimistic, stating things might not get much better, to be honest with you. So I like hearing that from that man. But some fantastic numbers across the board in the banks. But let's talk about JP Morgan. Net income increased 41% from a year earlier to $21 billion. Oh, non-interest revenue, excluding markets, climbed 59%. Well, guess what? Consumer and community banking reported net income of $5.3 billion, up 3% the year before. So you can see that this name was down, but then completely recovered and tapped into all-time highs. Now, asset and wealth management posted net income of $2 billion, up 33%, while assets under management reached $5.1 trillion. Are you kidding me? Like, these are insane numbers. And Goldman Sachs, the exact same thing. Obviously, we're being sarcastic when we say Stacks is Goldman Sachs. But, I mean, it's double-digit growth across the board for these companies and these banks. IPO season is hot with an insane amount of money being spent in capital expenditure amongst the hyperscalers as well, too. So that's why I've been talking about JP Morgan for quite some time and talking book. I understand that. But I think it's really difficult to go wrong unless there's another GFC. Then these banks, I think, are going to continue to win, especially with all this money being spent across the board. See ya.
That was a very funny way of saying my name. Okay, GS, Goldman Sachs, like you just talked about. We're going to go over their earnings as well, Joe. So Goldman Sachs has said as of today that profits have soared 78% in the second quarter. That is fueled by a windfall of fees from stock trading and deal making. Now, GS has reported $6.6 billion in net earnings, or $21 per share, far exceeding the $14.50 per share that analysts had initially expected. Now, total net revenue has increased 39% year over year to $20.3 billion, while analysts had forecasted $16.2 billion. That is a pretty big jump over there. We have Goldman Sachs CEO David Solomon saying in a press release statement that momentum has accelerated throughout our business. The company has said that revenue from its equities trading division has risen 72% year over year to $7.4 billion. Now, its investment bank has reported $3.4 billion in revenue, its highest quarterly figure that it's had since the year 2021, driven by its M&A advisory and equity underwriting groups. Now, the equity underwriting division, while we're talking about it, which includes underwriting initial public offerings, earned fees from several of the quarter's biggest AI-related deals, and that also, yes, you guessed it, includes SpaceX's blockbuster IPO and Alphabet's, that's Google, even larger follow-on stock sales. So the revenue for this unit has jumped 130% to $985 million. So with that, GS up on the day, 7.5%.
Yeah, so this is a fantastic report, man. I mean, record-shattering, $20.3 billion quarter, 78% surge in net earnings. Let's talk about their equities trading, because I think that's what we all want to know about. Because, well, it shot up 72% year over year, but they really are relying on a lot, apparently, according to this article, on high-frequency trading. Not like that matters. It's been kind of in vogue for a while. $7.4 billion. Unbelievable in equities trading. Wow, they're fantastic traders over there. It relies entirely on elevated market volatility, obviously, and derivative volume, which has increased as of late. but there is provisioning de-escalation. So what I mean by that? So the global geopolitical kind of an economic uncertainty, they've slashed their provision for credit losses down to 102 million. That is sharply down from $384 million a year ago and $315 million in Q1. That's huge. And we've been seeing that with Canadian banks as well. Canadian banks record highs ripping. Why? Because, well, the Canadian forecast was that there would be a lot of mortgage defaults, which there are, but there still hasn't reached the levels that the banks were predicting. So their loan loss provisions get to move from one side of the balance sheet onto the other. And that's exactly what Goldman did here. $102 million in loan loss provisions, sharply down from $384 million projected a year ago, Joey. Yeah. Lucid, is it open here? Lucid is open, guys. It is hanging around at 3 3/4, and there it goes. It is down to 370 here. Looks like we could lose that 370 level. Unreal price action here on Lucid. If you're just joining us, rumors that they could be going private and or filing for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection, of course, to protect them temporarily from their creditors while they reorganize the company. Joey is moving down to 350. There is 350. There's 340. This one looks like it's going to limit down again. It's over for Lucid. It's down to 3 1/3. There is no bid on LCID.
It's done.
What a move down.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the CEO stating that just this, as I mentioned before, the capital expenditure is just meeting and raising demand for money like he's never seen before. Backlog in Asia, private credit markets and Goldman Sachs also improving here too, to the tune of $31 billion in private credit in Q2. So Asia starting to participate in this movement. And I mean, across the board, you have $4 trillion in assets under management, and they're going to continue to grow. As long as the hyperscalers continue to spend, I wouldn't be surprised come the next quarter, Q3, when we get those reports, you're going to see record numbers once again amongst the banks. And who am I referring to? The Goldman Sachs, the JP Morgans, and the Morgan Stanleys. It's just been on an absolute tear. And that's why I'm going to remain bullish across the board in the hyperscalers and in these big banks.
Cool, man. Send it back to you.
Time for Citi. So let's talk about C's earnings. Citigroup has reported the best quarterly revenue in a decade today, with double-digit revenue growth for the company, and out of its 4 out of its 5 businesses. But the stock doesn't seem to agree with that right now. We don't know why that's happening, but it's down 4.3% at the moment. Earnings per share at $3.15 versus $2.74 expected. Revenue at $24.77 billion versus $23.74 billion expected. Now, CEO of the company, Jane Fraser, has said in a statement that our growing earnings generation will allow us to increase our planned dividend by 12%, and we have launched our $30 billion buyback plan. Now, C has reported a net income of $5.8 billion, which is up just $4 billion in the year ago, from just $4 billion in the year ago period. So it is said that the growth was driven largely by higher revenue and a lower provision for credit losses, which should come in at $2.5 billion compared to street account estimates of $2.27 billion. Sorry, $2.72 billion, I apologize. So Citi has also said that its net income growth was partially offset by certain higher expenses. With that, like I said, Citi stock not reacting well, down 4%, a little bit over 4%.
45% surge in net income. $5.8 billion. But let's be honest about where this money came from. Heavily distorted by corporate windfalls rather than by purely banking velocity. Let's talk about their divestiture, complete divestiture in Poland. That was a highly lucrative one. How about the other 22.6% equity stake that they divested from Mexico's Banamex? How do you say that? Banamex, guys? Right? So you're getting a lot of one-line items, as we saw with JPM. So don't put on your goggles too quickly here. Guys, I have to digress. Shout out to TT Mass for pointing this one out. CNEY is all sorts of Rip City here. 77.82, flat top breakthrough 64. Trade this one carefully. It is a penny stock, but it is really going. CNEY is the ticker. I also want to mention as well, Jane Fraser, of course, doing fantastic, celebrating revenue growth in 4 out of the 5 core businesses. But to be quite honest with you, the non-interest revenue firm-wide, it also surged 18%. But when you look at the numbers, they're highly padded here by Forex, right? And the strength of the US dollar that we've been seeing as of late. So think about that as well. So that, I'm not saying it's a one-line item, but you don't always see Forex tailwinds every quarter. So something to think about there. Great report from Citi, but I'd say that there are some caveats. Anyway, LCID continues to make area lows.
Okay, I'm not going to talk about Citi. I want to talk about this right now. We're going to, give us 1 second. This is absolutely insane. These puts, these lucid puts, can't get shorts. This is insane. 12,000%.
In how long?
Brother, from
days.
1247.
12,000%.
12,000%, going from 2 cents all the way to $1.87.
Lucid.
12,000%. That is insane. Okay. It made a lot of people, and I mean, fantastic question. Liquidity, tons. There is a boatload, and this just minted an insane amount of people, a crazy amount of cash, especially like $2 for these. It costs more to do the transaction than to buy the actual contract. Now they're worth $2 almost, 12,000%, and continuing to climb. This thing's down. This thing's been cut in half. It's down 41%. Insane. Insane move. Let's send it over to Adara.
Let's take a look here at the S&P 500. Just be aware of some comments here coming from Fed officials. Fed's Goolsbee just now here saying that June CPI inflation data was, quote, surprisingly benign, and that if they got several months of data like this, quote, we would feel better. So Feds aren't really celebrating yet with that cooler than expected CPI and core CPI month-over-month and year-over-year set of prints that we got today at 8:30 a.m. This actually also echoes comments that we had from Fed Chair Kevin Warsh during his first round of testimony here, that semi-annual monetary policy report that he did today for the House Financial Services Committee. He'll see the Senate tomorrow. Basically, when asked about CPI today, he said he doesn't want to cherry pick data and go out and here and say, quote, mission accomplished. So he's also saying, much like what we're seeing here with Goolsbee, sure, one great month of data, we need to see a lot more. Back to you.
All right, let's send it back to Sia, talk a little Bank of America.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about Bank of America. So BAC has reported a jump in its second quarter profit as of today. Profit has jumped 27% last quarter to $9.1 billion, with net income growth across every business segment here. EPS has jumped 34% year over year, driven by commercial loan growth just beyond its artificial intelligence, that's beyond AI. And Bank of America's interest income, that is the NII, the profit that's made from loans minus the interest that's paid to depositors, has hit $16 billion. Now, this has topped the Bloomberg consensus estimate of $15.92 billion. Management is seeing the NII guidance for the full year at the upper end of a 6 to 8% range. Wall Street analysts on the call have, however, viewed it as conservative. Bank of America stock trading revenue has climbed 70% to $3.62 billion. This has smashed Wall Street's consensus by nearly $1 billion. This is driven by an increased client activity and strong trading performance, particularly in the areas of Asia and the United States. Consumer banking and lending revenue has also increased 6% year over year, as did its commercial banking revenue. BAC up on the day 1.6%.
Like I'm a broken record repeating the same thing. Over-reliance on high-frequency trading for equities. $1.21 of their EPS came in from high-frequency trading. That's a 70% surge year over year, and they brought in $3.6 billion in trading. We don't see that every quarter, but when we do see it, it's great to realize it, and that's what we're getting here. Sia gave us the numbers, 27% net income surge year over year with that headline number. Also, big $9.1 billion, $7.1 billion from trading performance, but she also pointed out net interest income, an eye-watering $16 billion, right? But guess what? The street wasn't impressed. They wanted 16.2. So a bit of a miss there. But, you know, the way that I look at it here, this is a good report. You're seeing a very consistent theme from all these banks as they did very well trading. What we don't see from all the banks, though, is the investment banking angle, right? Not all of these guys are the big underwriters. You're talking about JPM, you're talking about MS, you're talking about GS, but your BACs, your WFCs, your Cs, maybe not.
Brother, they
Well, this guy doesn't care what I'm talking about.
No, I
He's
do.
looking at the 12,000%.
No, dude, in all seriousness, look, I believe this is halt number 2.
It is.
Options trading has now been stopped.
Why is that allowed? Why is that
Because
allowed?
why do you think?
So you're not allowing the market a fair price discovery. Okay, so then hold on. Is it the same thing? Like 5 minutes, 10 minutes?
It should be, but it stopped, yeah, in the derivatives market. Anyway, yeah, to add to Sharif's point, including, so we're talking about Bank of America, guys, net income up 42% from the year before. And I mean, these guys have over $4.1 trillion in client balances, which is absolutely outstanding. The combined division saw $14 billion in new net asset flows in the second quarter. The wealth business has seen net assets inflows of $78 billion over the last 4 quarters. So, I mean, there are currently about 2,400 candidates in this program, which is absolutely insane amounts of wealth that these guys are holding on to and have under management. So we've seen $5 trillion, $5.1 trillion in JP Morgan, $4+ trillion in Goldman Sachs, and now you have $4 trillion here in Bank of America. I don't know, man. There's not much, like what Sharif said, man, there's not really much we can say except for the fact that these guys are going to continue to grow at insane rates. So, yeah, a fantastic, fantastic quarter. And I think it's the beginning, right? I think this flows into some of the tech names as well, too, considering especially Google. Google selling leading into the earnings report, you're going to see some absolutely ridiculous numbers, in my opinion, come out of this company.
All right.
See you.
Finally, we're also going to talk about WFC, that is Wells Fargo, and what happened here. So WFC has reported a second quarter net income of $6.4 billion or $2 per diluted share. That's up 17% from $5.49 billion or just $1.60 per share from a year earlier. Analysts had expected earnings of $1.72 per share on revenue of $21.9 billion, and total revenue has climbed 9% to $22.6 billion. Non-interest income has climbed 13% to $10.3 billion, topping the $9.44 billion average estimate. This is according to Bloomberg. Net interest income has increased 5% to $12.3 billion, in line with analyst expectations as well. Investment banking fees has reached $939 million, which is a 35% increase from a year earlier, with debt and equity underwriting both contributing to this gain. Wealth and investment management revenue has also seen an upside of 13% to $3.89 billion, with net interest income in that segment is up 17%, and non-interest income up 12% on higher investment advisory fees that is tied to rising market valuations. Now, finally, total client assets in the segment have shot up by 15% from a year ago to $2.69 trillion, the company has said in a statement. And with that, we have WFC, just like Citi, down on the day, 2.5%.
Yeah, I don't really have much to say about Wells, to be quite honest with you here. Great report, Sia, but I think we've gone through the majority of the banks, and I don't have a lot to add here. How about you, Joe?
Yeah, I mean, other than the net interest, non-interest income up 13% year over year. A lot of the business in line from local retail branches, investment banking, notch growth in the second quarter. Other than that, you're still seeing double-digit across the boards. WFC is. I mean, there's a couple other banks that I would prefer to own over Wells Fargo and Citi.
All right, no worries. Let's also talk Adara. We were discussing this, I think, off camera before, so it's continuing to slip after KeyBank downgraded them to underweight, arguing that higher iPhone prices, weaker carrier subsidies, and also slowing upgrades could pressure their growth over the next 2 years. So the firm is expecting the first year 2027 iPhone revenue growth of just 4.9%. That's well below, I would say, Wall Street's 8.3% forecasted revenue expectation. So while also projecting services growth to slow to 7% versus the consensus that was near 12%. Now, they also believe, the KeyBank believes, that Mac, iPad, as well as wearables are estimates that are remaining at risk because consumers are delaying this device upgrades over here. Apple has been a bit down on the day today. It's still down 0.8%. What do you have to say about this?
Yeah, so it's funny too, because I saw a lot of comments to this effect in the chat this morning about, oh, like it's just one analyst. And I agree, it's just one analyst. So I think keep that in mind, guys. Obviously, $250 price target, well below what we're currently trading, and we're near all-time highs. So the timing of this, as Sharif suggested this morning, a little bit odd. But there's also a positive story on Apple that I want to mention this morning that we also covered on our Trading TV Live watch list. So IDC came out, basically data research firm, whatever, and they said for Q2 2026, the quarter that just ended, Apple actually saw growth of roughly 20% in their iPhone shipments to China. And that actually comes as we have a decrease of about, I think, 4 to 6% in global China shipments overall. So this is actually significant here. AAPL had a positive story. I think this downgrade is just that. It's an analyst downgrade. You can take them, you can leave them, you can choose to interpret how you want to. And even in terms of Apple's price action today, I wouldn't even say it's that bad. What's interesting here is I think this rejection of that area of support yesterday, that 316-ish area we reject this morning. Other than that, I think this is pretty range bound. I think it's pretty choppy. I don't think anything in this price action suggests that the market is taking this thing incredibly seriously. And I think, yeah, again, remember, positive data in China. I think the whole idea of the super cycle, I've said this before, I find to be kind of, subjective. It's not something that I personally subscribe to. So take that as you will. But either way here, AAPL in focus. I think it remains in focus. I mean, it's a Mag 7 company. We're going to talk about it regardless. But yeah, this downgrade is probably just one of many, many, many analyst opinions. And choose to read as much into it as you'd like to or not.
Let's talk about this specific analyst, Adara. KeyBank Capital downgraded Apple from overweight to sector weight on October 4th, 2023. Why don't we look at the price action from October 4th of 2023 and see what Apple's been doing since that time? Let's take a look, right, Joey?
Pull it up, man.
Should we look?
No.
All right, here's October. Assassino, if you can, friend, thank you very much. Here's October 2023. Apple was trading at the very thrifty price of $170. Let's move up a little bit here, Joey. Okay, we're moving. We're going through September 24. Here comes January 25. Oh my days! It's the tariff tantrum. We dropped down into 170. We're making new highs again. 290. You would have missed out on 88% if you listened to KeyBank Capital and sold your shares back in October. What did I say? 3rd of 2023. October 4th, of 2023. So, they are notoriously, anti-Apple. I'd say the last maybe 2.5 years, going on 3 years, not going to be that long. So with respect to that, I just want to point that out. Now let's actually address the crux of their argument. The first one here was, let me move to my notes, if you'll allow me to. You don't have to show this if you don't want to, because I know it does get a little bit, notes over here. Give me 1 second. Where is it? Okay, well, the first part of the note was they were essentially attacking the iPhone sales. They're saying, look, we looked at credit card statements and it looks as if people are spending less on Apple. What I think that fails to take into consideration is the cyclical nature of spending, especially on hardware with Apple. We know that in the summer months leading into the September iPhone release cycle, spending goes down, specifically because people are looking at picking up that new device in September. For example, if I didn't have the 17 right now and I wanted a new iPhone, well, I'm probably, unless they were going to really give me a deal on the outgoing 17 as opposed to the incoming 18, I personally would wait for the 18. I would save my money for the 18. That's not considered there at all. Nor is their assessment, what they're calling their key performance indicator assessment of Apple's products, taking into consideration the plethora of new products that we're getting from Apple this year. So they were making year-over-year comparisons for already existing products. What they're not comparing is the new product lineup that's supposed to come out. That could be obviously revenue expanding. So I'm not taking this with a grain of salt. You have to respect some of this information. It's well researched according to the company, but I just happen to have a different view.
Yeah, and I have the exact same view, Sharif. 17% this year. We had record iPhone sales leading into the 17 last year. It's very, very difficult for me to have any form of a bearish outlook on this name. And I'm going to call it here now. I'm going to remain forward-looking. I think the iPhone 20 is going to probably be one of the biggest growth cycles within the company to be honest with you. And that's how I'm going to say it. Listen, we're running into the 18, coming in September. It's only a couple of years away, Sharif.
The fold, Joe.
Don't forget the fold as well, too, and everything along these lines, because what we have here is AI growth really starting to accelerate. And what do I mean by that is these tools are starting to train themselves and get better and better and better. And with that, the technology is going to get better. The hardware, the software, everything is going to get better. And who's going to be at the forefront of all this? It's the second largest company on the planet, AAPL. And that's why I'm going to say right now, I think that the iPhone 20, I believe the new CEO is going to bring something in that a lot of us were never expecting. I'm going to call it now, and I think that it's going to cause an insane, Turnus is going to bring an insane cycle to this company. And who knows what happens with the Vision Pro?
I don't disagree with that, but I got a bit different hot take.
Yeah.
Their services business, right? We love that. 82% gross margins, fastest growing segment that Apple has. I got a hot take. It's going to grow even more. You want to know why?
Yeah, tell me, because I already know Google's paying them a beautiful penny on the services.
Well, they're paying Google $1 billion, but Google pays them 20, so it's offset, so let's just say 19, right? Yeah. But that's not what I mean. I think your boy Turnus over there is going to have parts of Apple Intelligence that are going to be monthly.
Oh, okay. So you think he's going to have an additional paid subscription?
Yeah, just like you've got the storage.
Yeah.
You want 2 terabytes, Joey?
Yeah.
You want 20 terabytes or whatever?
Yeah.
You know, I'm just throwing any numbers out there, right? So that's what I think he does. I think when they do really kind of cross their T's and dot their I's when it comes to Apple Intelligence, you're going to see parts of it that are going to be a SaaS model.
One thing that we rarely talk about, I understand it's part of their service segment, is Apple Cloud.
Yeah. Well said. Well said.
Right.
But it's like it's B2C though.
It is. It's not the exact same thing.
Yeah.
But who knows what happens? What if they're like, hey, we're going to turn things around, and we got Apple Cloud now being one of the major segments within this company.
Yeah. Well, your boy Zuck, you called that.
So I got Zuck, man. It just didn't make sense, right? Like it's not like I'm no genius over here. It just didn't make sense to be spending that amount of money when everyone else in that hyperscaler division had cloud services except for Meta. It didn't add up. It didn't add up.
Joey.
Yeah.
I want to throw this your way.
Throw it my way.
How low does Lucid have to go in terms of valuation for Apple to come in and swoop it up?
I don't think Apple, I don't think Apple would want to buy it.
I don't disagree with that.
I don't, what is the incentive? I know, 100%, but what incentive does Apple have to step in?
An Apple car? I don't know. We've already know they gave up.
But for what, though? Like a low-margin product that costs a lot of money, and a lot of people just couldn't care less.
Now he's speaking my language,
right?
bro.
Like, for what? Apple's too smart to get involved with that. Let Elon Musk deal with that stuff, man. Listen, every day, my drive to Ottawa, I'm like, imagine Elon Musk started selling his software to some of these internal combustion engine companies. I'm telling you right now, dude. Yeah, exactly. These companies are going to get left in the dust to AVs, in my opinion. I don't care what anybody says about I like driving. Think about the average person commuting into the city. Do you think those people want to be touching a steering wheel for an hour and a half coming into the city?
Reclaim your time.
Right.
If you're legally allowed to drive distracted and do other things in the car while it operates.
Exactly.
Imagine the efficiency.
Well, think about it.
Right?
So you're and that's what also came to my mind. They're gonna have obviously the bylaw no sleeping behind the wheel. Otherwise, it's gonna be. It's gonna be. Listen, they're gonna put that in there. Obviously, that's what the majority of people are gonna do. But they're gonna have those rules implemented, right? Like no sleeping. That's 3 or 4 demerit points, right?
They're always ruining everybody's.
Well, of course they are. That's how they want to roll.
All right, I think we beat this one up enough. Let's send it back to Sia and get the next
guy. Yeah.
Google, so Switzerland's competition regulator, that's the COMCO, C-O-M-C-O, has opened a preliminary investigation into Google's decision to remove the Android setup screen that lets Swiss users choose their default search engine. So COMCO has argued that the change leaves Google search as the only default option during the device setup, potentially reducing visibility of rival search providers and also limiting the competition significantly. Obviously, COMCO has also noted the practice differs from what Android users see in other European countries, and Google has said that it is aware of the investigation and it plans to cooperate fully with Swiss authorities with that Google is up 1.7%.
Yeah, and that's exactly, Sia explained it, quite well, right? Like, that's what they're doing. They're basically, if you bought an Android phone in Switzerland, you were provided with a screen upon installation and setting up. You could choose whatever search engine your heart so desired. Now that is not the case. They're basically giving you Google as a default. That seems to annoy the regulator there. They say it weaponizes default configuration, biased against unmanaged retail consumers, which are activating the new device, of course. It says it forces, your rivals like your Bings, your DuckDuckGo, your Yahoo, whatever, at a critical out-of-the-box moment. So I see the issue here by the regulator, but I also want to point out some legal importance here. Well, we know Switzerland, notoriously neutral, of course. They have been for as long as I can remember, and that remains the same way. Meaning what? Meaning they are not part of the European Economic Area, and as such are not subject to the same antitrust jurisdiction. So this was, very much in Google's mind when they chose to reverse a previous decision they had. So prior to November 1st of 2020, if you opened up an Android device, you were basically given the opportunity to choose whichever search engine your heart so desired. They changed it after that, and they changed it knowing full well that their regulatory environment did not require them to have that multi-search engine at the setup like the Europeans did. So this is gonna be a previously untested legal area here for Switzerland. So let's see how this cookie crumbles. It's not the same thing as in Europe, where we already have precedent with other hyperscalers who have been kind of put to the knife, so to speak. That's really all I have to say about that. But I also want to say that there could be read-throughs here. So if the Swiss regulator is successful in forcing Alphabet, Google, whatever, to put that multi-search engine thing in the installation, the possible read-through is Apple. And the way that the Apple devices come. Because right now, Joey, you're buying this bad boy and you're going into Safari and you're doing a quick search, you know where it's going.
Yeah.
It's going to Google.
Yeah.
It's not going to DuckDuckGo. You're not really given the choice. You can change it later, but what it comes with is Google. So I see.
Yeah, but Google pays for that, man.
I understand, brother, but that doesn't matter because they want you to give the option here. I get Google's paying for it.
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to say is, if it's Google now, it's Apple tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's not much I can really say with this here. I mean, the Google spokesperson stating that they're willing to cooperate. So at some point, they're going to have to modify what they have going on with the Android search engine. But they're still going to be the dominant, right? It's hard to get people out of specific ecosystems, and I think that's the exact same narrative that we're sitting in here with the Swiss, obviously, Swiss regulators looking into this. So yeah, I think Google at one point, they're paying Android. They're going to continue to pay to be that primary engine. They'll just have to switch things up, and they'll still establish and remain within their dominance primary search engine, in my opinion. So
Get it, Joey.
I like everything to do with Google, to be honest with you.
Yeah. You mean the Mag 7 ETF?
Yeah, it is the ETF, man. And it's like, okay, yeah, no problem. They pay a little bit of a fine slap on the wrist, and they still manage to dominate search. That's what they do. And everybody was worried about it at one point. Oh, what about search? What about the LLMs? What's going to happen with search?
I'm gonna throw you a curveball here.
Still very much here. Yeah.
You think President Trump chimes in on their new Geely deal?
Obviously.
You think because he hasn't said anything yet?
Yeah, but look how much. But look how much Google and I said this before. Look how much Google has done before or currently, and how much they've invested in the United States.
Yeah.
Do you think maybe Donald Trump will throw him a bone and say, "Hey,
That's
this is
a good
something"?
point. That's a good point.
But I think it's a logical question. I think it's a reasonable question. Will he give them a hard time, and will he be like, oh, "There's no way they have to buy American vehicles and all that stuff"? And then he'll end up allowing them to do it. Because in order for them to remain dominant, listen, they're still going to be paying tax on all that revenue.
They're paying 100% on those coming in.
Exactly. They're going to be paying tax on that. They'll be paying the tax on the Waymo revenue as well, too. So I think it's a win-win in this situation.
All right, Joey, we got to let them know.
What's this thing?
We're halted up now on Lucid.
No
Joey,
way.
it's halted up. $2.95 halt price, halt time. 149.07. Earliest this will be open. Katina Man is 154.07. It is bouncing off this $2.50 area. And currently, I just got to give you, because a lot of people want to know the market cap of the price so they can kind of get an idea. We are at 1.15 billion market cap. We are getting pretty freaking close to losing $1 billion and becoming all of a sudden a penny stock intraday. We've already lost 46.46% of our value. And I'm not talking to we like I'm involved in Lucid. I don't even know I'm using we. LCID has lost 46.46% of its value currently. Joey, it has halted to the upside though. Let's send it back to Sia and speak about the next story.
Let's talk IBM right now. So IBM's acknowledged that second quarter results have definitely fallen short because enterprise customers had unexpectedly shifted spending away from the mainframe infrastructure towards more servers, storage, and memory ahead of anticipated price increases. CapEx reprioritization combined with delayed software deals and heightened cybersecurity concerns have created a larger than expected downfall and shortfall in infrastructure as well as transaction processing businesses. But despite this disappointing quarter, management has continued to highlight continued strength across its AI and software portfolio. Red Hat revenue has accelerated sequentially. Distributed infrastructure also has delivered a record quarter with 37% growth, and consulting has continued to benefit from Gen AI demand. Now, IBM has also reaffirmed its long-term AI and quantum strategy, pointing to its new Lightwell AI platform, expanding enterprise AI adoption and more than $10 billion of planned quantum investments over the next 5 years. What do you think about this, Dara?
That's funny. I was seeing someone in the chat this morning as well say to the quantum point, like, oh, quantum's really going to be the thing here for this company, probably the next reason they rally. I don't disagree with that. So give them a shout out for quantum. I have this visual. It's really like not worth breaking down here. You guys can find it on X at TTV Research, but like infrastructure revenue taking a big tank. That's why, shocker, my favorite company, Oracle, also took a little bit of a dump this morning. So oops. But let's talk about cybersecurity, because cybersecurity is doing whatever the opposite of taking a dump is. They're incredibly strong today. You've got Palo Alto Networks. You have CrowdStrike. You've got Fortinet. Now, Adara, why are you bringing up cybersecurity? We're talking about IBM. I'm bringing up cybersecurity because Arvind Krishna, CEO of IBM, he brought up cybersecurity too. He said, first in this actual letter here to investors, and then yet again to Sarah Eisen of CNBC, which she shared on social media, like this quote attributed to him was basically that cybersecurity here, people are having these cybersecurity concerns. They really are, if they're going to redirect their money anywhere, it's going to be towards cybersecurity and not towards specifically infrastructure, right? That's really the thing that he said he noticed. He said we were not really on the ball when it came to understanding where CapEx was going to be distributed. And that, I think, is, again, he attributed that money to going towards cybersecurity. And that's why you see this pump today, or at least that's what I'm seeing people attribute to this rally today. Furthermore, in the comments to Sarah Eisen of CNBC, Arvind Krishna reportedly even said it's specifically Mythos. We had these concerns here about Mythos, about cybersecurity, and because of that, he says this is where people want to spend their money, not with IBM. What I do like here, I don't like this report, or preliminary report rather, what I do like is that Arvind Krishna and team seem very, very sober about the reality of the situation. They seem willing to take the work to correct the situation. They seem like they've already actually reflected on what went wrong and how to improve. And, you know, if you even take it to a trading perspective, if you have a red day, that's really what you should be doing to improve on your performance, in my opinion. So I think they're really trying to improve on that performance. I want to see what they give us for Q3, but I also want to see how the market reacts to the full Q2 report next week.
You're bang on with that, Adara. Look at this. Departments were so severely bogged down handling active network vulnerabilities and patching security infrastructure. Why? Of course, because of Mythos and Fable. We know what happened there, that they physically froze multi-billion-dollar software and database contract negotiations mid-cycle. They're like, we can't deal with this right now. We've got to do this, and that. We can't be bothered with it. I mean, that is obviously something very disruptive to business operations. I'll have to see if they can get through that. But let's talk about other parts of the report. Hyper-focused here on that 7% collapse in their total infrastructure division. It does have to do a lot with their legacy Z mainframes and all the derivatives that come from there. So that is really where you're seeing a lot of the pressure. You're also seeing, though, on the other side of the coin, positivity when it comes to their distributed infrastructure, which is a subsegment that grew 37% and brought in about $500 million. Again, this is a pre-report, but these numbers are accurate from the company. So something to think about there. And we've also talked about the fact that companies, their clients, IBM's clients, are so hyper-focused on infrastructure CapEx that they're kind of not having the budget for IBM's main products. So IBM, of course, a reseller of a lot of this hardware. We're talking about servers, storage, memory, but they're also, their bigger margins come from their proprietary transaction software. And that's where the company saw huge losses, 100 basis point reduction in margins down to 57.7% because of, again, CapEx spending and the limited amount of, or the finite, I should say, amount of resources to go around from some of their clients. So this is interesting. I want to see if the company can manage this, but there was a big correction here in the pre-market for IBM. I just want to, before we get Joey's take here, Joey, Lucid is back open again, trading marginally above $3, 44.25% in the Ville of Red. It's barely holding on to 3. I need to point out to you that the area low here on the day is around 2 1/3, a little bit higher than 2 1/3. So we are bouncing back here. One must wonder, though, is this short covering or a genuine bid coming in? When you lose 50% or thereabouts of your value in one fell swoop, one must assume that there's got to be a little bit of short covering.
Here, yeah, I think that's all it is there, Sharif. All right, I mean, at least Oppenheimer has a positive outlook out here on IBM with a price target of $350. So congratulations to them for giving that to a stock that's been down 25%. Now, this is the worst day this stock has seen since 1987, which is absolutely insane. Now, listen, the CEO stating that the company just was moving too slow and wasn't fast enough and didn't have the ability to react to the changing climate. Well, guess what?
What?
1% growth year over year, revenue growth, Sharif, is unacceptable in a super cycle of hardware and both software. So hence why the stock is down 25%. It's unfortunate that this company couldn't perform that good. And it's unfortunate for shareholders. It's really, really, really bad look. But it is what it is. Bitcoin up 4%, climbing a little bit more, and we're talking about Lucid. So yeah, it's a horrible look there. I don't know if I'd be buying. This is a name that I personally wouldn't even be looked to be buying.
You don't like IBM, huh?
No.
No, man. Well, IBM had a really good move earlier, right? In the year we saw
it did, yeah. But now it's gone in the span of it's not even earnings. Like it's just a forward look into what's to come.
Yeah. Nick, sorry, I meant 6, brother. I didn't mean 8. I know I typed 8. ATAI, we're still involved in this one here, guys, as it continues to kind of mosey on up into 3/4. But I was telling Nick in the chat, I'm like, look, it's really having trouble taking out 5 3/4. And here it is again, right back at that area high, 5 3/4. If we can't take this out, then you're looking at a double top, and then a loss of 560 probably puts this one into reversion land into 550. If you do take out 5 3/4 on ATAI, my bias, Nick, is a move into 6. But I want to shout out my man TT Mass because he's been calling out these tickers en masse. And basically, we're getting an 873 high here on POET, P-O-E-T. This is a former convict that we all know. It was basically doing nothing all day. And then it decided, take out previous area high, and that's what it did above that 855 flat top. And here we are in the 873, higher lows, higher highs. Not a rocket ship. It's no VEEE or anything like that, but keep your eye out on POET. And then I also have to bring your attention here to VEEE. I mentioned this ain't no VEEE. Well, maybe VEEE can give us an even higher standard, because look at this, Joey, $38 area low. Since that area low, it's been a steady state, higher high and higher low into 45. Alas, we have a 48.79 high. Guys, keep your eye out on this one. When all is said and done, we could be taking out that 48.79 high, and we could see 50. And if the aftermarket comes and this one is running, and you need to go to the bathroom, you wet yourself at that seat, man. No, I'm kidding. But look for the aftermarket move on this one when the volatility halt parameter is shut off. This one could really move. I said that yesterday. It didn't end up doing it yesterday, Joey. But guess what? It did make a move in the aftermarket. Look at that. From $28 right up into $41 in one fell swoop. Yeah. And that's why people love these volatility halt parameters. Or lack thereof in the aftermarket. So
someone asked me if sorry to interrupt. Someone asked me if NVIDIA.
Why are we Ozan? It's like if you're on a heater, right? You're at the blackjack table. You're getting a bunch of 21s in a row. You got to use the bathroom. Figure it out. You don't get up off that table.
As a matter of fact, come prepared just in case you know
the
that.
Stadium Pal. You know about the Stadium Pal?
Is that the adult diaper?
No, it's something that goes on your calf.
Oh, yeah, and you just hook that up there? Yeah. That's crazy. That's crazy. All right, guys, it is...
Hold on, I got one more.
No,
hold on, man.
What's up, man?
ONDS, flat top breakout through 7.25.
Ondas. You don't even like Ondas.
I'm just telling them, Joey, what if they like it, right?
Yeah, what if they like it?
ONDS breakout. Shout out to my man TT Mass. Shout out to Crouching Tiger, Ozane in the house, other Zinc in the house, Nick W, Slow Motion. All you guys in the house. Love y'all, man. Hope you guys have a fantastic afternoon.
Yes, sir.
Send them off, Joey.
Yeah, all right, man. Listen, I'll give you guys the quote of the week tomorrow. Actually, I'll do it now, man, because we're kind. We'll give them the opportunity. Katina Man's not even ready yet. Oh, he's going over there. All right, he's born ready. He's born ready. He's got his thing up there. Excuse me. No, only a plane. Want to go ready? That's crazy. Oh, my days.
Hold on. Joey,
right,
we didn't talk about something very important, man.
Hold on, man.
Joey, who's playing today in about 1 hour? In exactly 1 hour?
England and France.
England and France, right?
Yeah.
And it's Spain and France.
Yeah, sorry.
You're tripping
Spain
me out
France.
here. It's
Yeah,
England,
yeah.
Argentina.
Yeah, sorry.
Right. So, who you got? Let's go. Give me a price and give me a score.
I have Spain.
Give me a result.
3-2 probably France. I want Spain to win, but I think France.
3-2 France?
Yeah.
You're going 3-2 France. All right. I'm going to go ahead and say, look, I picked all the wrong ones because I was going with my heart, not my head. I'm going to go ahead and say France 2-1 or 3-2.
Yeah, all
okay?
right.
Sia, give us your opinion quick. Spain price. Or, sorry, goals. 2-0. 2-0?
Oh!
I like it.
Hot
Neil,
take,
you want to chime in real quick about Neil says 2-1 for France. 2-1 France. Katina Man, can we get a quick prediction just before we go into that? 7-6 Spain, says the Katina Man. That would probably have to be the biggest goal-scoring game, I think, in probably World Cup knockout history. I have no idea, right?
History.
We'd have to check there.
All right, we're ready to send them off. I'll give it to you guys here now. You ready for this, Sharif?
I'm ready.
Some people will check your cup to see if you have enough. Others will check your cup to see if you have more than them. Send it off now.
There we go. Words of wisdom, just dropping it. And if you act now, you can get Joey Options' book of hard knowledge and advice for only alphas for $74.99. Limited edition offer, everybody. Actually, you know what? No, the price done gone up. I'm going to charge $169.42. That's what we're gonna charge for that, Joe. And you know what? I'm gonna take 20% off that because I just hawked it for you. So I'm giving you sales right now, Joe. So I want 20% off the top, and then we can go down the line from that. But you know what? Crazy day. I mean, crazy day. Lucid, like, what are we talking? 45% downside as they get absolutely woodshed. People talking about them going bankrupt, and I can tell you, I mean, if you were in this stock long, you got punched in the mouth. Let's be real. And everyone, you can get punched in the mouth when you have a plan. When you don't have a plan, it's actually about to halt up for sure. But, the truth of the matter is, we've all seen it. You know what the setup is. You know the rules. When the market opens up, all goes out the window because you don't even have a plan of action that you can follow in real time. So we're going to help you build a one-page trading plan live here in this video. By the end, you'll have a complete system on a single sheet of paper that you can print out and put next to your screen. Sean's going to walk you through exactly how to do this so you can enhance your profits.
All right, thanks, Neil. We all need a trading plan, right? I mean, we're going to work through one right here, right now. And I think it's appropriate that I'm doing this because one of my big problems is eliminate the opening bell noise. You want to try to get rid of that first instinct that you have when that bell hits to make a trade. There's a lot of noise in the open. We're going to discuss that as well. Market orders, limit orders, busting through different price levels. You got to forget about that. And this is also suppress your psychological impulse to make and lock in consistent sizing. I mean, that's really what it's all about. Have your plan, have an actionable idea so that we can move forward and trade profitably off the open. So here we go. This is what we need to have. And we have been talking about this for a long time, and it's just a watch list, right? And a couple things that we're going to look at real quick is relative volume. Are the names that we're looking at trading higher volume than they on average print in the pre-market, right? That's what we're looking at. We're getting set up for the opening trade. So this is not once the bell hits. This is in the pre-market. And are we taking trades from yesterday? Do we see volume continuation from yesterday into today's trading? Maybe it's a weekly trend. You want to look at names that are doing relatively high volume. Also, is there been a gap or not in the stock? Are we opening up where we closed? Has there been an actionable trade in the pre-market at all? We'll talk about that. And then where are we as far as key levels? All right. Then we got the catalyst check. Has it been an earnings play? If it is, maybe we got to trade that a little differently if it's an earnings play. Is it a name that's moving on some sort of a story? Maybe there's a contract they've gotten. You have to understand what's going on there. It is impact on earnings and on news. Then we're looking for the big thing here is what we're talking about, volume weighted average price. Do we reclaim the volume weighted average price, or do we have an opening range break on that stock? Is it a gap and go type of strategy? This is what we're talking about here with execution, right? Are we taking a VWAP reclaim? Are we taking a breakout? Are we taking a gap and a continuation play? These are things to look for. And then big one right here. Do not use market orders. Set your trades, get the prices you want. And if you miss those prices, fine. But do not put in a market order, especially off the open. You never know what prices you're going to get there. It does protect slippage. Slippage meaning that, hey, if you want to get short or long at a certain price, you don't get 20 cents higher or lower. You get the price that you put in. And then we're going to be very, very patient. Something I'm working on, eliminate that first 5 minutes, okay? Then this is the key thing for you guys as well. You want to make sure you lock in some sizing. Understand it first starts off with what's your maximum amount of risk you're willing to do, right? 1% I think is fair, depending on what size of capital you're working with there. So if it's 1%, that's $500. You got a $50,000 account. You're going 500 shares if it's going to be 20 cents of a stop, or $1, 500 shares for your 1%. You just got to figure it out. All right, here's a trade, and this is a trade that I actually took. So all of these markers on here are going to be what we're looking at. Well, this is SpaceX. Okay, it actually doesn't show SpaceX on here. It's supposed to, but it doesn't. This is the opening range right here on SpaceX. So we have a high of 144.50 and a low right here of 143, marked by our opening range, right? So here we go. The blue line here is VWAP. So something that we're always going to look at. And then over here, we see into yesterday's close, high relative volume with good printing happening here in the pre-market. Unfortunately, you're not going to see huge volume spikes in the pre-market, but take my word for it, it did have high relative volume in the pre-market, okay? So now let's go over to the trade and let's break it down. Okay, here's the opening trade that we have right now. And what it was, here's the opening range, right? There's your 144, there's your 143, and here's the breakdown. Okay, so what we do is in the first 5 minutes, which is all this noise, what did we say? Ding, let's not trade in the first 5 minutes. So we don't do that. What happens is VWAP, very choppy, up and down through VWAP, goes right up into the top range. That would have been a great trade, but within the first 5 minutes, we don't take it. Then look at this, whack, all the way to the downside. There's an opening range breakout. Downside. So right there, we're looking for the short in this name. And there it comes through, the opening range breakdown. So we first do take, and we mark on here that we want to try to go 2-to-1, right? 2-to-1 on the winners versus the losers, risk to reward. But right away, we immediately take on this one, 143 stop right here, that's 143. This is 141. So right there, our stop is going to be $1. These are $2 outs. Because I'm who I am and I like to scalp out a little bit, I take some out right here for about 50 cents, 75 cents, $1. The majority of the trading right down here at 141 with your 2-to-1 risk. But here's VWAP. Look at it following it all the way down. We can ignore VWAP for now because that was not part of the trading plan. We take the opening range break. So this is what we're doing. We take the trade. Where does the stop loss go? Right above here, right where our opening range was already established. So that's where our stop loss is. Then what we're doing is there's the 2-to-1 risk to reward ratio. We know that we need to at least make 2 on this for our one stop. We do that, happens pretty quickly, and then whack, all the way down. So these are 138s. So that actually turns out to be $5 against $1 right there. That's a good trade. So let's talk about what we did. We scanned the RVOL. We got a catalyst. It's SpaceX, baby. So the catalyst is recent IPO with a lot of volume. We like it. That's the catalyst. What's the setup? Wait that 5 minutes. That's what we did. Ignore the noise. We did that. Yeah, so that was a good trade right there, right? What's our cutoff? 2 p.m. Now, this trade doesn't go into 2 p.m. I mean, it keeps on going down. You can see we do have some great outs down there. And actually, the time there is 2 p.m. right here where we start to get out. So make sure that you understand the closing trades will happen. You want to make sure you're out of this trade as soon as you hit key levels, which you do again there at 2 p.m. And then this is key too, right? Do your daily review. You can't go wrong reviewing your trades. You have to make sure that you're looking at the positives and negatives of every single idea that you have. So this is a brief rundown of how to plan your trade with a few key ideas: relative volume, opening range break, make sure you're looking at VWAP and get it going. No gap and go here, but the move definitely gets to the downside. That's your trade plan.
That's your plan, and it's not about being perfect. It's just about being consistent, and that's how you do it. And you know what? If you want to check out the journal, that's what'll show you how to adjust. So if you want the full system, you can check our playlist to be able to grab that. And as we get back into things, we got to go right up to the desk. Adara's got an update for us.
I have an update on Lucid, guys. So as you know here, about probably at this point 6+ hours ago, EV, which is a publication, they report that Lucid is considering either filing for Chapter 11 protections or going private. Apparently, they've been meeting with advisors. And then we have Bloomberg reporting just now that Lucid has denied these reports. They actually said, and I quote, that, quote, the rumors are completely false. So Lucid, not even calling it reporting, saying it's rumors and saying they are absolutely untrue. Apparently, furthermore, saying that they have sufficient liquidity to fund their operations well into next year. So Lucid pouring a whole bunch of cold water on these reports that sent it sharply to the downside, suggesting it's either filing for Chapter 11 or going private. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. Someone's saying in the chat, Neil, did you play Lucid? Absolutely not. I played Rivian. I was mentioning that before we came back on here, that I was just going to look for the bottom in Rivian. I like sympathy plays better in situations like this. And effectively, as long as Rivian didn't break $16.50, like this support level, I'm just going to take shots at the low. Once I see a curl, I see the buying try to step in on Lucid or even on Rivian, I'll jump in, put my stop at the LOD. The other time I put it at the 75 when it got the 85. But the key is, if you're looking for a reversion trade like this, it's falling knife, it's VWAP or bust, right? Like if I'm giving it 10 cents, my first take profit's 10 cents there, and I'm holding it for the 30 or the 40. Just for everyone that's looking at Lucid, if you are trading it, it appears it will be a 10-minute halt, so it should open like a minute or so because it's been 9 minutes already. The current tap is 370. So it's looking like it's going to close in a decent size of the gap after they've come out and refuted the report. So that should open up almost any second now. Lucid, we're just joking. It's crazy. Like when we were talking about Rivian the other day, I was joking around about how bad Lucid was in comparison, although you couldn't see that. You couldn't have seen this. It's not like you saw this coming, but
the thing is, when the story hit, I put it in the chat and I tried to do it, and I shouldn't have been so lazy. I said, this is a zero. You know, I was talking about that in the chat even when it came out, and it actually spiked up initially. Lucid.
It went up initially?
Yeah, if you look at the chart there, it did.
Oh, yeah, a little
here,
bit.
I mean, here
Yeah,
it is, LCID. First of all, I'm short a bunch of things right here. I mean, I'm short Microsoft, 40 cents. We're long. NVIDIA is now $8 now in the money. But yeah, it went up on that first report, almost got to $6 there, and then fell all the way back down. We're talking about here. Small piece left, man. So stupid. I put down 210.50 as our out, and unfortunately that one does fill. Okay, I'm looking right now, and we can go because we are ready to talk about OGen right here. We are seeing some updates out of Origenics, of course, ticker OGEN on the NYSE American. This company has now activated its phase 2A clinical trial in Australia with its first site fully operational and patient dosing expected next. They're developing ONP-002, an intranasal treatment targeting concussion and mild traumatic brain injury, an area where there are currently no FDA approval therapies. Alongside that, Origenics has spent the past year strengthening its balance sheet, raising capital, resolving liabilities, and restoring, of course, exchange compliance. The focus now shifts to execution with clinical progress underway and additional CNS assets under evaluation. Go check them out. It's ticker OGEN. Yeah, it's amazing that we got thrown off a little bit here by the first opening, and we just talked about it on our board there. We actually wait for the first 5 minutes before we actually take a fill here on NVIDIA, but it does break through our 205 area. We gave it to 204.50, which was exactly the right area to give it to, but then boom, it just took off of that level, and it hasn't seen really a downside movement other than this move right there at 10 o'clock. We could have got long again at 204, but didn't. That's really the mistake right there. We rebought that back, and now it's upside there on NVIDIA. I'm trying to short and doing a pretty good job, I think, here of Microsoft underneath the 25 period moving average, just giving it this little look right here against 288. So hoping that this one can fall back in, as the software names today have been on a little struggling. I thought if the NASDAQ did give some back, it might be on the back of some of these names. So it looks like for right now, we're not having an overly huge move, but we'll take 50 cents right there in the money right now on Microsoft, and we'll see if that one can make a move down. My worst stock of the day, and it was one of the best ones yesterday, and we took it late yesterday, was SK Hynix. Just short. Shorts were fine. Every single time, though, it seems like it's just gone up against us. Fighting the trend, this is what's going to happen to you. We stopped out right there at 177, which was thankful, because when that happened, bang, it just ripped up to 183, then it ripped up to 188. But then we started shorting again, and this is where it was working, really working. And then our last stop right there, thankfully, we didn't average back in to put a loser on the board for our last attempt. But yeah, SK Hynix right now taking out the top of the day right there, 187.50. SK Hynix going boom to the upside today, big time movement over there. And then we're just, I don't know. I mean, when we were doing the lesson up there at 2 o'clock, we did get a bid on SpaceX. So we're short right here. I mean, the problem is we only got a bit of small. We got a bid of 10%. So we still have 90% of this position. Out of the money now, 5 cents. But SpaceX trying to go short, maybe against this 139 area right there. But yeah, you're starting to get a little excited here on SPCX. So maybe 139.50 we can tap out and then reassess this one if it goes against us.
Yeah, SpaceX has been like the hidden dog, really, because SK Hynix has gotten so much attention. Obviously, I mean, like the shiny new thing syndrome, man. Looks like Lucid is not going to open. So when you're past 10 minutes, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. All bets are a little bit off. Like, you can start thinking about every 5 minutes from here. It is a volatility haul. There is, I mean, they've disseminated that they've refuted the report. So maybe it's 15 minutes, maybe it's 20 minutes. At this point, I don't know what to tell you. I've seen longer than 15. I've seen longer than 20. So just be prepared at any moment. The tap is now $4. So it's continuing higher. The tap just keeps on going higher and higher and makes me want to re-enter Rivian, to be honest with you. As long as it keeps tapping higher, like maybe this is just a go all the way back kind of deal and not a VWAP thing. Like Lucid is not even if it opens at $4, it was at $5.50 up top, and like it wasn't Rivian's bad news. So I'm kind of thinking if we keep holding this tap, I'd rather it be open to make this kind of a play. But as long as the tap keeps going up, I want to see a dip down into 17, maybe a little bit of a continuation for sure. So yeah, crazy what happened over here in Lucid. And I just find like the sympathy play can be a little bit easier to try to grab, because it's like if something is down in sympathy, Palantir would be an example. Like even the slightest bounce and it can fire back up because it's not the one with the bad news. It just kind of got, sort of taken out, like what do they call it? Throwing out the baby with the bathwater. Exactly. Like that's the phrase. So I think that's kind of what happened here with Rivian. I couldn't think of anything off the top of my head. Like so many of these other ones have gone bankrupt by now. So the other thing I'm in right now is Silver, SLV. This is more of like a consolidation reload. We were short earlier in the day on a trend break. And if it gets to VWAP, I think that's a separate trade. So I want to give this just above this afternoon stop and look for a play to break the lows. But if we bust here, then I want to look for the volume-weighted average price as a separate kind of trade. So that's what I'm in. We'll wait for Lucid to open up because it feels like that's going to be crazy and going to be a bit of a mover. So when Lucid goes, that or Rivian, I think are going to be some plays this afternoon. Going to check back in on V for everybody. V is for victory.
Today, yeah. What is the price now?
46.
Okay.
The high is still 48. I guess it hasn't made a fresh high since noon. What are you doing, V? Should I slap the fail on you? You're not even at $50 yet?
No.
Come on, son. Come on, you got to get to 50 bones at least.
It's got to get
50, going. 75, hundo. The squeeze is on with V. It's probably wrecking a few hedgies today, I'm going to guess, or some large. We like to short the parabolic traders are having a rough time with V because it does just enough. I'm guessing here. It seems like it's doing just enough to get people to get into some shorts and think they've got the one that's going all the way down. Like a couple of times it's done it. So I can just imagine like the 38 to 42 shorts that are hoping 50 doesn't go because they think that if it doesn't, then they're going to get all the way back in. But that's the dangerous game. That's why I like reversions, but these things are a different story because you can't really control your risk. Like if you short SLV, you're going to get out of your stop plus a couple of cents. Even with like SK Hynix or the IPOs, there's a certain reasonability to managing risk on them on the way out if you're in the wrong direction. With V, yeah, your guess is as good as mine what your fill would be if you got short in front of 50 and 50 broke. Yeah. I couldn't tell you, and I think that's part of the problem with those trades.
Yeah, it's very, very hard to figure out where the stop orders have to go. Easy to find the stop order, but hard to find out about the slippage, what makes it hard, again, about share sizing, which is a very, very tough thing to do for a stock like running like that. It's just so stupid because I like the 27 break on V and didn't do anything about it. All right, so just my stop now on NVIDIA, 211.50, just that's where this area is right there. My first stop was 210.50, and thankfully that almost got ran but didn't, so that's the thankful part. So we're gonna wait for 211.50 where the 25 period moving average is, just out of the last little bit of a shot there. But meanwhile, here we go, man. We just put this trade on as well. Ozan, what's up? There's Microsoft coming back in. So now that's about $1 or so in the money now with Microsoft. A couple of reloads there. One there on this break sort of through the 25 period. Get a little bit out there for like 20 cents and some more here. And then now we're starting to break down. We take it underneath the 200 period moving average. Let's see if Microsoft can give us a decent pullback here. And then SpaceX finally starting to make a move back in. I just put a bid at 20s, so 21 actually. Hopefully we can just run down a little bit here. I don't know, man. The market's staying upside, so it's looks pretty good to me. I mean, the market's really holding this 50 period, and again, don't want to fight the trend, but maybe we're doing that here with some SpaceX and some Microsoft. So yeah, we're going to try to get out of these trades and go up over to Adair and see what she's up to.
Keep an eye here, guys, on SIRI. New York Post reporting that Howard Stern is laying off a dozen staffers and preparing to drop to only releasing one new show per week on SiriusXM. So again, as noted, host of a variety of programs here, Howard Stern reportedly prepares to, I guess, drop his amount of content that's being released on the platform. Sirius here, SIRI, pushing a little bit lower here, actually into low of days right now. Back to you.
You know, Sirius stock has been... Well, I'm willing to bet for a lot of people it's better than you would expect if you pull it up there.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Yeah, I think that's a reasonable thing to say. But Berkshire has been buying it. I don't know how much they've got, so maybe that's I don't know. It's hard to tell with some of the recent stuff, like how much of that's Buffett and how much of that's Abel, or maybe it's like in between, or maybe it doesn't even matter. I don't know. But this has been in a pretty good uptrend. Like, go Siri. That's all I got to say. I mean, in a time where almost nobody has Sirius satellite radio. Well, I shouldn't say that. Most people that you know don't have Sirius satellite radio. I famously got a really long run of it for free. Thank you very much to very good customer service. But eventually you're like, yeah, but you're just using the stuff on your phone anyway. So yeah, is it even worth it? That said, they've got it. They've got a good trend going on. So shout out to everyone that's been able to pick that one out. If you like riding with one of the winners that Berkshire has been able to get, congratulations. This Lucid tap, you know what? I'm gonna take a quick nibble if I can get Phil in the bid here in Rivian, because it's still tapping $4.40. Like, it was $4, I think, the last we said to you. Now the theoretical auction price is $4.40. At this point, it's been 20 minutes.
Lucid, eh? Apparently Randy's the one that's getting in there, and he's the take private guy. So Randy's
well, who knows? But this is one of the longer hauls.
Lucid, change the pricing at there. Get involved with the Saudis.
U.S.
Air Force is currently conducting airstrikes in Iran. There you go, Randy, airstrikes.
Hold on a second. Let's look at USO go.
The thing is, no, Randy's not involved in the airstrikes, he says, but he is involved in this Lucid buyout. So we're going to wait to see. Sell all the XOM and just buy Lucid. Okay, Randy, and we'll figure it all out.
So this is you?
Lucid now has, about under $1 billion right now on the market cap there for Lucid. We can go over here and check
Randy,
out
have you seen
Tesla real quick here. Yeah, Randy was here.
Oh, you saw, okay.
Yeah, he was here.
Okay.
He saw that play down there. Tesla not moving, but it's Rivian that kind of got hit on that story, and Rivian went down to what, 1640 or so? Right there, look at this. Whoosh.
down in there 1670. That would have been a good one to buy that dip, and then breaking out right there, back upside 1680. So we'll see if Rivian can hold fort here with not the greatest story behind LCID. And so again, they've come out and refuted sort of any of this go private or any issues with the stock in general. But we know that they've already reverse split a bunch of times here, is Lucid, and now it's tapping 440. I'm not sure it's going to open back up today, but if it does, we're going to be here with LCID. Can you imagine 330 up to 440 again? Like, that's pretty good, man. You got to pay for those shorts and get into that short if it does come through. But another name, Randy, that's a legacy name, IBM.
Be another
all the way to the downstairs, all the way to the downside there of 215 right there as a bottom possibly for IBM, down 25%. One of the worst days in the history, I would assume, here for international business machines.
I got a quarter says it's the worst day.
Yeah, I would.
How could it not? If it's not,
I would think it. I mean, there might be, even on like major NASDAQ pull down days. I mean, IBM doesn't. It's not like the rest of them. It does have. It used to have like a little bit of a moat around it there. But I like the quantum name with IBM and what that means for them. But yeah, it's pulled right back into some of these daily levels. So I think if you have your Roth or RRSP situation here in Canada, IBM also pays about a 3% dividend. So probably pays a better dividend than some of the oil names. And you get some of that tech play as well. So IBM on the downside.
What's
here,
it right now?
Probably worth grabbing some of those.
It's close.
What is it? It's down
It was
25.
on Black Monday.
Okay.
Because IBM's been around a very long
that
time.
long.
23.7% down on Black Monday. And right now it's just worse. So think about that.
Probably closes higher than this, but
Yeah, I wonder if you think that could be a level? The Black Monday. We're talking about 1987. Black Monday is the last time IBM had this bad of a day.
yeah, I don't think anybody's looking at that level, but
No, I don't think they are either.
yeah,
But
maybe down 25%.
this shows you how bad it is.
right now. What you got, Adara?
What I have here is some more context for what's happening in the Middle East. Seeing reports at first from ABC here that there are airstrikes underway in Iran from the U.S. Apparently, they've actually been happening for the last couple of hours. Then I just got a report as well from Iran's official news agency suggesting that U.S. projectiles have actually hit a target in the Qam region of Iran. So now we've got both Iran and the U.S. saying that the U.S. is striking Iran. Back to you.
Oh, that's what. Thank you there, Adara. So thank you to Grunfeld. LCDL is still open. So LCDL, which, by the way, is a 2x long Lucid, which trades, I mean, whatever. You've got to do a price adjustment. The chart's going to be really similar, but it trades in the pennies here. And that's still open. So when you see that tap going higher, okay, well, let's do some. So 2x long, it's up 4 times from the bottom, so 2 times from the bottom. That's too far. It's gone a little far from the bottom though. So it's an option to trade. I mean, that being said, like what happens if Lucid doesn't open up?
That's what I'm saying. I don't know if
Yeah. No, look, it's an option out there. Like, look, imagine if you were caught. Like, if you happened to be caught, like you could at least hedge yourself. There's options out there for you. But yeah, once you start getting past 10, 15, 20 minutes, let's do a little diligence here because the responsible thing to do is confirm that there is no change at the NASDAQ trade halt page. It is still saying volatility halt. So LUDP indicates volatility halt. There's a quote resumption time, but there has been no trade resumption time put up for Lucid. So yeah, I guess we'll just have to wait for it. But as long as it holds that tap, I tried to get back in on Rivian, and I don't think I haven't been hit. Like, since I put the bid in here, I'm still bidding 11s, trying to get picked up there. Maybe just give it a tight stop, see if we can get a push back into VWAP. As long as Lucid holds that tap higher, I think it can look pretty good. So there's some other names out there as well. Plenty of time left in the session, and we got a super chat from Roland Espinoza. Greetings. Wondering, is MNST un consolidation? Monster? Well, if you want to know about Monster beverage, there's only one person around here who likes those.
Okay, don't even, because that's actually not true. It's actually fake news. Okay, so for one, I have not had like non-natural caffeine energy drinks in over a year. I would think it was around like August or July of last year when I stopped. And B, I was never into Monster. I was never ever into Monster. I would drink it occasionally if the deals were better at Sev, but I always preferred Rockstar. But now I actually drink, only that Ghost one that they sell at Sev, again, mostly on deals, because it's natural caffeine. I only do natural caffeine now. And people are like, Adara, why do you need energy? For those who don't know, I've talked about it a lot, but if I was not caffeinated, I'd literally be asleep on this desk at all times and just probably never wake up. I'm chronically sleepy, so you gotta do what you gotta do, is the point I'm trying to make. I'm sorry, Neil, this set me off a bit here. But if Monster's chart was like an energy drink, I'd drink that chart because it's a good looking chart.
Well, I was gonna say, like, I don't know if it's a consolidation. I mean, it's a beast. Consolidative top, I don't know, compared to what it was doing before, I suppose you could make the argument that it's getting consolidative off the highs, I guess. But like this, it looks more like just an upward channel to me. So like, I don't know, like I see an up channel. Does that matter? Does it matter? You're in, look, you're.
I don't know what's under that stock, but it's been
going crazy. Like maybe you're talking about the last 2 days of a consolidation. No, that's an up channel, in my opinion. Like you broke out one up channel to then form another up channel, top 100, and then you got about $95 on the bottom of that. So I don't know. Yeah, it looks fantastic. I'm not in the energy. I don't like those energy drinks. I know. I actually had a guy who I played ball with who could not. Like, he could not play a game if he didn't have at least one before, and then he had one going during the game.
Okay.
I'm like, well, there's a reason why, like, baseball players have the, let's just say, a really high rate of diagnosis for ADHD, and therefore need to take amphetamines. It's because focus is huge in a sport where you sit there to do nothing to then be super focused and ready.
Yeah.
Like, it's one of those sports when your number is called kind of deal. So, yeah, I get it, but I've never been into these things, but what an absolute monster this is. Sorry for the pun, but it is what it is, and that one has been an absolute beast. But yeah, up channel, consolidation, whatever you want to call it, I think you just got to respect the trend. There's not much happening in the overall market here, so we're kind of back to brass tacks here. Oh, another super chat.
Yeah, she does. Yeah, thanks, Trob there. You must not be with us for very long, but yeah, as soon as news hits, Manadero will come with it. Whether or not, look at that. On CrowdStrike, I just got over here. IBM heads for worst day ever. There, I just got a note. So as we were just talking about the worst day ever for IBM. And yeah, Adira will come with the news as soon as she gets it. It's not working in my ear today, but hopefully it will spike through and we'll get some important ideas from Adara if they do and when they do hit. We just took out some more Microsoft there at 80. Like, I don't know, man. It doesn't, as Neil said, it doesn't look like the market's doing much. But I think right here we've kind of made these highs around 29.9 or so. That is the very high. That's that high from the open right there, the CPI number that came through. And man, did we nail that sort of discussion when we talked about the CPI upside and then all the way back, gives it all the way back. About 10, 15 or so, we make that low again and actually wick down right into the pre-market lows. And then it's just been straight upside and we went right back there. Well, straight upside from that low. I mean, I guess it comes back here into VWAP, but then comes right back, ticks out high around again, that 29.9 similar level there. And then now we just couldn't really get going. I'm a little afraid that we do, break higher and start to test. And at that situation, the shorts that I have will get washed out. But, we don't have very many shares and we're just trying to see what can happen here with this name, Microsoft. Underneath, down 1%, market a little lower. If the market bleeds, I want to play a name that's relatively weak instead of relatively strong. We have the strong name in our account right now. It's NVIDIA. NVIDIA's up 4.5%, man. And this name was just absolutely rocking. And written down right here on the note today was the number one trade idea for myself today was going to be NVIDIA 205 long. So how's that one printing out right now, right? I mean, that's the number one trade. And then Palantir, I mean, in a day where we started off a little, I wrote these down before the CPI number, but we liked the Palantir long because of the IBM weakness. Thought that was wrong, and we actually talked about that here, that Palantir was getting hit here on IBM earnings miss, and again, it was a pre-earnings miss. That Palantir is still operating at a high level and should catch a bid. So that's exactly what happens to Palantir there. SK Hynix wrong. Oh no, that was long at 155, 156. I've only been short, but that never got into 155. And then IBIT longs. We actually had all longs written down today, which was good. And you can see now the market up that 1.3%. And let's just take a look here. I'm not in SK Hynix anymore, but that 155 never came through. It never even broke through 160. It started the day at 160. Then we just short here. Wow.
190 now
I guess
for SK Hynix. I mean, I'm glad we got out of that one, but wow, what a break.
I think one of the things,
190?
we're going to go up to the desk in one quick second, but right before we do, part of the IBM report did say that CapEx spend memory. And so SK Hynix catches the balance.
No doubt.
So that was the lead story
that's why,
of today.
what's his name too? NVIDIA's up based on just CapEx going to the data center build-outs as well. So.
And that's one of the things you find in the watch list curated by Adara, who's at the screen right now. Let's see what she's got for us.
It's time for today's edition of To the Window, to the Wall, where I pick out an infographic window here and we talk about it on the wall. Now, if you guys have been here for a minute, you might know that I love making infographics, but I also love congressional hearings. And today I get to combine those loves by giving you guys a visual rundown of Fed Chair Kevin Warsh, you can see him right here, of his appearance at the semi-annual monetary policy report, the House edition. So he's going to do the House today. He already actually did this House testimony. Then tomorrow he goes off to the Senate Banking Committee, and he does another round of basically the same thing. Usually the prepared remarks that these Fed chairs will give are going to be more or less the same at both these events. But what is going to change are, of course, the people questioning him. So with that in mind, ahead of the Senate version of this hearing, I wanted to take you guys through some of the highlights at the House meeting. So basically how I made this visual is I just took notes as I heard Warsh say anything interesting. At first, I was just going to focus on the task forces, but then I was like, actually, anything that I think is interesting, I can maybe make it to a visual. So I'll write it all down. So we'll start here with what we have up on this side. You've got Frank Lucas asking about task forces, saying basically, hey, can you take us through these task forces, Fed Chair Warsh? And he said that they're currently in, quote, discovery mode, but he wants to keep people updated as they continue to develop. Now, because I did this in chronological order, we're going to hop over here to Representative Andy Barr asking about reforms that Warsh is trying to make, as we know, to the Federal Reserve. So he said these reforms are going to be forthcoming and everything at the Fed. So he really wants to do a full overhaul. Now we're going to slide over on this side of things here to take a look at what he said to Representative Gregory Meeks, who was asking, is the Fed independent? And we got this question from a lot of specifically Democratic representatives saying, how can you ensure to us, Mr. Fed Chair Warsh, that the Fed remains independent? And Warsh said that he will follow the data, quote, even if Trump criticizes me. Now that last point is going to be important as we get to the final quote on this little board here from Representative Mouser, who's asking about this cooler than expected June CPI print. As we are all aware, the market digested this morning. But Warsh isn't too excited about this cooler than expected print. He said that he's not going to be cherry picking data, and he doesn't want to, quote, go out here and say mission accomplished. Now, that point about CPI had some people that I saw on social media saying, Trump might not like that. We're going to have to wait and see what the responses are. But either way, I had a lot of fun making this. Please let me know what you think and expect a very similar infographic here after the Senate hearing. Now, of course, that Senate hearing with Mr. Warsh is going to take place starting tomorrow at 10 a.m. And around that time is when you're going to see this visual. So it's not an exit TTV research yet, but it will be there very shortly. Thank you guys so much for letting me take a little bit of your time for one of these infographics. That's today's edition of To the Window, to the Wall, as you send it back over to the guys at the desk.
Straight up instant street cred when your name is Frank Lucas. I'm just throwing it out. And if you've not seen the scene where Frank Lucas, an American Gangster, is in the diner, that's just an all-time great scene. Everything Brew, ARBE, thanks Gabe. Shout out to you. Before we get to that, they finally halted LCDL. So the 2X is halted because should it not be halted when Lucid is halted? That's just common sense to me, but it wasn't before. So ARBE Robotics, penny stock. If you send the super chat, don't mind looking up for you. Nothing wrong with a small capper that holds VWAP, that trends higher, habitual line stepper, however, and still under the dollar. So anytime you get a rally to try to penny stock to go to the dollar level when it's been under a little while, you've got to be a bit careful. Lucid just opened.
It did?
So Lucid just, of course, right when we were talking about something else. Lucid just opened. It did open at that 440 and immediately starting to come right down here. So it's working to the downside. Rivian spiked. I thought it was just like a quick scalp into VWAP, but I'm just going to, actually don't have to tighten my stop.
We could try the short against 440.
I don't actually have to tighten the stop. I can just leave the stop. If it's going to go higher, I just want to hold this and see where it can go here on RIVN. Because Lucid, like if Lucid were to just even get to 5, you've got to think if Lucid closes the gap from 5 to 550, that's a fade. Or like up here, I'm thinking fade. But if it can break that high, look for a VWAP press and for Rivian to get up into here. So yeah, Lucid, crazy volume on this. It's going to crack 100 million shares.
Oh,
I
yes.
hope that's not what I meant to go to. I meant to go to
In the next
17.
little while, I think this will crack.
Easy. And wait till you see the close on this. If it's still trading at the close, it could always have halts. I would suspect you're going to see some absolute fireworks even in the last 10 minutes. We're going to go to We're going to go to SIA now at the desk, I believe.
Oh, good.
That is absolutely right. You're going to see it now. SPY is currently up 0.43% at the moment. The triple Q is up, God bless you, 1.5%, very close. The Dow is down a little bit, but I would say it's relatively flat on the day. It's a bit towards the red over there. And the IWM still holding the same momentum from earlier in the day, up 0.32%. Let's take a look at two things that I do want to talk to you about. First is the SOXX, which is the semiconductor stocks are overall swinging more than at any point since the early pandemic period now. The iShares semiconductor ETF, that is the SOXX, right now is up more than 3% as of today after dropping 4.8% yesterday. So the 50-day rolling standard deviation overall of daily returns for this particular ticker, SOXX, has climbed to 4.2%, which has been at its highest level since the month of May in 2020. Also, Mizuho has downgraded Circle to underperform and also cut its price target on the shares to $50 from $85, saying that the launch of OpenUSD, that's the OUSD, could potentially disrupt the company's stablecoin business model. So with that, Circle is currently down on the day, well, relatively almost flat, but tilting towards the red, 0.14%.
Yuck, Circle.
Right.
You know what's bad for Circle,
About this Lisa.
given how good, it's barely even able to get into the green here today. You'd think with the recovery that we had, so many things have been able to not just pull V-shape, but like break back out a little bit here. Okay, Lucid doesn't want to move out of the price range. Look, I will be surprised if Lucid sits between $4 and $4.50 after that halt. I was expecting a break up, but if that doesn't happen, I'm going to slip out of Rivian. It doesn't seem to be going anywhere. SLV, that is starting to come back in. It just tagged. Okay, we just broke the 53. I'm going to zoom out so you guys can see. We're bidding the 52.8, kind of right in here. There was the gap at 830. You know, CPI, obviously.
Yeah.
I'm like, you know what that was? The CPI. So it was right in front of the 52.8 level on SLV. So I'm looking to grab that. If we break this, then I'm looking to close the gap into 52.5. So maybe Lucid is a little bit of a, I don't think it stays nothing burger for long, but for right now, it's a little bit choppy. Nick Dubs, $10 super chat for Adara for Ghost Energy plus all the news and contributions she makes. Adara, could you make a graphic outlining the biggest inflows and outflows of hedge funds each quarter? Keep up the hard work. Great idea, Nick.
Thank you so much for the kind words and for the super chat. I'm going to take a note of this because I usually like to kind of have research flows when I do things. I'm going to take a note of this. I'm going to start looking into this because I really appreciate you guys giving me all the ideas. Some of them are a little bit harder to kind of visualize, but I definitely want to look at these largest inflows and outflows of these hedge funds. I'm going to start doing some research right now, see how I can start collecting data. But thank you very much.
All right, good look there.
There you go, Nick. Ask and you shall receive, just like that.
Idea. We're now $1. I mean, Nvidia's $8. Microsoft's now $1 in the money, as there goes Microsoft to the downside, and we're trying to be, careful with where we take our fills. There's another one at the 200 period moving average. I said we're trying to get a little bit better on where I'm still trying to set up my headphones here, by the way. We're trying to get better on the fills, right? And so right into there, took the short, getting some out right here at the 200 period moving average and waiting for 386, hopefully on the downside to come through. We can change our NVIDIA, but I'm still at 211.50, right? That's where the stop is. That hasn't really hit yet. So we'll give it back upside, just a very small percent left, under 5%. All right, a few additional strikes. I mean, we can go back in and look at USO again. I mean, it's
not moving.
It's up 2%. We had a good 8.5% day yesterday or so. I'm not sure where it closed, but nice day yesterday. Yeah, maybe closing near. Yeah, so it pulls back a little. I think that was 9%. So let's call it 9% or so yesterday. USO makes a huge run early on. It fades back out there, another bump up, and now you're trying to hold VWAP. So we'll see out of all this up and down, we end the day here. Well, not end the day, it's 244, but here around the volume weighted average price. So we'll have to have a look to see if that's going to be a trigger spot or not for USO. And, a name that we had looked at the other couple of days was Battle.
Again, wow. First of all, Battle's not doing anything, so forget it. Lucid right now is ripping. So I didn't think we'd be saying that at some point here today, but all the way back, man. Did they ever, Adara, come out and say like yay or nay to that?
Yeah, so I mentioned that at first Bloomberg reported it, but it actually looks like someone from the company posted it, which is what Bloomberg reported on. They said, quote, the rumors are completely false. They said they are meeting with this partner that I guess they were reportedly meeting with, but apparently this person had not suggested Chapter 11 or going private, which is what this report basically said. Right. Suggested to them. They said, hey, that's not happening. We actually have enough cash to run our operations, quote, well into next year. So they're saying not only is this false, it's actually patently untrue, and we have a lot going on for us that I guess this report did not mention. And again, I always thought it was odd. This thing started like moving on this hours after it came out. I flagged it at the time. I flagged it again every time I mentioned it because I just found that to be really suspicious.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like it's, at this point, it might seem like a little bit of fake news there because Adara had mentioned, for some reason, the story kind of just started going at 12:40, and we have that post from earlier, so it's kind of strange that we, get some movement on this name kind of at a random time there. So I don't know if someone loaded up some of their position and finally started to, promote that release there, and it was saying that, they could run out of money or they could look to go private, they could file Chapter 11. It was ifs and buts and, candies and nuts, I guess, at the end of the day.
Take them private?
I don't know, and I think that's a good question to ask.
Yeah, like usually when there's speculation about taking private, you're speculating as to who might do it, or there'd be an inside investor, an activist investor, or something like.
On the midday, they mentioned Apple failed at it. It's only $1 billion valuation. I don't think Apple has any interest in anything like that. Maybe a Waymo. I mean, these guys are trying to build their Waymo cars. I mean, if they can do something similar to a robo-taxi with Lucid technology. I mean, I know they're a higher priced vehicle, but maybe something in that space there.
Well, you know what? Sometimes when you get crazy price action like this, all you can do is say the chart don't lie.
No, it doesn't lie.
And when the charts don't lie, well, pretty much they never do. We like to talk to our favorite chart analyst, Mr. Brian Shannon. How's it going, brother? Good to see you. It's Tuesday, back. We got Brian here. How's your day been? It's been a minute.
Yeah, it has. I don't know what happened last week. Something came up. I don't think I gave you notice, but
it's all good.
Anyway, we're here. And the markets are behaving well overall. You got to be impressed. They're holding on, but they're not really making any progress, right? We've just got kind of choppy action.
Yeah, well, I think you got to be at least a little bit impressed with the markets here today. But I want to talk to you right off the bat. I know at some point maybe we will talk about Lucid, but let's talk about the other thing it's running. It wasn't an IPO, but SK Hynix in this ADR. The run that is
surprised me.
The run that it is on today. I mean, first of all, just the regular sort of buy the open trade, absolute insanity, the pullback, and then the run that it's on today. What do we make of that? It defies expectations for myself. I mean, technically, what are you seeing? It's a runaway freight train.
This morning I thought that it was probably gapping up and was not going to hold those gains. In fact, I put out a tweet saying, it's right at daily R2. It was at the anchor from the IPO or uplisting, whatever you want to call it. But man, what an impressive rally this is. We had the slight pullback here, a little lower low just to scare people out. And then the buyers came back in, took out this little peak right here and up and away. So you can't argue with this type of momentum. It's pretty crazy. I see, it's funny now that everyone, myself included, are, have the KOSPI, whatever the ticker is. I don't think it's KOSPI, but they've got the ticker for that on their screens, and everyone's looking at that. Last night, the KOSPI was down, 3-4%. Everyone thought we were going to have a horrible day, and it opened higher this morning. So, you just got to go with this momentum. As long as it continues to make these higher highs and higher lows intraday, then don't fight it. But I haven't traded it.
Okay, I want to jump to the other end of the spectrum, because as much as SK Hynix is up, you're down pretty much the same thing on IBM. We were saying the statistic. This is IBM's worst day since Black Monday in 1987, and it'll actually end up being worse than that. So
I didn't realize that.
Yeah, when you have an event like this, it could be earnings, I don't care what it is. If you're down over 20%, what are we pulling back into on IBM for those that are like, hey, it's got the dividend, it's a quantum play in the future? The CEO Woodshed it with his letter. Do you see anything technically that would even give some kind of a hope. We were looking at the 220 level this morning for a quick bounce. It held it briefly and then lost it. What are you seeing with IBM? Just in woodshed it today.
Yeah, if you go back on the weekly chart, you've got a couple of important lows that I have anchors on. This one right here is from the third quarter of 2023 and then of 2022 as well. So it's kind of come into this zone, and you can see it bounced previously from here, had that really nice bounce, but that was with the government funding news. I think, though, that before I would be interested in buying this stock, I have an alert set at 212.50, which is just below the prior, the low from last move down into this zone. So actually, where is that? Sorry for flipping around. There we go. On a half-day chart, we can see it here, that this low right here, a lot of times, if it can undercut that, that is 212.34. So I've got an alert set at 212.50. So if it gets down into that zone, undercuts this, then I want to start to watch it carefully on a very short-term time frame and look for evidence that maybe it's due for a bounce. But just some ugly action in there.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible what it did. And there's one more, and this is going to stick with the same theme. And we talk about sympathy plays all the time, or maybe look at the names that are getting affected that aren't the primary. And the example I want to use is Palantir. Now, in this particular case, a lot of the software names were getting rugged because of IBM. Pure program buy off the open, but it has been in a bit of a downtrend. So my thoughts would be, is that running into anything that we'd be concerned about? Because when you have bad news in the sector and the buyers come into it, that makes you think it's bullish. Bad news, up move, most people are going to look bullish. Is Palantir running into anything of your concern, or do we have a potential turn in sentiment for it?
I think that, what we saw the last couple of weeks was this important breakdown right here. So as it broke down below 128 or whatever this level is, let's just see, 126-ish. It broke below there and trapped the short sellers, and it trapped people who had their stops under there. So from failed moves often come fast moves, we hear. So it came back up through there, and it's become more neutral. Now, as it's hanging out above that level, it creates a better environment for it to move higher. I think that this is an important low for most likely a while. So we want to put an anchor off of that low. That's pretty much where we opened on the stock this morning and rallied from. So today's low is going to be very important to measure risk against going forward. We do have the declining 50-day moving average. We're still below the year-to-date anchor and below a 200. But as far as a stock that looks like maybe it could make its, sorry, I didn't mean to use that tool, its measured move objective, if this is down here, point A, let's just call it 110, to point B is 140, then we take the low of this, that's 30 points, and add it to there. That would give us an objective around 152-ish or so. So this being point A, B, C, and then D would be the measured move objective. And that seems reasonable. So I think you've got to start looking at this as a bounce candidate for, at least a test of the year-to-date anchor initially. And then if it can continue up towards that 152, and then you'll see the moving average, which is declining in that same zone.
All right, thank you, Brian. By the way, right now
today's low, clearly. Sorry, Sean.
No, how's it going? No, I thought you were finished. I always want to let you finish. Yeah. That is for sure. By the way, just a quick update here. We are short still Microsoft off of some of these levels now, $1.70 in the money, and we're just starting to cover a little bit more. I'm trying to get better, Brian, at holding instead of having all of these outs, but there it goes to the downside. It's Microsoft. Yeah, I had written down here Palantir for the long today. We still got $8 in the money here on NVIDIA, which is a pretty good trade. All right, so I'm going to go over Lucid. I don't know if you saw the news today, but apparently Lucid right now, this name has reverse split many times. Our charts will show it. The last time was September. We went, I believe it was 225, so 10-1 right there. It's split back here again, I believe. Maybe it was only once, but at the end of the day here, report coming out that maybe Lucid is under a little bit of fire, for potentially going private, maybe even a Chapter 11. A couple halts into here. I don't think this is necessarily the way that you trade, especially intraday off news like this, but maybe if we look at a daily chart of Lucid, is there anything that you're seeing here for traders looking to maybe trade this? I'm looking to go short on it. What do you think when you see a chart that looks like Lucid?
Yeah, I mean, I just backed it up to a monthly chart, Sean, and this is an all-time low right in here. So clearly, the path of least resistance has been and continues to be lower. Doesn't mean you can't get some great day trades out of it. I mean, this thing it doubled intraday here today, which is just kind of insane to think about when it's down 20%. It has doubled off of its low. You've got to be trading this off a 1-minute chart and really glued to the screen and be prepared for these halts as well. Once they make those moves, that's a scary time to be involved during, without any ability to trade it during those halts. So for me, it's just not of interest. I think though that you're clearly on the right side of the trend, which is clearly lower.
Yeah.
I would say put an anchor off of the low here today, and then from that handoff. So maybe if it comes down to this level, it starts to stabilize. You can get a little long side bounce if you're a scalper with a stop under there. Yeah. But you got to be watching it that carefully, or just be a believer and tuck it away if that's the way you think. But I don't think that's the way you're indicating for sure.
No. Show us the way, man. I'm just your Padawan there, Star Wars reference a little bit. Yeah, USO. Look, last time you were on here, I think it was a couple weeks ago, we were talking about too far, too fast. I mean, I thought that this war obviously had a little bit more legs underneath it. I think we're getting close to being right about that one, with the Strait of Hormuz still being a little bit of a problem. But because you're an anchor VWAP kind of guy, I wanted to ask you, what are we thinking here? Do we anchor something from the top? Do we anchor something from this breakout level to try to find some support and resistance here for USO? Because right now you're kind of caught between two levels that I look at, the 200 and the 50-period moving average. We've had quite a nice move back up. I mean, that low on USO, and we could talk about oil proper, but I don't mind just talking about USO here. 101 back up to 120, like that's 20%. I mean, I don't know, back in the day, like, we talk about, way back in the day, 20% was a great yearly move, Right. But nowadays it seems like we're getting it in a week and a half on some of these entities. So what are you thinking about here with USO? Is there any key levels that you're looking at for any traders?
Well, I think on USO, the momentum in the near term is higher. It held the rising 5-day moving average. It's above that. The key level that looks like it has potential for supply is up near 125. That's, as you indicated, Sean, the anchor off of the peak. It's also, well, that green one I wouldn't be too concerned about. That was for the for the equities markets. But it also has the blue 50-day moving average in there. So if it starts approaching that zone, I would say that's where you start really tightening up your stops to make sure you don't give back gains, and just traditional prior support tends to act as resistance. So 125-ish, I could see that happening.
All right, yeah, I actually agree with that. I mean, we talked about it being a little too oversold to the downside. And I think with more and more news hitting, I like that call there. Am I insane for wanting to get rid of some AMD? I mean, I've been ho-humming this for a very long time. I mean, we've seen Marvell pull back. We've seen ARM pull back. We've seen NVIDIA, although NVIDIA's on a nice run today, up 5%. We've seen NVIDIA pull back. And a lot of the space, Intel's another name that's pulled back. But we don't need to go over macro ideas, but if you look at the AMD chart right here, like Brian, honestly, I'm not an analyst here. I don't know what's going on in the background here. I know CPU has been talked about as a strong sort of case for advanced micro devices, but I look at how much this name's gone on a run, and I look at a name like an Intel that we know the government's involved in, and this name has pulled back quite nicely from its top, almost making maybe potentially now a low. They're in and around $100, but we pulled back 30% in Intel. Yet I look at something that I equated similar to this sort of CPU craze with AMD, and that's still up here. So what do you think about AMD? Does it look like it's holding? I mean, it's holding the 50 period right here. I'm trying to sell it because I think this is the next victim if there is a downside play. But what are we thinking about with advanced micro devices?
Well, first, I agree with you that in Intel that it seems to be maybe finding some support. This is the anchor off of the year-to-date low for the market, and that's exactly where we so far have bottomed out in Intel. It didn't hold the 50-day moving average, and it didn't hold the 20. So, that one is looking like it's in a key zone and maybe has sold off enough. AMD, the thing is, though, it's the strongest name in here. It holds up well, and that's generally not the ones you want to sell. What would damage this structurally, I think, is if we were to break below this support in here and, close below the 50-day moving average for a couple days. But that 50-day moving average and the 20-day moving average are still ramping higher. We've just reclaimed the daily VWAP, the 5-day moving average on the shorter term time frame. It just seems to be more that the stock is correcting sideways through time rather than a price correction. But if we were to break that 500 level, then you might see a similar move down towards the April anchor near 410. So I would take it seriously under there. But for now, it's not hurting anything. So it's not helping either. But the path of least resistance and the benefit of the doubt goes to the path of least resistance is still higher in this name.
All right, yeah, so I think we're on the same page here. I was looking for a 500 break, and I thought, like, you know, if it breaks that, maybe I've missed the boat by 10% because 550 down to 500, depending on what you got in there. And I always think that when a trader is a little cautious of breakdowns or whatever, get out of a little bit, you know, nothing wrong if you have 100% of your position, trim a little bit. And I know that's something that you like to do as well. When certain things are met, you get out of a little bit, and then, you know, if the ultimate bottom hits, you can get out of the rest. All right, you want to play a game, Brian? I just made up a new one just right now.
Sure, love it.
Okay, it's what's your favorite chart? And that's it. That's what it's called. So it's what's your favorite chart? So I have one. I'm going to ask Neil for one, and I'm going to go for mine first. And because, you know, I'm the host right now. So this is the thing, right? So, all right. So Alex Trebek, yeah, so we're going to go right here. What's your favorite chart? And mine is CrowdStrike. I mean, this CRWD has absolutely mooned. I mean, we got a reverse split in this name. It was 800. It reversed back into 200 on a 4-to-1. And then today, when we all worried about what software is doing, CrowdStrike says, hey, I'll put 11% on top of that and break through the highs and going now. CrowdStrike breaking through $200. I don't want you to analyze or anything, Brian. I just want to go, this is my favorite chart. So everybody watching, this is CrowdStrike. It's my favorite chart right now. Do you have your favorite chart, or do you want me to pass it over to Neil? You got one right now?
That's a nice one. I think you're getting ready for a move in Datadog.
Okay.
Datadog reported earnings over here. It held that anchor. It's reclaimed the anchor from the high, and it's just consolidating in this range right here, which we can see on the 30-minute time frame.
Too.
I'd love to see maybe just a little higher low here and then get going with a stop under here. Datadog's my favorite.
I like it.
Well, it's bank earnings. It's a spoiler alert. Look, I love Morgan Stanley, but just from a chart perspective, I'll go with the XLF because it's been gearing for this break for quite some time. And on the face of what we just saw with the earnings, fantastic.
Yeah.
When it does these consolidative tops, you can get some nice runs. And I love the fact that all of them just keep raising dividends, raising buybacks. So fundamentally looks good. But on the weekly, you're getting a nice final consolidation over the break and into the earnings as well. So, look, I like Morgan too, but we'll go with XLF. I actually had this already up. I was already gonna ask you, Brian, your thoughts because bank earnings here, and we'll give you some time to talk some other names that you might like. But I was gonna ask your thoughts on the XLF in particular, given the fact that we've had 5 banks report this morning and some dip buyers coming in.
Yeah.
All-time highs, what's not to like? I mean, it got going here really a couple weeks ago, and now it's in this all-time high territory. So, and the earnings are supporting this move. So you raise your stops up underneath the higher lows, which I think now are last week's lows.
There we go. Love it. And we got to give you an opportunity because we've been
You got Datadog.
You know you did, but we pepper you with questions because we just want to get your take on the hottest charts, let the viewers be able to see what we know they're going to be interested in from your perspective. So what, outside of Datadog, because I know you just mentioned it, is there anything else on your radar you like, maybe going into earnings season, and maybe you found a bit of a runner somewhere? Just give us a little bit of a tidbit for what's going to be hot the next couple weeks.
Well, biotechs are pulling back nicely into their 20-day moving average. I'm not ready to buy them here yet. I'd like to see them kind of, well, I already sketched it out previously. I'd like to see them consolidate under this 5-day moving average a little bit. This was just a beautiful run above that 5. So a little bit more time to correct would be a nice thing to see. There is one name. I really don't know what they do. They're a biotech, but ORKA is really setting up nicely in here. It's also riding that 20-day moving average. It's got this little band of resistance in here. We've got some higher lows. So I don't own that, but I'm keeping a close eye on ORKA. Cisco looks like maybe it could be gearing up for another move. Maybe needs a couple more days in here as it's undercut that 5 for now. But after a couple days of consolidation in this zone, maybe by the end of the week, Cisco would be something. If it doesn't break down below, let's say 116, then I'll still keep an eye on this one for potential upside continuation.
I remember when you brought a Cisco, I think it was breaking that $75 mark, and it was just like an absolutely huge move there back to the upside. So that's great. Thank you so much, Brian. Everyone can find you over there at Alpha Trends on X and at Alpha Trends as well on StockTwits.
That's correct, yes.
All right, Brian Shannon, one of the best follows out there. Make sure you do go give him a like and a follow. Great posts, and thank you for joining us, hopefully every Tuesday. And yeah, let us know if you can't make it. I know the crowd is very excited to have you every single time. So it's Brian Shannon. Thank you very much for coming by.
Thanks, Brian.
See you next week, guys.
Thanks. Ciao. All right, man.
The IWM up 0.31%. Let's take a look at a couple individual tickers. We have Fubo, F-U-B-O, Fubo TV down 2.3% at the moment. So just over the weekend, the company had named former Disney Plus executive Elisa Bowen as its new CEO. HYMC, we have Highcroft Mining Holding Corporation that's up around 6% on the day. Analyst commentary here, nothing crazy, just a couple initiated at buy by B. Riley Securities for the weekend as well. ANRO, also Neuroscience, down 3%, has launched a $93.9 million stock offering at $26.48 per share in a registered direct offering.
Right, thank you there, Sia. I think one of the things that Brian was just talking about, like right at the end there, was some biopharmas really pulling back into some good levels. Like Merck, uptrend, pulling back into the 50-period moving average on a bit of a dip. And I'm just going to go through a couple that I like here. AbbVie would be another one. It's not Friday. I don't know why the charts have to be. Why you got to do this? It's because of the Lucid volume. I'm going to blame everything on the volume that we've had in Lucid and some of these crazy runners today. You got AbbVie after a big breakaway. Like remember the last couple of weeks? Like this stock regain the 50, break the 200, go ham, and now it's pulling back potentially into prior highs. So forget about the major moving averages. You can throw that out the window. This one pulling back, and even 235 is. I'm going to like some reloads. If you're wondering what's going on with Lucid, everyone's favorite, no one's favorite anything. Anybody that shorted the move down or that bought the bottom, it's your favorite stock today. I don't know if it's anything beyond that. They make some nice looking cars. There's no question about it. It is holding. It broke the 450 after the long halt. It couldn't get to $5, so I don't think it got that press as far as I would like. At this point, we'll take what we can get on the reload there in Rivian. Again, sympathy play. The thing with Rivian is it can go back all the way because they're not the ones that had the bad news. I mean, look, it doesn't mean, let's be real. Like, let's say for a split second here that this Lucid story has some teeth to it and Lucid does file Chapter 11. The Rivian will legitimately go down on it. But in the midst of this, there's a topping tail I'm going to try to get out here. We get what we can get. It was take a couple of shots at the low, have our stops, get it to VWAP, then it consolidated during the halts when we kept getting those tap values higher. That's sort of the key. So another scalp out in Rivian. And for those that are asking, why is that LC? Is it LC? What's the 2x leverage? I don't remember what it is. LCDL. There it is.
DL, yeah.
So now this one's halted and the primary is not open. Or is open, sorry. So obviously, what is going on with the halt parameter between the 2x levered and the actual underlying aren't making a ton of sense. I'm not here to make up the rules, but I can tell you this is the second time you've had one halted and the other open. Does make it a little bit tricky if you are playing in this. I suppose you could be doing some hedging, but then that gets a little bit complicated. So yeah, for what it's worth, it doesn't make a ton of logical sense to me either. Why wouldn't the policy just be to halt these when the underline is closed and then open it up together? But whatever. That's just logical in my brain.
Yeah, I don't know. People were asking about that, and we were saying maybe it was broken. I don't know there. But right here. What's not broken is $2 right there. It's just for you, Ozan. Dun, 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 dun. There it is. So it's $2 now in the money on Microsoft. And again, a name that we had put on for you, just as we start the show. We talked about you could have reloaded it, I guess, at 387.20, but downside there for Microsoft. And we talked a little bit about why. Thought the market had a chance to break. That is what happened. The market broke, and we picked on a name that was weak to begin with, and that was Microsoft. And I feel like there would be, obviously better names to work with. But, not including Apple. Thought maybe Apple was going downside. Okay, so nothing going on there. NVIDIA almost out, 211.50. If that breaks, we're out of NVIDIA for 750. We'll see what winds up happening there. And then SpaceX, honestly, what are you even doing? Maybe just get another piece. Am I going to scalp this out for 13 cents? I don't really, this range is 20 cents on SpaceX. So I'm hoping.
20 cents?
Yeah.
How long?
An hour. This is from 2:30. Well, I guess we got filled there at 2:30 at 97. Our best fill there is 61s. So that's 30 cents right now for the last 45 minutes on SPCX. The big shiny toy today, though, is wow. Damn it, man. We went short so much today on SK Hynix that I was going to do it again at 190 and didn't, and that's the mistake. But there's the pullback into the 200 period moving average. Could be a decent opportunity for a long right now at SK Hynix. I'm going to cheer for the short to come in here today. So I'm going to wait and not take this long, but this is looking like a decent long, especially if you're short SK Hynix, maybe look to cover somewhere around here, but that's your 25 period. So we've rejected trying to get going through there. Okay, so NVIDIA does come off fine. Good for me on that one. We would have liked to get out at 1250, but as Brian said, sometimes you got to wait for something to break down in order for you to execute against it. So that's what we do there, break down there. Off the posted, a number one trade today was a 205 long on NVIDIA. We just scalped it out like crazy because at the beginning of the day, there was some up and down. NVIDIA got to 208 and then just cranked down into the downside. So very risky trade there, similar to what Palantir did, but obviously NVIDIA now pulling back. And look, we just got stopped out for waste 20 cents on that one on the trail out, as Neil said. So Palantir maybe going that way as well. Downside now, right? We'll see if we can break. I think a break of 134, we could take that short, underneath we're not underneath VWAP, underneath the 25 period, underneath the 50 period moving average. It's Palantir making moves lower right now. So we'll have to watch out for PLTR potentially breaking through 134.30. That would be that look. But then I'm going to wait for 134 as a potential breakdown now for Palantir. So, we're $2 in there. Okay, we're finally 23 cents in on SpaceX. I have a buy, 138.20. That may not fill. I'll put a bid right there, hit those 43s. We'll get another piece out here on SpaceX and see if we can get a little lower now, 138.21. I'm gonna put that to 138.35 right now, see if we can get out of, there we go, well, we get it immediately. So now finally SpaceX trying to break down. So this hold that we've had over here for a while paid off a little bit. Our best fill is 35s there. We'll see if we can get a little bit lower, but yeah, so far so good. Now we'll go from there.
It's so far so good, and with the market actually coming back up, interestingly enough, weird. While we were talking to Brian, we did get that bottom fill, the 52.8 half on SLV, but it is starting to pop back higher. So a reload, I'm gonna wait for it to get into our level. I'm not gonna move the stop, still hang on 20 points, and I want it to get 20%. Sorry, still gonna get back in if we get up to our entry, the 53.15. So right in here, it's gonna look for a top. But for now, we're jumping out, and then we're gonna get back in just a little bit of a press higher, or if I see a topping tail at VWAP. So again, don't want to turn a winning trade into a loser, but I want to wait for a press into this top. I keep hitting the key my icon, the circle that highlights the spot that I'm pointing at, but whatever, I haven't reset that up. Either we get in back at the 53.2 or we wait for that volume weighted average price, because I'm still thinking reload short opportunities out there wherever I can. Part of me, I just saw something wild, because I'm pretty sure I saw Farm Trader in the chat, and correct me if I'm wrong, Farm Trader, or maybe you were joking around when you said you put every dollar that you have into Lucid Long.
That'd be a joke.
Yeah, I assumed it was. Because my first thought was,
I don't know.
Well, I don't know. I was just I don't know if you're joking around. I couldn't tell if you were serious. Because my first thought was the whole where there's smoke, there's fire. If it tries to break $5 to look for a false break, something like this. You see what happened after the halt up, and it did this kind of false break of 480 and then right back in. I want to find that kind of a candle above $5 if it can get there. So first things first, it probably needs to work in there because I don't know. My first thought is not to look for the long. In Lucid, I preferred playing that over in Rivian, who did not have the rumor of going private or bankruptcy, and I'd rather look for some kind of a short here if I can in Lucid. Doesn't mean it's going to happen, but that's what the eyeballs run. That potential reload LV, I think it made sense when the momentum started going up to make sure that we got out in our trail, but we'll wait for VWAP, we'll wait for some kind of a turn, and let me know what else you guys might be watching here, because those are the things that are on my watch list. Salvador, thanks for this. SKNY.
Yeah, it is right
It's
there.
hilarious. Like it's like, why can't I just say SK Hynix?
It's because it's not NY.
Oh, it's not.
Why.
Wait a
It's
minute.
HY. But you're welcome there, Salvador. I mean, we just talked about it. So you actually got that.
What is
And
SKNY?
I don't know. I was like, if you like the long right there, that was a great level. They're pulling right back into the 200 period on a very strong stock today. So, I fought the law, and the law won on the short there today. And, just tried to, I mean, again, getting blown out of the short isn't accurate. I mean, we were taking profits on the way. Just all the shorts eventually got stopped out. And that long was a beauty right there. So you're welcome, Salvador. And I'm glad that at least you took that trade. That was a good one there off of that low. So good movement. And, that's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. Like, you're taking $2 real quick, right quick. And if you're going to take my advice on the long, I don't know if you want to take it on the out, but you're right at the 50-period moving average, not a horrible out, that's for sure. All right, we're ready to go to Sia right here with Sector Watch. Let's go find out what sectors are moving around today.
The SPY is currently up very close to 0.4% at the moment. We're going to take a look at the sectors. Let's dive right in. In electric tech, you have NVIDIA still holding the strong momentum from earlier in the day. It's up over 4%. Apple trading a bit flat at the moment, but it's still tilting a bit towards the red. It looks like it has made a little bit of a comeback, but it's still down 0.60% at the moment. AVGO, MU, AMD, INTC, all in the green, with KLAC and Dell as well. MU is up 4.5%, Intel up 5%. Cisco continuing to slide a bit further into its losses, down 2% at the moment. You have GE and RTX followed by ANET flat on the day. Continued to be flat. Tech services, you have Google up very close to 2%. You have Meta trading flat, and Microsoft also down 1.3% at the moment. Oracle is down close to 2%. Palantir doing not too bad here, up 3.4%. Netflix flat at the moment as well, and PANW up 6.4%. Followed by CRWD having a very good day, up 11.6%, but IBM continuing to slide down 24% on the day. Not a good look over there. Finance, you have BRKB down 0.64%, but JPM up 2%, MS up to very close to 3%, and GS is up 8.14% now. WFC and Citi continuing to slide a bit there. WFC is down 3%, and Citi is down 4.8%, very close to 5%. So Visa and MasterCard flat on the day. The retail trade, Amazon is also flat, but Walmart and Costco are now a little bit tilted towards the red. Walmart's down 1%, and Costco inching closer to 8% into the red as well. TJX is also down 0.64% on the day. Home Depot, however, still flat at the moment. Producer manufacturing, you have AMAT, LRCX, still holding a little bit of bullish momentum from earlier in the day. AMAT is up 3.8%, with LRCX up very close and shy of 5%. GEV also up 2.17%. However, CAT still trading flat. Consumer non-durables, you have KO, PG, as well as PM and PEP, all in the red over here. KO is down over 1% as well as PG, very close to 1.5%. Health tech, you have Lilly and J&J still pretty bearish on the day. Lilly is down 2.3% and J&J down close to 2%, followed by ABBV and MRK very close. MRK is close to 3% as well, but ISRG here seems like the biggest name that's lagging, followed by BIIB down 6.65% and 7.4% respectively. You have utilities, process industries, transportation, a bit of a mixed sentiment throughout these sectors, but utilities, you have NEE, that's NEE, up 1.3% on the day. In transport, you have Uber sliding closer into the red, 3%. at the moment. In industrial sectors, I would say you have PWR and WMB. PWR is up 1.6%, WMB up 2%, and the rest of the sector looking a bit of a mixed sentiment between red, flat, and green. UNH in health services down close to 1%, and HCA sliding closer to 7% on the day, whereas non-energy, you have a bit of a green sector here looking pretty decent, but SELD continuing to slide a bit towards 1%. And lastly, we have energy minerals, XOM, CVX trading flat on the day, but you have MPC up very close to 1.7%, PSX up 1.3%.
All right, thank you,
Thanks,
Sia,
Sia.
for all of that. All right, well, I mean, we're in this right now, so we'll go new position. I don't know. I mean, let's just see. It's 480 here. I mean, this is the. That was a little delayed
That was
there.
Joe.
Oh, that was. Oh, Joe has that button now. Oh God. Okay.
He was giggling over there.
Yeah,
you
I
could
mean,
tell.
pretty soon I'm going to take his Stone Cold button. So right into here. If we watch out now, you know that the high is right into here. I'm going to stop out if this breaks 485. I mean, we're just going to try the short. You know, a couple units, only trying to give it a few pennies. We'll see if there's a retracement back down. There's really nothing going on. I'd hope that this 480 would have spiked again there. So we take it on the way up. It runs right into us. And I'm only going to give it a little bit of time here because like not only I'm not even really waiting for 63s. I have a piece out for 10% for 5 cents. Stop is, and then another 10% for 10 cents. And then, you know, if we do fall back in, then woo-ha, we've got you all in check. But this is a nice move downside right now on SpaceX. It's not even that big, but we'll take it again at this level. Hopefully SpaceX can, get to the downside right now, which would be kind of nice. So that's what we're hoping for with SPCX, and here it comes in. I just got, what did I get there? No, I didn't get any fills there, did I? I got a Lucid fill. Okay, so Lucid there, we did get that fill at 75, so that was good. So nice little 75 fill there on Lucid, and then it came right back up. But yeah, we're looking at SpaceX short, Lucid short, and Microsoft. Oh, we got out. So, on the way down here, I do have a stop to get out of the rest of it. I have 10% left only of Microsoft. So on the way down, we talked about that with Brian. I thought we did a pretty good job holding on to some of this, into some of these lows. So we'll see if Microsoft wants to work. Okay, what's going now? All right, another fill here coming for us. I'm gonna take another bid at 73 there on Lucid. Saw the net sort of flash down there. We might have got down as low as 71s there. I'm bidding 70s. Let's take a 73 fill. There it is. Okay, good. And then we'll take a 70, and then we'll see if we can break below 60 and then get something around this 55 or so marker there. Let's put a bid. Hey, man, you never know. Sometimes this thing will crack in. So we'll put a 55 bid and see if we get something down there on LCID. But yeah, so far so good. And it was a new position, so we hit that key. And just getting out of our SpaceX, we talked about Microsoft, and now new position for me on Lucid. So let's go. Very, very cheap, almost basically free to borrow here at Real Trading. So that's what we'll do. We'll continue to watch out for LCID. Hopefully we get that 70 fill, and then we'll be down to about 70% left. So just a couple 10% out so far, one at 75, one at 73. We'll wait for 70s and see if we can get a little lower there on LCID. And I don't know if Rivian, we talked about that one, it could probably make its way back up. And yeah, as if that story didn't even happen again, Rivian up 80 cents from the lows. So that would have been a great trade to focus on there with RIVN. All right, if U.S. believes there's pressure requesting negotiations through sanctions, they're mistaken. Yeah, so, the art of the deal continues to be something that we need to work on here because this closing of the strait, the opening of the strait, demanding control of it, obviously doesn't seem to be working out there, as Iran deputy minister claiming they are mistaken there. I assume he's referring to the United States. So.
Yeah, USO not moving. It's still at that 120 level. So remember this morning it was like the 120 or bust. So congratulations, you got your level. Now we're not doing anything with it over there on USO. If it spikes, we'll let you know. On the off chance that it opens up, I paid for locates on LCDL only because it seems to me that it broke a couple of times and might have moved too far based on like the Lucid move. So if that kind of a crazy disconnect were to happen, I just want to have it available. And like Lucid, the locates are basically free. And I don't even know if it's going to open up. No. It might not open up because they're like, there's something wrong here. Lucid's going crazy and this is breaking, so we're not going to open it again. But on the off chance that it does, I want to be ready. I'm using Lucid as the futures. Like I'll defend the out on Rivian because Lucid made a high and pulled back. So it made some sense. But now that you're cresting at that same top, and now you're pulling all the way back to a full recovery on Rivian. Remember, Rivian had made a top and was kind of trending back in off of this 17.5 level. So if no break of 5, then I like a reversion in here. And then I ended up jumping back in, same price. Silver just didn't go, SLV just didn't go any further. So it kind of made that trail. It put in a topping tail. You can't see because of my execution. So it does this break and then immediately starts rejecting back underneath. So I just hop right back in at the same price like nothing happened. And we'll look for the play into the low. But right now I'm going to be looking at Rivian, potentially that LCDL. We'll see. If it doesn't open up, there's nothing to it. But if I see it disconnect or what I perceive to be a disconnection, and if it does open and I see a disconnection, I want to take a shot. And I want to have the ability to go in either way. And shout out to everyone in the chat for bringing it up. I'm telling you, it's one of those, if you had seen it and realized how far it had fallen, the fact that it was under 10 cents was ludicrous on LCDL. I keep saying it wrong, but you guys know what I mean.
Yeah,
it's the
1-0 Spain, by the way,
what?
Apparently. Yeah, 1-0 Spain. So, over France. All right, so we'll wait. Yeah, good one there.
Okay.
We hope for Spain to win.
Get a little upset action. That would
change of the guard there.
Be good for England.
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah, as I said, they're all the top 4 teams. Like I really feel like any team could beat any team, obviously at this point.
If you're England, but England specifically will want France out. That's a tough.
Yeah,
game.
I mean, I think you definitely want the defending champs. Argentina, they got to get through them first, which should be a great game. So, all right, that's tomorrow. Yep.
Spain just scored.
Yeah. We know that's what we were talking about there. So yeah, shout out to Spain there. Shout out. We like that Spain scoring. Thank you, Sia, for that update. Yeah, so we got another out there on Lucid again right there. So 76. So a couple of 75s, 73s, a 75, a 76, and a 73. Basically, doesn't look like it wants to go. We're still going to hold on to it. If it breaks, and we'll figure it out after that. So that's what's going on there. And then right back into SpaceX. Here's a move finally for SpaceX. I'm bidding nothing now, so I got to put a bid out here. Take another fill, just punch them out at 25s there. Now we'll wait to see if the fall is real on SPCX. And, just trying to do our best to hold this, right? I mean, we had seen some resistance up there. That's why we're shorting it. So that's what we're doing right there. We'll take another fill and just wait to see if we can collapse all over itself. Microsoft, again, the outs 10 pennies away. If we break through 386, we'll get out there of Microsoft. We'll get out of 2/3 of what we have left, but very small piece of the pie there on MSFT. Anything halting, RDAC is nothing there. We did
outside.
Obviously Lucid. All right, VEE, maybe this one. Yeah, nothing going on right now. Remember the after hours on Twin V could do something like this, what we saw yesterday where, we close right here. We actually closed yesterday here at basically $26, $27 and then rip it to 40 and change, and I stopped the chart. So be careful with VEE here. Could be one of those names that wants to go higher after the market closes. I don't know if there's enough juice around here to halt anything, especially with us being above VWAP and just trying to hold out on VEE. The other one was NXTC.
That sounds right.
NCTX. I thought it was NXTC.
Here, I'll look at it. I know because it's on the watch list. You had it right. It's NXTC.
Yeah, okay, there's NextCure. So another name that was kind of halting around back and forth a bit here today. We can definitely have a look at this one. Early move, early momentum up to $11 and $12. Does break that $10 mark right into there. I know Luis was looking at that $10 mark, and it looks like it basically holds it. And now you're into 6. So that's probably a good trade over there for everybody over in Barbados, in Barcelona. But right now they must be watching the game.
It's a few hours. Nice.
Yeah, so right now it's a few hours ahead of, I think it's 6 or 7 hours in Spain now. So yeah, it's good to be good timing for them, 9, 10 at night over there enjoying this game. And I'm glad that it wasn't like an 8 p.m. local time, because that would have been, again, like, into some bad timing there for those of you.
Like when England had to play at 2 a.m.?
Exactly, when England had to play at 2. I mean, that stuff happens. I mean, happened to Canada last time when we were in Qatar, of course. The whole western side of the world had to suffer through that.
It was because the weather, like, it was supposed to be 1, and then it's open at 2.
Yeah, we'll...
people on the streets at 5:30 in the morning.
Yeah, I think tomorrow will be okay because, and by the way, I think it's super warm now in England. You just missed it by a week. All right, so 138 and change now. Downside coming for SpaceX. Let's see if that winds up hitting. I hope it does break the low of the day. That's what we're waiting for. 137.80. If that happens, great. We do have momentarily the imbalances coming, so.
Yeah, I didn't check the early looks.
Yeah, a little bit of a work out on that one. We have to see if SpaceX has that sell imbalance. SK Hynix, the only red name for
almost.
me. Yeah, today there. Just goes to 190 again, a potentially good short area there for SKHY, SK Hynix.
Of course, oddly enough, I pull up the imbalance locator for the early looks, and it's not SpaceX. Well, it can't be because obviously SpaceX trades on the NASDAQ, but SPCE with... For whatever. I always say with reasons unknown, like why would it have a buy and balance? But it does. Early look, 3.4 million buy and balance. Ignore NU. Every single time this seems to have an imbalance, doesn't do anything. EW buy and balance of 1 million. That could be worth a look. GDX, you don't usually see that. One of the Amex names, but only 700,000. I suppose Virgin Galactic at 3.4 million buy and balance could be interesting. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that this spike here was probably when that early look 3 million buy and balance happened. And then it spiked higher. My first thought is, can we short it? And then when it comes out smaller, we can't have to pay for locates. And then when it comes out smaller than 3.4 million, if it's still at the highs, then fade it because it's SpaceX. And why not? But you're going to have to pay for locates to be able to do that. So like I said, we're back into SLV. It's just waiting for the trend break here. Actually breaking trend right now is going to be Rivian. So Rivian's starting to break the trend back in. Oh, pick me up, pick me up. Don't go too far. You can pick me up along the way before you get to VWAP. So trend all the way back to where it was when the Lucid story hit. I don't want to say news, story hit. And we're going to look for a reversion back into VWAP on this. Let's go to Adara at the desk.
The whole Lucid thing was wild, but we're not talking about Lucid. We're talking about USO. USO right now trying to potentially break out of this consolidative range as U.S. CENTCOM or Central Command says that they have been launching more strikes against Iran. So actually they are in the process of launching more strikes against Iran. Apparently 3 consecutive explosions were reported in Bandar Abbas, according to the IRNA, in Iran. So we're getting, again, more reports from both the U.S. and Iran that the U.S. is striking Iran. And keep in mind, it's very rare to see that these countries agree on anything. They could both agree the U.S. is striking right now. Back to you.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so that's
thanks, Darren. And I turned. Well, sorry.
Yeah.
I was just telling Sean a story, my bad.
Yeah, about baseball. We right into here. Damn it. So it tanked, and I meant to put out just partial shares, and I punched out of the whole damn thing. So not a great idea, but still okay, because we got back into the short. So there we go. My price is be not the same price that you guys have seen. We're supposed to be short right here at 139, which would be about $1.30, but instead we're just short where we are. So if you're wondering about that pricing and what was up with that, that's why. So unfortunately, I did tap out a little bit too early there. Too many shares by accident. I got out of the whole kit and caboodle. When you type in let's just say you have 50 shares and you're meant to get out of 5 or 10 or 15 or whatever, 100 shares, and you get out of 10 or whatever. So that was a keystroke error. Made it once again there on the move down. And because I realized, oh my God, it was at the low of the day and I didn't have a bid. So I panicked over there. You should always slow your roll, young fellow. And that's can be talking to me. I'm not young. But there it is right here. Nice move in one more time. So we do get that 70 fill. Let me give it to you exactly. Yeah, 70 fill there on Lucid. So that was all part of it, man. Like they all started to spike at the same time. And, I just saw the green, the sort of the profit ring in there, and I panicked and got out of that trade. So yeah, man, Lucid. Okay, let's go, Lucid. Yes, sir. We've got a decent opportunity. Yes, okay. So here comes a good trade. I'm going to put another bid here at 68. We'll put another bid at 65. Hopefully we do get some downside pressure there on to LCID into the close. But hey, man, Microsoft, we've been playing on that short. Let's get another bid here on MSFT if we can. Oh, well, if we can, we just got to put a bid to get it. So there it is, man. We are now out on MSFT with a little bit of an order going there. We'll see what that trade winds up happening, but a good trade there. And all the shorts are starting to print. Let's go, man. Now we're starting. Are we having fun yet? Lucid, nice move there as well. We'll put another bid for another 10% on Lucid, another out there on Microsoft. SpaceX trying to do some damage there as well. But Lucid right now, the one that we have the most shares on. SpaceX,
look, we'll celebrate it, but it's really because of where we were. I'm still going to have that same out, but now it's going to not be all the way up here. We don't need it to retrace all the way back for us. It's just going to be the 25-period moving average. So a break rate there of 138.30. Let's do that on SpaceX. It's been one of the best stocks for me since it's IPO'd, and we're just going to keep on it right now. So there we go. The stop is now in. Hopefully we get a little bit of a downside push. Waiting for that Lucid magic to hit right now.
Yeah, I'm on the same boat. I'm looking for the shorts to come right back in, drop right back into the well with, Rivian's a Lucid-esque play because it's going to be sympathy, and we jump back into SLV. I just paid for my locates on Virgin Galactic because buy imbalance into down market into bad stock to me equals a bit of a fade. It's already starting to come off the highs. What I might do, we have 15 minutes to go. I'm probably going to pop on the offer in front of the high of the day just to try to get picked up, and I'm anticipating a curl. But if it breaks a fresh high, I would just jump out. I kind of want to risk like 1 cent on this. And I'd rather be filled after 340 into 350 as opposed to getting that fill too early. But I think you can get a reversion back to where this sucker was from before. Meant to say this when Sia was talking about IBM. It is worth mentioning on IBM, it was holding the 220 level. This whole day started with some crazy action on IBM, and that kind of stole the show this morning. It's just lost that key 220 level again, and is now headed lower. So what seemed like the good spot for IBM, and go out to a higher time frame chart. I mean, the daily chart will be good enough, but trust me, if you pull out like a monthly chart, it's an even bigger level at 220. It's losing that bit, as we speak. So IBM looks like it is going to have its worst day. It was barely
Right.
Barely better than that Black Monday, unfortunately. So yeah, IBM taking it on the chin. I own the stock, so it's not every day you wake up and something in your portfolio that you've had a very long time is down this much. Kind of makes you think, oh, wish I'd sold some at the all-time high.
Well, the worst is
woulda, coulda, shoulda.
I know you and I had just recently bought some of this too. Yeah. So I mean, I just really just bought it right at this level, and
this has been a good level.
Didn't do anything all the way upside there, and bounces off the 50 there, nicely cooking, and then today you get the canary in the coal mine there with IBM, and not moving the way that we would hope to in order to gain profits on those longs. Not great, but profits are coming in anyways on this side of things, and that is of course referencing the play on Lucid. I mean, that was a good take, right? I mean, we got short at 80 there, right off the 200 period moving average. Similarly to the sort of the SK Hynix trade there off the 200 period. So congratulations, Salvador, and we talked about that. And, but at least I take my own advice this time and grab it right there. We could have grabbed it again, but we didn't want to. Don't need it, but downside play there. We just got out at 68. So that's, so far so good here on the play, and that is, of course, LCID. So let's see how far that one can get going, and then here we go again. Awesome. SpaceX. So the short, and more. So nice downside move there happening for SPCX. So far so good, man. Everything seems to be coming up pretty good here into the close. Oh, there's Microsoft, by the way. So, we get filled there. It does take 386. We get a little piece out. Then we get the rest out there. Unfortunately, that 386 was a good call because once it broke, it went to 386.40. So we get out about 2/3 of what we had left, we said, and the other piece out right there at 80s as it falls right back into our lap. So that is going to be ringing the registers for a decent trade. And we still got half on. So it's a half on trade. Yes! Bang! Good trade here to the downside right now for Lucid. As there we go, we get the 62 fill, and it just breaks below 60s there for Lucid. So, hey man, we can get another fill maybe now at 60 if that there does. That comes through now. 58's printing lower. I'm still at 56s here on LCID, and so, short 80s, right? Give us 30 cents. Give us 30 cents. Give us 25 cents on a $4.50 name. Not too bad here for our trade on Lucid. Let's see if we can make a little bit more money, though, and come back from this. We'll go to Sia now. We'll come back and we'll see what's going on with Lucid.
Pound risen against the dollar. Today's investors have taken some profits after the U.S. dollar's recent climb to more than one-year highs. It's ahead of the key U.S. inflation data that came in, and the pound also, I would say, been holding steady against the euro as well. Currently, I would say holding strong. It was holding steady against clearer earlier in the day, still continuing to hold that strong momentum over there. Let's take a look at what the dollar is doing right now. Trading around the 100.9 mark region, sitting near that, falling over 0.3%, however, today, following a softer than expected June consumer inflation report. Also, on the other hand, the Canadian dollar trading around 0.71 USD.
Keep an eye here, guys, on AAPL. As we know, we talked about this a lot yesterday, but on Friday after the bell, Apple filed a lawsuit against OpenAI and also a couple different entities that were either former employees of Apple or companies run by former employees of Apple. Regardless, OpenAI responding to this trade secret related lawsuit, saying they take the allegations seriously, but they are, quote, not aware of any evidence that this complaint has merit. They also, OpenAI also said here that they believe in competition and, quote, people working where they want. Now, the reason they'd specify that, just going to give some context, is because, as I mentioned yesterday, and because I read through the suit, a lot of the allegations that Apple is making are that employees that used to work at Apple then went on to work at OpenAI, and these employees, so my understanding was not the whole company, but just these employees, were telling Apple employees, hey, when you come to interviews, bring stuff from Apple. One other employee was accused of stealing a laptop from Apple, so it does seem like it was specific employees and less the entire company that Apple's having issues with. Regardless, that's OpenAI's response to this Apple lawsuit. I thought it was kind of interesting here. Back to you.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I don't know. It just turns in, we saw this back and forth with Elon and Sam Altman. It just feels like there's always I don't know, there's always something with this, with OpenAI. And the real something with OpenAI is the fact that when was the last time we heard anything about them? They're confident filing for the IPO, filing confidently, and now we might not get it for next year. Still haven't heard much of anything out of them. Ooh, that reminds me. I meant to do this. We always try to talk about, IPOs have been fantastic. But one of the things that we've been doing is maybe, I don't want to say ignoring, but any of the IPOs that aren't like the super hype ones, we'll just give it a little bit less oomph. All that being said, if something comes out and it's over 1 billion, then it's worth a look. And there is one, C-Square this week. It is coming out on Thursday. That's right, Thursday, because today's Tuesday. Yeah, so on Thursday, 1.5 billion is the offer amount. They're doing 50 million shares. So that's CSQR. That's going to be on the radar 100% for me. I think I'm at the point now where if it's over 1 billion, it's tradable. It doesn't mean you automatically take the opening print. But I'm definitely going to be looking for some trades on it just because it has enough size. And then you can try to play some momentum. So Rivian on that Lucid pop down. I just want to see it get to VWAP. If it extends through, fine. I've already taken one out. SLV came in, hit first support, kind of closed this gap into the prior low, but it's coming right back up. So very tight stop at the 15. And then as I mentioned, Virgin Galactic with that weird buy imbalance. I shouldn't say weird buy imbalance. It is a buy imbalance of 3.4 million shares. I'm just looking at the last few times it was on the locator. It completely paired off and did not come out as 3 million. So we grabbed the short. I didn't quite get the 64 I wanted, but we were able to get some 63s and some 63 halves, looking to see if we can't get filled right back into where it came from. Just a pure reversion type play. And every time I see something 2 or 3 times on the imbalance locator that goes the other way at 350, I want to start putting this one into the toolbox. And the last few times I've seen SpaceX, it's ended up being a nothing burger. When it's a buy or a sell imbalance, it tends to just kind of go the other direction. And I want to be able to use that to our advantage here. Because there's some trades out there that you can play. We don't have to take it at 350. So just in this one a little bit early.
Good look on that one. And what a good look right here. SpaceX getting into its all-time lows again right there. So now we're $1. Well, we're, whatever, man. I mean, we would be $2 in the money, but I'm actually glad that we had punched out there because we're able just to basically just reload it and watch this fall to the end to the bottom and have actually a little bit more shares than we would have otherwise. So that's going to be looking like a decent opportunity here to get out. So SpaceX right now downside through 137. And when we talk about what its all-time low is, I think we're here right now, right? I mean, we had 136.80 yesterday. We had this fill in our account yesterday. So it looks like we're having it again here today. So yeah, man, we whisper on SpaceX because it's been a great trade. And, I don't want to jinx it. We haven't done great on SK Hynix today. We have a negative name in our account, and that's going to be SKH. Why? SKHY, yeah. Bouncing off 90 again. So, for tomorrow's trade today, we will definitely be looking over here at SKHY at 190, whether or not we get through that or not after hours. I mean, I would assume that we are, AM, we will get through it after hours. So I shouldn't say if, when there's a little bit less volume, I could see SK Hynix busting through that. DRAM also up 6% today, so the whole space seems to be trying to catch a few bids, including Micron and whatnot. Not to ignore anything that happens with Iran, but okay.
But USO is just not reacting.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing happening right now. Like, I'd much rather obviously be interested in stories like, like the Apple story that Adara brought to us, or something maybe that's going on with Lucid right there. And, we just put this trade on, and again, pretty much a perfect setup for me into the 200 period, and then just making these moves lower. And although it seems like we've scalped it out, which we have, we only have now a little bit less than actually a third left on this position right now, and happy with what's been going on. Our best outs was 58s. So short 80 right there. Good coverage, good to the downside here. Most of these fills right here are 70s, and then we have a 58. Sorry, it looks like our best fill is 60s. We don't have the 58, I thought we did. And then a couple more at 63. So yeah, so far so good here as we just sort of wait and count up the little pennies that we've made here on LCID. A quick check, plug your ears if you don't know the score, because I'm gonna give it to you right now. It's only 1-0 Spain. Yeah. And it's in the 43rd minute. So
I saw someone in the chat said they got a penalty shot.
Who did?
What the goal. So that's what the goal was.
Oh, the goal was a PK.
Is that right? Was the goal a penalty? Just let me know in the chat.
Yeah, let us know.
Let us know in the chat. Was it a penalty shot?
Oh, here, I can actually.
And was it a good decision? Was it a good decision?
I'll check.
We'll see. Yeah, you can double check it. I just feel like
right now the
every single time there's any kind of a penalty, there's just so much controversy and complaining about the calls, which I suppose is a big deal. One of my beefs about football is they don't have in-between fouls. It's like red cards are automatically sent off. Hockey gets that so right, where there can be different degrees of serious penalties, and football does it too.
Well, they do it in soccer.
Yeah, but
it's a yellow card.
Yeah, but to me, there should be some form of a red that doesn't result in a team playing down a man for the entirety of the match. It's so extreme. It's such a ridiculous extreme to me. There can't be a red where you're down for 10 minutes or 15 minutes.
At least they can use VAR and stuff. Right?
At least they have that.
I mean, you get kicked out. I mean, we've seen guys get kicked out of football games. I mean, you get a penalty, you get kicked out. If it's dramatic enough, and that's the thing about soccer.
But they have them where you're not too as well. You can.
Most red cards are red cards. I mean, it's just.
The Canada game was a good example of it.
It just happens where
he didn't deserve to get kicked out of the game.
Oh, there's gonna be lots. I mean, they also had Trump was involved in that one where they brought back something battle gun. I can't remember his name. It's a pretty good name though for a.
Look, I can't say his name either, so I'm not even.
Balogun.
Balogun. Is that really Balogun?
Yeah. Anyways, IBM here going for its worst day ever. We only have 15 minutes left now, and yeah, there it goes, man. Down 24%, 25%. It did have its day in the sun a little bit there, bouncing off the 200 and back up to 221 right there. But then, it does not hold VWAP, and we get to the downside there again. So we'll have to wait to see if we do break a little lower through 217. But yeah, I don't remember what you said, but I think it was around this 25% was its lowest day ever.
No, it was 23. So this is the worst day ever. You know what? We like a stock at decision time. I almost bought some more, but then I said to myself, if I didn't take anything out of the most recent buy at the highs, what am I doing? It's not a reload then. That's one of the reasons to sometimes take profit at highs, is so that you can reward yourself and then get back in. Because now it's like, well, if you didn't do anything on these bounces, then what's your logic for getting in on day one when it dumps? So I backed off. I still like the stock, but I'll wait till at least Friday, if not next week. That's the way I want to play it.
What's SpaceX's all-time?
Wait till Friday or till next week. It didn't break. I can tell you what it's not.
It's 136.78.
Because I didn't get my fill. So I knew it didn't break 136.
Definitely did break one.
Yeah, because I have a stink bid on my personal account, and I didn't get it filled for the long.
I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with trying to go long. I mean, I don't have a bid at 135, but I think I'll probably put one there.
It's just, I'm getting another, I'm in 7% of what I want. I'm getting another 12. I'll be at 20% of what I want for a position in long-term in SpaceX. Just need to be able to get the fill on the CDR probably tomorrow. I'm not moving it. It's good for like 2.5 months. So I'm getting that fill. It's just a matter of when, and then I'm not doing anything until after earnings. Because I want to see a report.
Good look.
I think that's looking at earnings and trying to wait for key areas to bid and offer at, and price is not just according with time as well, right? I mean, that first report is August 6th, I believe.
Yeah, it's coming
So,
up.
okay, so right here, man, I am bidding 136.81s, a couple pennies ahead of its all-time low. And yeah, man, we have it. I immediately wanted to short SpaceX into the afternoon. I mean, we've been trading it quite well and just watching out for some of these plays. And SpaceX has faded. I mean, I feel like in the afternoons, we've gotten some good fades. I mean, it doesn't happen every afternoon, but it's happening today. So I like that one. And then, you never know where your bread's going to be buttered. And, Microsoft could have been a good one, which that was a good trade for us today. That's for sure. SK Hynix, not a great trade. It's my red one there. SpaceX. And then, this is what I want to talk about, Lucid. I'll put another bid here. I don't know how far we're going to go. We are now moments away. There we go. We get a 62 as soon as we put it in. I'm at 56s, hoping that breaks, but we are now a minute away from the imbalances. And
I didn't realize we're this close.
Yeah, we're slowly getting out of everything. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening here on those imbalances, and hopefully we're able to create some action. But there it is, man. We get that SpaceX all-time low. So hit the sirens right now. Now, we're not going to go to crypto yet, my guy. We're going to wait here, and we're just going to wait until we get the imbalances. So we should probably, let's change on our scanner. Maybe we could put crypto to 345. There, we always get a lot of people asking us about these imbalances, or we could just go right after the imbalances. But right now, we are now 30 seconds away. We'll be able to find out what's going on now. SpaceX now just touched all-time low. The low of the day, there it is. Brand new all-time low for SpaceX right now. Everybody that was locked into those 135s, I mean, if you haven't sold yet, then the brokers got you because there was no legalities behind selling that up there. And now you've held all the way over. Wait until that lockup, man. You think that people are selling now, they're going to dump this thing on lockup. I guarantee you that. So I think there's going to be a lot. Yeah, so 135 is not going to hold. Once that lockup hits, man, it's over with. There's the imbalances right now. It's Intel with the sell side, NVIDIA with the sell, but doesn't seem to be moving anything right now.
Demon.
Yeah, the market not doing a whole heck of a lot. I don't really see SpaceX on there, but now it's $1 holding near those all-time lows for SpaceX. I'll give it an update there about why I think that 135 is obviously going to be in jeopardy. I mean, we always hear about, oh man, like, the guy working the kitchen is now a millionaire, or, this person working that. I'm pretty sure a lot of the employees will have lockup, rules there. And I thought we heard that first sort of tranche can get unloaded there off of their first earnings call. So we'll wait to see if that does happen. Hey, man, hopefully by the time August 6th happens, this is back to $200. I mean, that's still a ways away, right? You still got 4 weeks until they report their earnings there. But this is what's happening. There's the market on close imbalances. And hey, man, without any further ado, she's waited for a while. Let's go over to the desk now and talk about a crypto minute with Sia.
Let's take a look at what's going on with the crypto markets at the moment. So we do know that crypto has been reacting to a bit of the inflation number slowdown that we saw today. So all crypto, including BTC, Ethereum, and Solana, are rallying today up, looking a bit bullish. BTC is up 3.69% on the day. We have Ethereum up very close to 6%, and Solana up 3% on the day. So Perpetuals.com, which is also a global fintech company, has discontinued discussions to potentially acquire a part of business that is closely affiliated with World Liberty Financial, which is a crypto venture backed by the Trump family. This is coming from a press release that is issued by Perpetuals as of today.
Ooh, that's a buy balance.
All right, that was quick. Thanks, Sia.
Thank you, Sia.
Only 2 minutes there, or 2 minutes into the imbalances, and you saw those numbers. What was it, 50 million I saw her put up there? I don't think
it was. I don't know. It's a pretty much of a nothing burger. But the second I saw Virgin Galactic actually ended up with a real buy, so I just punched out, took the flat. NVIDIA is the big one for the sell side. You'd think it'd be more to the sell side for the overall market with NVIDIA in there. Intel doesn't really make a difference. Warner Brothers, that's a decent one. Apple's a buy. You got to like that if Apple's going to be buy side. And then this is one of significance. You've got Lamb, 900,000 sell. Remember, it's not just bank earnings. We get ASML earnings this week. Right. So obviously the guys who make the machines and make the chips, Lamb would be one of those. Good company. sell imbalance, and it's going higher. So that it doesn't have to make sense, but it is what's happening. So Lamb's going up on a sell imbalance. I think that's going to be an interesting one. But I'm going to pop out. Should have stayed net long in Rivian. The Rivian from the low, Rivian from 17.10 played the trend. Obviously, the long was great, so we're not going to complain about it, but we did take a shot at the short when it started to revert, and we'll take that last one out just now. Anytime I see a catastrophic move to the downside on, I don't care what, right? If Lucid does that, there could be a sympathy play, but there was a better option, and we all learn. Every single day, we're learning. Like, that's what traders should be doing. I'm going to look to see if they have one of these, because that LCDL, I don't know, like, if you, like this was the trade. Like, Rivian was a good opportunity, but this was the real one. It was when you were still in the midst of all those down halts and going crazy, and the whole time the 2X was still trading, and the reversion off the bottom. Look at the volume candle reversion here. That's a 10-cent breakout that goes to 30 cents. Now, granted, take your profit because it ends up halting on you, and by the way, they're still not open. You don't want to get trapped, but like, that's crazy. Always double check, because it's the second time I've seen what looks like one of these leverage ETFs break. I watched it happen once on ZSL, and we saw it again here with Lucid, but I wasn't even aware that this thing existed until the viewers told me, and that was too late.
Yeah, good look there. Or, you know, I made a good amount of money for sure on just the Lucid straight short. You know, wait for it to pop back up there, hit that short there, you know, put on a decent amount of shares and just try to go for it. I mean, I didn't put on a huge amount there, just 2.5 units or so. But, you know, the biggest amount of shares I put on all day was obviously on this $4 stock. So, you know, nice move to the downside there. And that's how I kind of, you know, look at it, try to judge the upside. And remember, like, we took, I mean, you know, obviously that LDL was great in hindsight, but we were actually on Lucid right there and gave a 5-cent stop, you know, to make what our best fill is 60, so to make 20 cents. So 5 cents to make 20, pretty good there. And we'll see where it winds up closing, but a pretty risk on trade there, considering all the stops. But you want to talk about money. Here we go, man. SpaceX all-time low, and guess what? Your boys got it again, Joe, right there with SpaceX, and there it goes, man. We're short at 139. We're short again at 138. It's at 136. I mean, here we go. We shorted Microsoft for you earlier, and that's a boom shaga laga. That's actually, you know what? That's something that I need. That he's heating up from our good game NBA Jam right there. But we're heating up to SpaceX down to 136. So incoming, watch out for that 135, man. Missile incoming right there into 135. It'd be really cool if we saw that size in the next 4 minutes. And I think that's a very good possibility to do that. So right down into that low, man. There goes SpaceX. Yeah, there it is. Money. We like that one here today, man, as we reign supreme. Thanks, Joe, for that one. We got short on Lucid. I mean, this is what we've been doing this afternoon. Short Lucid, bang. Short Microsoft, booyaka. NVIDIA got out of our trade. That one's whatever, but that's a long from 05 right down there. SK Hynix, we left it alone, and then SpaceX. That's it, man. So just a couple good bangers there into the close. I hope you were trailing some of that one. And then, of course, my good friend Salvador. Wow, Salvador. This guy took that long off that discussion right there at 185. And booyah, there goes SK Hynix up to 194. But yeah, man, money raining in today on these names. Lucid for me, SpaceX, and there it goes, man. Let's just see what happens here into the close. I'll keep an eye on this for myself just in case it does get down there and we can call it back up. But I don't even see it on here. It doesn't matter. The pressure is in on SPCX, now down $2 off the reload, $3 off the initial look. And yeah, man, just bleeding here. We'll have to wait to see tomorrow. I would love to see this 135.
There's going to be a bid down there.
Oh, there's going to be a monster bid.
There's going to be a monster bid.
That's the best part about waiting for this.
I think obviously when you see that, we're going to look millions, iceberg. That's the kind of thing. The underwriters have probably done their job, but let's see. With only about 2 minutes to go in here, the crazy thing is, I'm telling you, man, Rivian just continues to go. And great point got made about Lucid. Could be that with the move to the downside, that 2X got liquidated, and they might never open that sucker back. It might not open back up, so you got to be careful with it. But here's the bigger thing. Nobody knew. Sean's on Lucid. I was on Rivian. You've got to be happy that it happens. You can't know where the moves are going to be, but when something like that happens, suddenly that's where your attention is going to go to. When I'm talking about the Lucid story or speculation or rumor, whatever we're going to be calling it here. So because they can effectively cause a stock like a V-shape in Rivian that basically went 5% down and 5% up in a complete V-shape. Like, that's not going to happen every 2 seconds. Easy peasy. 2%. Well, sorry, 0.2%. Thank you for the super chat. Slow day worked, print money. Slow day worked, print money, cash, SNDK. I feel like we're too short form on these ones, easy peasy. Here, SNDK was just back and forth. Didn't have a very clear direction on this. In the memory names, I feel like you were looking at SK Hynix today or DRAM. Like, those were the two. So I don't know what you're like. Holding in cash probably made some sense if you were trying to play that. But DRAM was trend up and SK Hynix was trend up. So it feels as if maybe today SNDK wasn't the jam. There's only 1 minute to go. So I'm going to come in tomorrow and still be bearish on SLV. But for this one, we stayed short most of the day with the exception of this out at 11 o'clock, right before the end of the show, went for a walk, came back shorting it. I'm still bearish on the stock overall, but we'll come in with a fresh perspective, on the metal overall. But we'll come in with a fresh perspective tomorrow. Always willing to play it in either direction, but it was what happened on the 830 number in CPI. The CPI top, it held it a third time. Always respect those types of levels. When you make a big level on a number like that, you want to make sure that you give it some credence because it was a good one here for a lot of different names. Less than 15 seconds to go. Sorry, less than 20 seconds to go. The closing bell is always brought to you by VFS. That's VinFast, everybody. Ticker VFS. Want to shout them out for sponsoring the closing bell. On what was a crazy day, who knew? If you had Lucid getting rugged on your bingo card, congratulations. SpaceX 135 has been a theme, so at least that makes sense. I doubt you had IBM going down 24%, a record down day for IBM, the worst day. Its worst day, so 25%, its worst day since Black Monday, and actually even worse than that.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Not as bad as it gets.
Yeah, no, it's, who had Lucid on the card, guys? I just wanted to say, even despite hitting it late, Lucid was the #1 P&L name today on the show across all shows, right? And so even though it was just a small little win, it just goes, and the only reason I'm bringing that up is because you don't need to trade, and I'm a victim of this, like trading the $200, $300 big time names, and we said that we were gonna try to get into something, and I have the biggest loser too with SK Hynix, so. But right now, I just want to say, that's part of the game, is looking at trades like this, and we just got out right there at the end of the day. So I think tomorrow, Lucid will be pretty hot, that is for sure. So we're really excited to continue to trade for you guys every single day. And yeah, Lucid, like Neil said, who would have thunk it there? All right, SpaceX, good mover. And that's what I was saying. I just made just a little more money on Lucid than I did on SpaceX, but look at the big moves here on SpaceX, So just to show you, you get a couple, this is a $3 winner there at the end of the day, but yet we make more money on a 20-cent move. So it's a lot of that is share sizing. And that's why we always talk, about what we're doing, where our ins and where our outs are, right? And that's why you got to give yourself tight stops. That's why that Lucid trade was 5 cent worth of a stop. But yeah, man, so
and cancel your stop.
Yeah, I actually did that.
I actually just
I still have
canceled
one. I thought my SpaceX stop was still in there, and my Lucid. I thought I canceled those. Okay, I guess I didn't. But yeah, good call on that one. So just outs there at the all-time lows of SpaceX, 136. So right there, 136.20, man. Good look. We'll see what happens tomorrow. It's too bad. I really wanted to see what was at 135. I just hope tomorrow we don't come in and it's under 135. I would really like to see an open market defend of that level. So get ready, man. I mean, anybody that was FOMOing this one, and I remember when it was at 225, I was like, should probably get out of what we had there, but we did think it was going to go higher. And now, wow, man. Ever since SpaceX IPO, maybe 5 up days, and the rest red, and we get into those lows. So, man, it's going to be a good one. And look at this. Talk about, the story of 2 different names, right? SK Hynix on day 3, ripping to highs. SpaceX on day 3 was tanking to lows. So again, one has a product, one kind of waiting for that
sort of shoot a drop, right? I mean, obviously they have Starlink and stuff, but
SK Hynix trades at under 5 PE.
Yeah.
Like that's the 4
So
PE.
does Micron, right?
Like that's the thing. Like the memory chip names are all trading technically cheap, despite whatever you might want to think about it. So the buyers, when they came at SK Hynix, crazy. And remember, the CEO of IBM told you where the money was going.
Mm-hmm.
And so, like, I'll be the first person to be guilty. Like, there was some great opportunities today, but in complete hindsight, the second he said the CapEx spending is going into memory over their products, and that's why they're losing. It really did. Like DRAM was, forget about, you didn't have to have SK Hynix. You could have been bearish there. DRAM was fantastic. I want to thank Brian Shannon for coming on through. And Raheem this morning. We had Raheem back from the Stampede. Shout out to Adara. Shout out to Sia. The Midday Boys. Joey Option still sitting around here. We got Sharif. The entire team over there. Fabian, of course, Christina, and Andre Assassino. Would like to see tomorrow, hopefully tomorrow, if we can get that 135 bid. But my fear is you gap through the SpaceX 135 and we don't actually get to see it. That would be the fear.
Yep, that's what I was saying. I hope that when we come in tomorrow morning, it's at 135, not lower, because
never know.
I love to see that. Okay, it's 4:04. Get home safe. We'll see everybody tomorrow, 8 a.m.
Go Spain.